Chapter 1301 Goblin General's Horn. You said that this tourist product can be used. Sarutobi Mirai hesitated. However, looking at Hinata Hanabi, he nodded hesitantly, and couldn't help but doubt. Humph, two little girls, don't struggle here. Today we are well prepared. We are not here to completely destroy the Konoha ninja village, but just plan to harvest as many young people as possible. The giant spider puppet leading the way spoke again. In the moment of delay, dozens of puppets had already surrounded them, blocking all the retreat routes. Looking at the puppets that were advancing step by step, Hinata Hanabi once again opened the soft fist and said, "In the future, in this situation, I don't know when the rescue will arrive, let alone escape with Noyama Wasabi and others. Moreover, these puppets can be reassembled. We don't have a ninjutsu that is strong enough to destroy them in an instant, so we can only try." These black hunters had raided the Konoha village a year and a half ago. However, compared with the previous times, both the strength and number of the puppets this time are far beyond what they could have been before. The most important point is that these puppets also have the ability to reassemble automatically. They are simply like cockroaches that cannot be killed. In the end, those puppets will only become stronger and stronger. On that day, the 7th generation sat in the Konoha village. After smashing 500 or 600 puppets, the puppets that were finally reassembled were as big as a small mountain. The means of attack they have are endless. The most important thing is that these puppets cannot be destroyed to the extent of 70 to 80% in an instant. Will always be endless. Therefore, this is the most difficult part. Because of this feature, some ninjas with insufficient strength were killed. The injured were countless. The battle that day caught the Konoha ninja village off guard. Do it! The scarlet eyes of the leading spider puppet suddenly lit up, blooming with a fascinating taste. The puppets around made a low click, as if they were staring at something. The moment the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air sounded, dozens of figures, black and dense, formed a large net that was impenetrable. It made people feel that there was no place to hide. Future, hurry up, I'll block it first. Hinata Hanabi's face changed, and she hurriedly took action. Hanabi flew back to the sky. Bang bang bang! All kinds of hidden weapons that were attacking from the sky were bounced out in an instant. However, facing the intensive offensive, Hinata Hanabi's strength alone was obviously not enough to resist it completely. Girl, you dare to get in the way, go to hell! Puff! The huge spider leader opened his mouth and spit out a large piece of spider silk. It poured down like a waterfall. At the same time, the puppets around him also shot out dark chains, intending to penetrate Hoishin. Hanabi, who was in the attack, suddenly looked solemn and shouted in a hurry, "Future, we can't delay any longer, hurry up." This. Sarutobi Mirai hesitated. Although it seemed a bit ethereal to pin the hope of survival on the horn, he still gritted his teeth and took out the horn. Woo! The desolate sound of the horn seemed very long, giving people a very penetrating taste, which made people's hearts tremble. The next moment, the green light, like a frenzy, surged with the horn as the center. Bang! The attacking puppets were blown away as if they had hit an invisible iron wall. The force was so great that it was as if they were crushed by a huge force. Many puppets were shattered. The sudden scene shocked the Japanese. Xiang Hanabi and Sarutobi Mirai's expressions could not help but stagnate. Looking at the horn in their hands, their faces were full of disbelief. Just now, facing the siege of a group of puppets, they were desperate to try any possible means. But no one would have thought that once this horn was blown, it would have such a strong defensive power. It seems that Konoha has been attacked, which is completely different from the dimension I know. In the small shop, Chinyu's eyes suddenly lit up and looked in the direction of the horn. Forget it, let's go and take a look. After leaving these words, Chinyu disappeared from the spot like a ghost. In fact, the power of this horn is not bad, but Chinyu is curious, because he broke in, causing the trajectory of the dimension to deviate. So he wanted to see with his own eyes, what was different. Damn guy, no wonder you are so calm, it turns out that there is a backup, but I want to see how many times this thing can save you. The huge spider puppet was obviously also injured. However, with the supplement of many puppet trunks, the body was quickly reorganized. The huge body leaped again, like a tiger, and rushed towards Hinata Hanabi and others. Mirai, try again! Hinata Hanabi shouted urgently. After seeing the power of the horn with her own eyes, Hinata Hanabi understood more and more that this thing was not simple. If used properly, it might be able to support the arrival of support. No, this horn is glowing, as if something is coming out. Sarutobi Mirai shouted anxiously. Looking at the horn in his hand, it burst into dazzling light, and the next moment, a series of light beams rushed straight into the sky. Like an indestructible spear, it directly penetrated the attacking spider puppet. Ah! The spider puppet screamed, and its huge body was crushed in an instant. What kind of spiritual technique is this? What is in the light column? The puppet spider screamed. Soon, Sarutobi Mirai and Hinata Hanabi were obviously attracted. He hurriedly looked into the light column, and the first scene that caught his eye suddenly made his pupil shrink. There were dozens of green figures, each of which was carrying weapons and leather armor. If it weren't for the skin color and height, the first impression would be that they were almost the same as humans. And there were enough of these figures, 19 in total. Is this a summoning technique? However, what summoning technique could summon 19 warriors? Sarutobi Mirai was stunned and seemed very surprised. I thought this was a useless thing, but it had such a use. Roar! We are goblins, a strong army legion, and we haven't appeared for a long time. With a roar, the sky-high light column collapsed directly. The leading goblin was only about 1.45 meters tall, wearing leather armor and carrying a huge blade. The muscles protruding all over his body gave people a sense of explosiveness. Following closely behind were 18 goblins of different professions. In addition to the leading goblin commander, there are 2 goblin cavalrymen riding magic wolves, a goblin wizard, a goblin priest, 2 goblin archers, and 12 goblin warriors. They all have elementary magic skills. Chapter 1302. The situation was reversed in an instant. 19 figures appeared and surrounded Sarutobi Mirai and others in the center. Are you General Sarutobi Mirai? Thank you for summoning us out. We will go through fire and water for you. The goblin commander slapped his chest heavily with his backhand and shouted in a deep voice. I will go through fire and water for you. The remaining 18 goblins echoed again in a deep voice. For a while, the rolling sound waves echoed in the forest like a tide. I am a general. Sarutobi Mirai was stunned. All this came too suddenly. Especially the general, it gave people the feeling. It was as if he had accidentally had a son. Although we are the items of Lord Inzoulgaon, we were summoned by General Sarutobi Mirai, so we are here to serve you. The goblin commander said in a deep voice. His eyes suddenly turned and locked onto the shattered spider puppet, saying, Are these the enemies of the future general? Then let us fight our way out. All troops, listen to my orders, and prepare to break through with me. Kill. The goblin commander took the lead in drawing the broadsword behind him, and rushed out with big strides. 2 goblin cavalrymen followed closely behind, and launched a charge with 12 goblin warriors. Hehe, although it's a bit difficult at this stage, it can still be done in a short time. The goblin priest laughed dryly, holding the scepter in his hand, and stomped directly on the ground. Primary all attributes are improved. Buzz. The gorgeous and dazzling magic circle suddenly bloomed under the feet of everyone. Sarutobi Mirai and others were startled at first, and soon noticed that their bodies had changed. I feel a warm current flowing through my body. I feel more powerful all over my body. My body has become lighter and more agile. The speed of chakra circulation has changed. What is going on? Sarutobi Mirai's expression could not help but stagnate, and she said in a hurry. Hinata Hanabi and others also nodded silently, with shock on their faces. This is our magic, which can improve the basic ability of the body. Of course, there are stronger existences that can double or even multiply a person's strength in an instant. The goblin priest said with a smile. They goblins look very low level. However, because they are close to humans, they are also considered primates. Therefore, their learning ability is stronger than other high-level monsters. Can it be improved by 1 or even several times? Is this true? Sarutobi Mirai was surprised. In particular, she became even more impatient when she felt the changes in her body. She finally knew clearly that the horn Chinyu gave her was really not simple. Roar! A puppet tiger and leopard roared and rushed directly towards the goblin commander. It was the first to charge, and its eyes were like torches, instantly locking onto the puppet. He lowered his body, clenched the broad blade with his 10 fingers, and burst out a sharp sword aura, slashing forward. Primary martial arts lightning slash. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking through the air, the goblin commander passed through the tiger and leopard puppet like an afterimage. At the same time, the blade wrapped with sword aura also swept past violently. Bang! A tearing mark of slashing appeared between the puppet's eyebrows, and the next moment the puppet tiger and leopard, which was 4 or 5 meters long, shattered. At the same time, the 2 wolf knight goblins also quickly raised their guns and rushed towards the puppet that was following closely. The 12 goblin warriors also took action one after another. For a moment, the morale-filled posture turned the one-sided situation that originally belonged to the puppet side back. Looking at this scene, Hyuga Hanabi's eyes lit up and shouted in a hurry, "Future, this is a good opportunity, let's do it quickly." 8 trigrams 64 palms. Bang 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 bang. The 8 trigrams suddenly unfolded under his feet, and the next moment Hyuga Hanabi's attack fist shadow, like a rainstorm, quickly fell on the puppets that were staring at him. "Teacher, let's go too." Izuno Wasabi and the other 2 also took action. However, due to the limitations of strength, the 3 people's attack methods were obviously various Kunao shuriken picking up loopholes. When they encounter those who are slightly weaker, they will directly use the detonation tag. The situation that had been turned around was obviously shaken after 4 people joined in. Well then. Sarutobi Mirai has not yet fully reacted in shock. However, as an outstanding ninja, Sarutobi Mirai knows clearly what is the most important thing to do now. He suddenly put his hands together and flew, forming a series of seals. The hot power gathered wildly in his mouth. Facing these undead puppets that can quickly regenerate, Sarutobi Mirai knows very well that the current attack alone cannot solve it quickly. The only way to restrain their reconstruction and regeneration is to use the strongest means of attack to destroy all the puppets. 8 trigrams empty fist. Hinata Hanabi shouted in a hurry. A pair of fists wrapped in chakra burst out with a strong force, directly knocking the puppet spider that had just rebuilt its body more than 10 meters away again. It smashed on the puppet following closely behind him. Bang! A large number of puppets were knocked down in response. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Mirai's eyes lit up and he shouted in a hurry, "All of you retreat, leave this place to me." Hyuga Hanabi's expression froze, and she instantly knew what kind of medicine Sarutobi Mirai was going to sell in her gourd. The goblin commander who was still fighting heard this, as a group of members summoned by the goblin general's horn, their loyalty was absolutely unquestionable. After receiving the order, he had already withdrawn and retreated violently. Fire style, fire Yagura! Roar! The hot chakra, like a raging tide, was swallowed and spit out from Sarutobi Mirai's throat. In the void, it turned into a huge flame giant cat out of thin air, with a huge body of more than 10 meters, shaking everyone's nerves. Most importantly, the overflowing large piece of flame turned into a raging wave, attacking the fallen puppet spider head-on. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the flame giant cat exploded like fireworks. The flames poured out, and directly engulfed all the puppets that fell to the ground. Endless flames were burning fiercely, and some puppets that were looking for opportunities to escape were directly killed and shattered by Sarutobi Mirai and others who were waiting on the side and found the right time. Under the cover of the sea of fire, the puppets that were originally able to be shattered and reassembled suddenly lost their most terrifying ability. They could only struggle a little in this ultra-high temperature flame, and then they were directly burned to ashes. Looking at this scene, Sarutobi Mirai and Hinata Hanabi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the 19 goblins summoned, they felt like they had survived a disaster. If it weren't for the horn sent by Qin Yu, they believed that this time, they might have been buried here long ago. Chapter 1303 Puppet Aggregate. Boom! Accompanied by the last explosion, dozens of puppets were destroyed. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Mirai and Hinata Hanabi, whose tense bodies were completely relaxed. General Mirai is indeed very powerful. We goblins are shocked and feel guilty for not sharing the worries with General Mirai. The goblin commander put the giant sword on his back and said apologetically, No, you have done a good job. If you hadn't rescued us in time, I'm afraid we would all have died here." Sarutobi Mirai waved his hands hurriedly. "However, you are summoned 9 at a time, and the power you need to consume will also increase. It's been 4 or 5 minutes now. Won't it disappear?" At the Sarutobi Mirai and Mirai's cognition, the strength of the summoned beasts that can be summoned by the summoning technique is related to the strength of the summoned beasts. Moreover, the stronger the summoned beasts are, the stronger the power they consume. The time they can stay in this world will also become shorter. Now these goblins appear in 19 numbers, and the chakra they consume will definitely be more. But now it has been 4 or 5 minutes, and there is still no sign of disappearance, which makes Mirai Sarutobi a little surprised. General Mirai, don't worry, we summon them, and they will not disappear unless they die in battle. We will be the most loyal guards to protect you. The goblin commander patted his chest heavily and shouted. The guards behind him also echoed in a deep voice. Will not disappear. Mirai Sarutobi was stunned. No. It should be said that even Hyuga Hanabi is no exception. These goblins in front of them have subverted their cognition. Okay, in the future, we'll talk about other things later. We don't know how the war situation in Konoha will turn out. Noyama Wasabi's parents will also be worried. Let's go to support them as soon as possible. Hinata Hanabi came to her senses and said in a deep voice. The raid that happened today was completely beyond everyone's expectations. In particular, the scale and number of this attack were even more outrageous. If it weren't for Uchiha Kainu's matter today, the highest combat power of Konoha Ninja Village would have gathered in the village. Hinata Hanabi believed that if she was not careful, this battle would probably cause him to suffer a great loss of vitality even if it would not destroy Konoha Ninja Village. This time, because of the strange horn given by Uchiha Kainu, they were able to get help from the Goblin Legion and be able to rescue them in time. However, compared with them, others were obviously not so lucky. In order to reduce damage, the only thing Hinata Hanabi could do was to rescue as soon as possible. Roar! The thunderous roar exploded without warning. The sound waves turned into a hurricane and rolled around like a raging tide. Even Hanabi and others who were at the edge of Konoha village were also attacked by this sound hurricane. Those puppet fragments that were originally burned to ashes, with only a small amount of them, were quickly sucked away at this moment as if being pulled by an invisible force. What on earth is going on? Sarutobi Mirai's face changed. This large-scale pulling reminded them of a scene a year and a half ago. But at that time, the number of those puppets was obviously half of what it is now. Now, the scene that happened is similar to that of a year and a half, so how big will the puppets that are gathered together be? In the future, we have no time to delay. If we can't solve these puppets as soon as possible, the damage to Konoha village will be even greater. Let's go to support them quickly. Hinata Hanabi said in a hurry. Goblin, I hope you can take care of Wasabi and the other two for a while. The goblin commander glanced at Mirai Sarutobi, who nodded, and then said in a deep voice, Don't worry, this is the mission of the future general, and it is also our mission. We will do our best, even if it costs our lives. Then let's go. Sarutobi Mirai touched the tip of her nose helplessly. She was shocked by the goblin commander's determination to die, and quickly followed Hinata Hanabi. The rest of Wasabi and others also followed. The Edge training ground is not too far from the center of Konoha village. With Mirai Sarutobi and Hinata Hanabi eager to support, it only took a few minutes for the group to rush out of the forest. Roar! The thunderous roar tore the eardrums again. As the violent air wave rolled back, a towering figure appeared in front of them one step ahead. This is a raccoon puppet that is nearly 50 or 60 meters tall and as huge as a monster. No. It should be said that this is a puppet similar to Shikaku. As the senior ninjas of Konohagakure, Hinata Hanabi and Sarutobi Mirai saw the clues at once. It was as big as a meatball, with purple patterns wrapped around it, and a tail that swung in the air like a fish bone. Every time it was pulled down, the building it touched was directly blown up. In the distance, there were a group of Anbu ninjas and other Konoha ninjas on guard. At the farthest point, on the Hokage building, the appearance of 4 or 5 figures immediately caused everyone to exclaim. This is the 7th Hokage. With the 7th Hokage here, this kind of puppet can definitely be solved in an instant. There are also the 5th and 6th Hokage. With them, the crisis caused by this puppet is not to be feared at all. We just need to stay here and wait and watch the show. The scene suddenly boiled up. Facing the sudden appearance of a group of Hokage, the oppressive atmosphere in the field suddenly disappeared. Okay, everyone, please step back first. This huge puppet, like the Black Hunter that appeared a year and a half ago, has the means to rebuild its body, so in order to minimize the damage and harm, we will find a way to destroy it in one blow. As soon as Naruto landed on the field, he was the first to speak. After all, he is the current Hokage, and is more suitable to speak than Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. 7th generation, don't worry, we all believe in you, and we will definitely support you well, watching you shine from a distance, destroying this hateful puppet directly, and letting those villains flee in fear. With so many Hokage, Konoha Ninja Village must be the safest. Who was scared just now? Two have never been afraid since I saw the Hokage rock. Endless cheers rang out one after another. Looking at the huge puppet, Naruto couldn't help but let out a deep breath. Various plans quickly flashed through his mind. However, facing the puppet whose size was still growing, it was obviously a bit difficult for him to completely smash it in an instant with the power he had now. Could it be that he used that power? Chapter 1304 Who Can Save It? Roar! The huge puppet opened its bloody mouth and roared again like thunder. The moment the sound wave rolled back, the faces of Uzumaki, Naruto and others changed drastically. Who is there in that direction? It seems to be targeting other people. Naruto's face changed and he shouted in a hurry. It's Sarutobi Mirai, Hyuga Hanabi, 3 students, and a group of strange creatures. A ninja from the Hyuga family directly pushed his Byakugan to the extreme, and his face changed instantly. He saw that Hyuga Hanabi, who was regarded as the little princess of the Hyuga family and the next head of the family, was stared at by a huge puppet. Moreover, that location was too far away from the Hokage building, and they could not reach it in a short time. Facing such a behemoth, even a group of cage-level strongmen felt it was difficult. They didn't believe that these little girls alone could resist it. Hokage-sama, you quickly think of a way. Is there a mark of the Flying Thunder God technique seal left? The ninja of the Hyuga clan was completely anxious. Hanabi, run away quickly! The hysterical roar echoed between heaven and earth. However, the long distance between them obviously made it impossible to convey the message. Naruto's expression changed continuously. Hinata had already arrived and grabbed his arm. I'm sorry, I didn't leave a mark on that side, but I'll go there now and maybe I can get there in time. Naruto said with an ugly look. Do it, save people with all your strength. Whoosh! After saying this, Naruto rushed out first. This is his sister-in-law. His wife is also watching. If anything goes wrong, he will be in trouble. What's more, he is the 7th Hokage of Konoha village. He cannot afford to make any mistakes in public. Otherwise, it will only bring shame to the reputation of Konoha village. For a moment, in addition to Naruto, even Uchiha Sasuke quickly dodged and rushed over. The Anbu ninjas around him followed closely. Roar! The Shikaku puppet opened its bloody mouth and roared again. However, this time the mysterious purple pattern on its body quickly lit up. A strange power wave surged like a tide. Buzz! The air shook. The purple barrier instantly formed a 1,000-meter barrier with the Shikaku puppet as the center. It directly enveloped Sarutobi Mirai and others. Naruto and the others who were rushing there at full speed had their faces changed drastically. They had never thought that this Shikaku puppet had this kind of chakra ninjutsu. Facing this layer of seemingly indestructible barrier, it was impossible to break it in a moment. Roar! Thunderous roars sounded one after another. The huge body moved first. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up, and the huge tail swung like an iron whip. It's too late. We came here today just to make more people die in your Konoha village. Looking at your nervous look, you should be very fond of them. In this case, they deserve to be killed even more. Bang bang bang! Sharp tail spikes like iron fangs popped out directly. It gave people a ferocious feeling like a mace. The speed of the swung tail suddenly soared to the extreme. Let's see who can save them today. A hoarse voice, rolling like thunder. At this moment, it was as if the god of death was calling for life, tensing everyone's nerves. In the entire Konohagakure, everyone was attracted by the scene before their eyes. This is a case of catching a tortoise in a jar. It's definitely a dead end. Looking at the fast approaching tail, with a series of after-images, Hinata Hanabi and others who had just rushed out of the woods. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the oncoming attack with disbelief on his face. The whistling gale was so painful that it stung his skin. Future, run away quickly, I'll be in its place. Hinata Hanabi took the lead. Her pretty face was full of determination. Facing such an attack, Hinata Hanabi knew that even if she had the strongest defense of the Hyuga family, it was absolutely nonsense. She didn't even have the confidence to survive. Not to mention, she could protect Sarutobi Mirai and others and get out of here safely. However, at this juncture, as the teacher of Class 15, she had reasons not to retreat. Most importantly, as the owner of the Byakugan, she didn't notice the danger in the first place. This made Hinata Hanabi feel that she had brought shame to the Hyuga family. If she chose to retreat now, it would be tantamount to betraying her companions. Hanabi, are you crazy? You can't stop this attack, the Hokages must be able to think of a way. Mirai roared anxiously. Unfortunately, when his eyes swept across the end of the barrier, the figures that were blocked, Sarutobi Mirai's heart couldn't help but jump. Even the Hokage couldn't get there, which meant, who else can save them in Konoha village? Sarutobi Mirai was stunned. Hanabi, who was rushing in front, suddenly changed her face and shouted, "Future, this is a battlefield, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up, I can stop it and take Noyama Wasabi away." At this moment, Hanabi moved, she was eager to take action. Even if it's 10 more seconds. There is someone who can save us. Master Uchiha Chinyu, please save Hanabi, I am willing to pay any price, please save her. Sarutobi Mirai suddenly woke up, looked up and looked around, and roared hysterically. Naruto and others who were frantically attacking the barrier in the distance were stunned. The scene in front of them seemed very complicated, but it was only a few breaths before and after. Facing Sarutobi Mirai, the name suddenly called out. Except for those who already knew Chinyu's whereabouts. The other Konoha ninjas, however, froze and showed blank expressions. For them, at this moment of life and death, why didn't they pray for the Hokage to help them? Instead, they placed their hopes on an unknown person. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked onto Sarutobi Mirai. Even Hyuga Hanabi was stunned and couldn't help but look back. This figure also flashed through her mind just now. However, in Hyuga Hanabi's eyes, would this strange existence really help these little people like them? Would it always pay attention to them? Most importantly, this layer of barrier in front of them, even Naruto, the Hokage, was temporarily blocked outside. In this case, can he really be different? Looking at the attack that had already crossed a distance of 1,000 meters and swept across the sky, Sarutobi Mirai's tense nerves were completely straightened in his pupils. Back off, this is not a situation you can handle. The voice came out of nowhere, as if there was no trace. A ghostly figure appeared out of thin air in front of Hinata Hanabi. Under the astonished eyes of many people, he raised his hand casually. Chapter 1305 One knife is enough. Bang! The huge tail like a mace, spanning 1,000 meters, slammed down with a heavy gesture. The huge impact force, like a raging tide, rolled back and vented. The wind and waves brought about, broke the surrounding trees in half. It also raised flying sand and rocks, and the rolling dust directly covered the entire battlefield. The figures of Sarutobi Mirai and others were also covered at once. Looking at this magnificent scene, everyone's nerves were aroused at once. With eyes wide open, staring straight at the battlefield. In that moment just now, anyone with good eyesight could vaguely see a ghostly afterimage that appeared in front of Hinata Hanabi one step ahead. Most importantly, the next scene was unimaginable for them. That person seemed to casually reach out his hand to block the huge tail. Haha, these petite humans will definitely die under my attack. Why, my tail can't be pulled. The scarlet eyes of the Shikaku puppet lit up, and the next moment, a human-like astonishment appeared. Looking at the dust blowing in the wind, the scene that first caught everyone's eyes almost made their eyes pop out. I saw a thin boy reaching out his hand to hold a tail that was like a wolf-toothed club and was 100 meters long. The indifference on his face was imprinted in people's minds, and there was an inexplicable thrilling feeling. They saw the momentum of the attack of the Shikaku puppet just now. It can be said that if a small mountain is hit, it will definitely collapse. However, this powerful attack was blocked by someone with one hand. Is this letting the water go? Or letting the sea go? Otherwise, how could the result be different from what they imagined? Chin! Lord Chinyu! Sarutobi Mirai was stunned. She had never expected that she would call out in a hurry. She really summoned this god. Most importantly, the way this god appeared was completely beyond their expectations. Blocking the puppet's full-strength attack with one hand, who would be willing to believe that all this was true if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Step back a little, I feel the power of the kitten, let's get rid of it first. Chinyu looked up at the Shikaku puppet indifferently. The moment this guy appeared, Chinyu noticed something wrong. This puppet is not only similar to Shikaku, but also provides it with a source of power to continuously rebuild and revive, which is completely above Shikaku's power. This made Chinyu frown. He remembered that when he left, the nine-tailed beasts should have been free. Moreover, with his relationship, the 5 major countries should not dare to provoke the 9-tailed beasts casually. Most importantly, the 9-tailed beasts have already given up their prejudices because of him. If they really formed an offensive and defensive alliance, I am afraid they can sweep across the 5 major countries. Now that Shikaku's power appeared on this puppet, Chinyu undoubtedly felt a little uneasy. Damn kid, you dare to hinder my attack, die. Vacuum bomb. The scarlet eyes of the Shikaku puppet burst into light. The purple patterns all over the body burst into light, and the bloody mouth opened, directly bursting out powerful chakra fluctuations. This is Shikaku's signature special skill, a strike down, can form a hurricane-like impact. It can penetrate a mountain with one strike. Chin. Lord Chinyu, you don't have to worry about us. Thank you for helping us. It's just too dangerous to be distracted like this. Hinata Hanabi couldn't help but speak. Distracted. Chinyu looked back at Hanabi and said, do you think this guy is very powerful? He's just a fake. One knife is enough. The light words seemed to have a very penetrating power at this moment. Let Hinata Hanabi, Sarutobi Mirai, and others stagnate. Arrogant? No. At this moment, Sarutobi Mirai and Hinata Hanabi couldn't think of this idea in their hearts. Chinyu flipped his right hand, and the blade was pitch black. The moment it fell into his hand, an inexplicable aura of mind-stirring swept out like a frenzy. At this moment, Sarutobi Mirai, Hyuga Hanabi, and others who were behind Chinyu felt as if they had fallen into a cold kill. While they were horrified, a chill rushed straight from the soles of their feet to their heads. Looking at the strange sword, it seemed as if their souls were being pulled in. Arrogant little devil, do you know who I am? I am the leader of the black attackers, go to hell. The red eyes of the Shikaku puppet shone brightly, and the next moment it raised its huge claws, spitting out a series of black iron-like claws, and slapped Chinyu head-on. Looking at the claws that were tens of meters in size, it gave people a crushing feeling like covering the sky and the sun. Sarutobi Mirai and Hyuga Hanabi suddenly woke up. However, before they could react, Chinyu moved. 1 sword style 6 style secret Yanma ascension. Buzz. The sound of the sword rang loudly, and the domineering aura that was absorbed as much as possible made Yanma be urged to the extreme. A knife came out. The sound of the knife was like the howling of ghosts and gods. The black light poured out like a raging tide, rushing straight into the sky. In an instant, the whole world, even the whole space, all the light, seemed to be directly taken away. The world as far as the eye can see turned into an lingering darkness. A suffocating wind, like a hurricane, swept the whole scene with a heavy weight. At this moment, everyone in the darkness had only one feeling in their minds. They felt like they were in a raging tide, as if they had become a small boat that could capsize at any time, and they felt an inexplicable feeling of hesitation and insignificance. Boom! The shocking explosion exploded, and the black light converged completely. The captured sight was quickly restored in an instant. The feeling of insignificance in the darkness converged. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the extreme. At this moment, they had only one thought. I just want to see what the result of this amazing vision will be. However, at first glance, the scene that can be seen is like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting the depths of the soul. With their pupils contracted, everyone was stunned as they looked at the sky that was torn in half. At this moment, the scene in front of them gave them a dreamlike illusion. Is this a sword that splits the sky? A ninja stammered. The sound of swallowing saliva could not be dissipated for a long time in the dead silence of Konoha village. Sarutobi Mirai and Hyuga Hanabi and others standing behind Chinyu. The whole person seemed to be exhausted and sat on the ground. The pale cheeks were full of disbelief. At first, they just thought it was a joke. However, this scene in front of them explained what it means to keep one's word. Chapter 1306 A sword splits the sky. Boom! The sound of the explosion in the sky rolled away. Looking at the dark lead cloud that was piled up above the sky, it was cut in half. It rolled back wildly in all directions, forming a huge natural chasm. Everyone's heart was shaken. Even Uzumaki Naruto, the 7th generation Hokage, and Uchiha Sasuke and others. They were no exception. They had thought that Uchiha Chinyu was very powerful. However, as a new generation, especially in this era, he was praised as a legendary existence. If there was no arrogance in his heart, it would be fake. In the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi and others highly respected Uchiha Chinyu. However, according to their ideas, there was still a way to defeat him. However, the casual knife just now, the posture of tearing the world apart. It shook their beliefs. Such means, let alone the new generation of them, I am afraid that even Uchiha Itachi and Obito would find it difficult to achieve. Of course, this is only a one-sided discussion. If the two of them use their best tricks, they can still cause a certain degree of damage. But can a killer move be compared to a random attack? Sure enough, Qin Yu, he has become stronger. Fortunately, he is not on the level of hostility this time. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Naruto and Sasuke in silence. As a senior and the 6th Hokage, he certainly knew what was in the minds of these two juniors. However, after experiencing that era, Uchiha Itachi had already understood a truth. Being unruly, but there is a heavy price to pay. No, if he can do it, we can do it too. We still have that power. Uzumaki Naruto came back to his senses, clenched his fists, and cheered himself up. Sasuke on the side did not speak, but also nodded in agreement. Looking at the two who were a little confused, Uchiha Itachi did not continue to say more to the stubborn junior. I know you are dissatisfied. It can be said that people of the same generation were all defeated by him. However, you can challenge him, but you must not involve Konoha Ninja Village, otherwise Danzo will be your fate. If those things had not washed away his deeds in the ninja world that day, it would be great, at least there would be no need to continue to worry. Having said this, Uchiha Itachi turned and left. The end of the game here is left to you to deal with. As for how to cover up everything just now, you can figure it out yourself. After leaving these words, Uchiha Itachi left neatly. In his eyes, there was the legend of Uchiha Qin Yu. This so-called Shikaku puppet is enough to kill instantly. That Shikaku puppet! A ninja in the distance was the first to exclaim. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's attention was quickly pulled back. His eyes turned and fell on the scene. Looking at the huge slash mark that penetrated hundreds of meters, showing the slash mark on the Shikaku puppet's forehead. The people present were stunned. At this moment, they realized that the knife just now not only split the sky, but also the Shikaku puppet. Be careful, hurry up and follow me, annihilate it before this Shikaku puppet reassembles. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly woke up. However, he was quickly stopped by Uchiha Sasuke. No need, his attack directly destroyed the soul core of the Shikaku puppet, and the Shikaku puppet has lost its ability to reassemble. Uchiha Sasuke's pair of Mangekyou Sharingan operated to the extreme. At that moment just now, he seemed to see a strange scene. The Uchiha Qin Yu in front of him, who was highly respected by people, seemed to have a Mangekyou Sharingan that was more special than his. Unfortunately, that scene was gone in an instant. He disappeared before he could come to his senses. Boom! The huge Shikaku puppet, with its huge body, collapsed directly. It fell like a rainstorm. Seeing this scene, the ninjas around woke up and retreated violently. Even Sarutobi Mirai and Hyuga Hanabi came back to their senses in shock. They quickly retreated. However, during this process, their eyes were always fixed on Qin Yu's back. The shock in their pupils still did not dissipate. Are you okay? Qin Yu disappeared from the spot like a ghost, and appeared again at the side of the two. Under the confused eyes of the two, he reached out and covered their heads directly. Pat the head to kill. Sarutobi Mirai and Hyuga Hanabi were stunned. If they had not seen Qin Yu's strength, they might resist to death. But now, they have not only seen Qin Yu's methods. Just now, they were saved. Now the only thing they can do is to blush and lower their heads like helpless children. Did you see that? Teacher Mirai seems to be shy. She is usually very manly. Izuno Wasabi whispered. Wabi, be careful or I'll cut you. Sarutobi Mirai exploded. She rolled up her sleeves and rushed straight to Izuno Wasabi. Hyuga Hanabi also took this opportunity to break free from Qin Yu's head-patting kill, and said with a blush on her face, Senior Qin Yu, was that a chakra slash just now? As a ninja of ninjutsu, especially the future heir of the Hyuga family. With the growth of Konoha village and Uchiha clan, she knew clearly that the Hyuga family's position as the first family in Konoha village was also shaken. It's a pity that in the face of the powerful ability of the Mangekyou Sharingan transformed from the Sharingan, even the Hyuga family, who constantly improves the Byakugan and the soft fist, seems a bit powerless. Especially, facing a behemoth opponent like Shikaku puppet. Whether it is the 8 diagrams 64 palms or the 8 diagrams empty fist, the damage that can be caused is limited. This makes the situation of the Hyuga family gradually become passive. If there is no more son-in-law of the 7th generation Hokage, the status of the Hyuga family will probably decline rapidly. Hyuga Hanabi saw all this. Unfortunately, it has always been beyond her ability. Not long ago, she also tried to find the 5th generation Hokage, White Fang Shunya Hitaki Kakashi, to ask for advice. However, Kakashi's attainments in White Fang swordsmanship are still in the process of exploration, and he provided a lot of advice to Hyuga Hanabi. But in Hyuga Hanabi's calculations, even if she really integrated all of this, but the strength that can be improved is obviously still different from that of the Uchiha clan. Over time, the title of the first family of Konoha of the Hyuga family will eventually change hands. It is precisely because of this reason. After seeing the heaven-splitting sword with her own eyes, Hinata Hanabi was shocked and had a little hope. She hoped to find a breakthrough in Chinyu. Although, as a competitor, it seemed a bit unrealistic for Hinata Hanabi to turn the situation around on the Uchiha clan. But her intuition told Hanabi that the man in front of her was different. Chapter 1307 The Shortcut to Becoming Stronger. Chakra Slash. Chinyu raised his eyebrows, looked at Hinata Hanabi with hope on his face, touched his nose, and said with a smile, "You can say that. Are you interested?" Chinyu could certainly see Hinata Hanabi's intention. After all, he was also born in Konoha, and he was also it as a reincarnation. For the Hyuga family, the title of the largest family in Konoha is obviously not worthy of the name. Compared with the Uchiha family, the Susanoo and various eye techniques that can destroy mountains and seas when the Mangekyo is opened. If the Byakugan cannot transform into the Samsara eye on the road to progress, it is indeed too difficult. Is this really the strength that ninjutsu can exert? Hinata Hanabi's pretty face also turned red. Can I reach this level? What she said just now was just speculation, and now she got Chinyu's affirmative answer. It obviously shocked her. As long as someone can do it, it means that she will have the opportunity to do it. Perhaps, there is no way to imitate it and do it 100%. But after seeing the sword that was like opening the sky with her own eyes, as long as she can reach half of the power of this blow, it is already very good. Hanabi, do you want to learn swordsmanship from Master Chinyu? Sarutobi Mirai's expression froze, and she said, to reach this level, I'm afraid it will cost a lot, right? At this point, Sarutobi Mirai looked at Chinyu. Sarutobi Mirai only said half of this. The last half, when it came to her lips, was swallowed back. In her eyes, the blow that just opened the sky did give people a feeling of being astonished. However, the person who performed this blow was Uchiha Chinyu. In the mouths of Sarutobi Asuma and others, the existence that was praised as a legend was not comparable to Hyuga Hanabi at all. If Hanabi really insisted on learning, she might hurt herself in the end. Future, this is my only chance. Hyuga Hanabi shook her head and said a little stubbornly. You and I are different. I am the next head of the Hyuga family. My father's health is getting worse, and I have to worry about the family's affairs. As a daughter, I need to share some of his responsibilities, so don't persuade me. I have made up my mind. In the Konoha village, the Sarutobi clan is not as many as the Hyuga clan in terms of numbers. However, the Sarutobi clan has produced a 3rd generation Hokage, and in the Konoha village, it is only ranked 4th or 5th. There is no need to bear the burden of the largest family in the Konoha village. What's more, the current Sarutobi clan has the backbone of the living forces such as Sarutobi Asuma and Sarutobi Konohamaru. Compared with the Hyuga clan, which is only supported by a few juniors, it is obviously much stronger. Therefore, in the eyes of Hyuga Hanabi, Sarutobi Mirai will not understand this sense of mission of the family. Hanabi. Sarutobi Mirai opened his mouth and was about to say something. Okay, everyone has their own aspirations, and some words cannot be persuaded. Chinyu patted Sarutobi Mirai's shoulder and said, I can teach you this sword technique, but you are not suitable. If you force yourself to learn, it will take more time than 2 or 3 years, or even 10 years to complete. It is not worth it for you. In the world of the Sea King, it is not that there have been no female swordsmen. However, to take this path, you need to be trained from childhood. Like Dashiki, she is also a sword fanatic with talent. After spending more than 10 years to learn domineering, the power of the slash will definitely not be much stronger than the soft fist of Hyuga Hanabi now. What's more, the Hyuga family mainly uses soft fists, and Hanabi suddenly changes her style. It will be more difficult to adapt in a moment. Is it not possible? The urgency on Hyuga Hanabi's face suddenly stiffened. Like a defeated rooster, she fell into silence. Master Chinyu, I'm sorry, it was Hanabi who was too reckless. This powerful sword technique has always been your unique ninjutsu. It is indeed against the rules for Hanabi to suddenly ask for it. Please don't be surprised. Sarutobi Mirai pleaded hurriedly. In her eyes, Chinyu's refusal was obviously due to this reason. After all, the foundation of any family is its own secret skills. Like the summoning beasts of the Sarutobi clan, and various secret ninjutsu. The soft fist, bagwazang, etc. of the Hyuga clan. The multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan. These are all secret techniques. If anyone intends to get involved in the clan's secrets, this is equivalent to provoking and going to war with the clan. No, what I mean is that this sword technique takes a long time, but I have a shortcut that can make you stronger quickly. Chinyu said. However, this method of becoming stronger requires a little price, which is definitely worth the money. Faced with Hyuga Hanabi's request, Chinyu thought about trying it. However, thinking of the earthen jars in the store, they can obviously come in handy. Is there a price? Sarutobi Mirai was startled, and then suddenly woke up and said, Master Chinyu, you are not going to let Hanabi buy the earthen jars. That thing, is it, reliable? When she thought of the sky-high price of 3 million to buy an earthen jar, Sarutobi Mirai obviously still couldn't accept it. However, when she saw the 19 goblins behind her, Sarutobi Mirai's heart skipped a beat, and an absurd idea came to her mind. Those earthen jars don't really have unique powers, right? A horn can summon 19 goblins. Perhaps, their strength is not as good as those who can destroy mountains and seas at any time. However, they are actually summoned by the horn. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe it? Haha, whether it is reliable or not, you will know after trying it. Chinyu smiled and rubbed Sarutobi Mirai's head, and said. However, since you are the first customer of our shop, if you really decide to buy the earthenware jar, I will only charge you 2 million taels, and you will definitely get what you want. You will feel that it is worth the money. Okay, someone is coming, I'll go first. After saying this, Chinyu disappeared like a ghost. Future, are you okay? Asuma Sarutobi and Kurane Yui arrived quickly. Just now, they learned that their baby daughter was targeted by the Shikaku puppet, and their hearts were hanging in their throats. Especially seeing that even Naruto, the 7th generation Hokage, was blocked by the barrier, making them all like ants on a hot pot. Mom and Dad, we are fine. It was Lord Chinyu who saved us at the critical moment. Didn't you see that as soon as he appeared, he directly blocked the huge tail of the Shikaku puppet with his left hand, and shook the knife in his right hand, and even split the sky. With this method and this attitude, I finally understand why you are so in awe of him. Sarutobi Mirai took Yui Kurane's arm and said with a beaming face. The completely different actions before and after made Sarutobi Asuma and Yui Kurane's expressions stagnate. Chapter 1308. She went to buy a clay pot. Looking at Sarutobi Mirai who was so happy, Sarutobi Asuma's heart skipped a beat. He grabbed Sarutobi Mirai's shoulder and said, Future, you are not in love with Lord Chinyu, are you? You must remember that Lord Chinyu is a bird without feet. If you really want to find a man, of course you have to find someone like your father, who is mature and stable. The small voice echoed in the field. Sarutobi Mirai and Yui Kurane, who were talking about it with relish, were stunned. The eyes looking at Sarutobi Asuma suddenly became dull. Dad, what are you talking about? Sarutobi Mirai's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stamped her feet in a hurry. Mom, you should teach Dad a lesson quickly. If this matter gets out, how can I get married in the future? Sarutobi Mirai also felt that she was caught off guard. However, facing Sarutobi Asuma's words, Sarutobi Mirai's heart was shocked, and she obviously felt inexplicably touched. Future, don't worry about your dad. As a woman, you must pursue love. No matter what choice you make, Mom will support you. Ziri Kurane clenched her fist and cheered. Mom, you are too much. I don't care about you. Sarutobi Mirai glared, turned around angrily and walked towards Hinata Hanabi. Hanabi, don't listen to their nonsense. But, looking at you like this, you are not really going to buy a clay pot, right? I had doubts just now, but you also saw that the horn that Lord Chinyu gave me did summon goblins. Faced with this situation, I can't tell whether this thing is worth it or not. Sarutobi Mirai looked at the goblin with a headache. After seeing the effect of the goblin general's horn with his own eyes, he became more curious about what was inside the earthen jar. It was able to make the legendary Uchiha Chinyu offer such a sky-high price. Hanabi, you also know about the store of Lord Chinyu? You are not going to buy a broken jar worth 3 million, are you? This is probably a bit unrealistic. Sarutobi Asuma had already pricked up his ears, intending to listen to Sarutobi Mirai's voice. Now when he heard the word earthen jar, he was obviously blown up. After all, this was about the scene of his failed show of force. All the heroic spirit that day was needed. Now when he thought about it, his cheeks were hot. Asuma, be careful of what you say, be careful that Lord Chinyu hears it, and you will be in trouble. Yui Kurane glared at him. Sarutobi Mirai also nodded repeatedly and said, Dad, you better be careful. I don't want to see the situation of Kaishin next time. I can't save you with you there. However, Dad, if you give me money, I also want to try it. Lord Chinyu just said that the first customer will only charge 2 million. Look, my horn actually summoned the goblin army. They have the strength of Chunin, and they just saved our lives. As for the evaluation of strength, Sarutobi Mirai just speculated about the goblin army. Most importantly, they were fighting side by side just now. Therefore, Sarutobi Mirai still knows a thing or two about their strength. You said, this is the army summoned by the horn? Yui Kurane and Sarutobi Asuma were stunned. As for the horn Chinyu gave them at that time, they thought from the bottom of their hearts that it was an ordinary gift. They never thought that this thing could summon the so-called Green Goblin. If Sarutobi Mirai's words were not false. Is the earthenware jar worth 3 million real? Uncle Asuma, Aunt Hong, Hanabi knows how to think, thank you for your reminder. Hinata Hanabi came back to her senses and said after a polite greeting. Now Konoha Ninja Village has just experienced the turmoil of the attack, and a large number of manpower is needed to maintain it in all aspects. As a member of the Hyuga family, I want to go and see if there is anything I can help with. If there is nothing else, Hanabi will leave first. After saying this, Hinata Hanabi turned and left. Looking at this scene, Sarutobi Asuma opened his mouth and was about to say something, but unfortunately, Hanabi's back had disappeared at the end of his sight. Teacher Asuma, where is Hanabi? Is she okay? Naruto landed in the middle of the field like a ghost. After looking around, he couldn't help but frown. After the Shikaku puppet was broken, Naruto immediately inspected the battlefield thoroughly to see if there was anything wrong. Is there any hidden danger? It was only a few minutes before and after, and when he came to his senses, he found that his sister-in-law was gone. Hanabi. Asuma opened his mouth hesitantly, and finally said helplessly, 7th generation, I didn't intend to say it, but Lord Chinyu, since you opened a small shop in Konoha village, you will know these things sooner or later. Besides, you sent me to monitor Lord Chinyu, so I still have to report what happened. Hanabi may have gone to Lord Chinyu to buy a clay pot. As Asuma reported, Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed continuously, and finally his expression stagnated, and he said in a lost voice, You said 3 million for a clay pot? Is this a black shop? Looking at the startled 7th generation Hokage Uzumaki Naruto, Sarutobi Mirai couldn't help muttering. It was the first time she knew that this Hokage was a country bumpkin like his father. However, when she thought about it, Hinata Hanabi might really go to exchange for a clay pot. This made Sarutobi Mirai feel like she was ready to make a move. She was eager to know whether this earthen jar with a sky-high price could really be a shortcut to becoming stronger. 7th generation, you don't have to be so shocked. Perhaps, Lord Chinyu did not lie, and this earthen jar is really worth this price. Zahi Kurane couldn't help but speak. For Kurane, Chinyu was the strongest person living in their era, especially the horn Chinyu gave to Sarutobi Mirai, who also saved her life. This excessive questioning from the younger generation obviously made her a little impatient. No, Hanabi is still young, and she is Hinata's sister. No matter who the other party is, I must tell Hinata about this matter and let the Hyuga family handle it themselves. Uzumaki Naruto could not hear Kurane's dissatisfaction at all. After saying this, he turned around and left. Of course, the person who left with him was Sarutobi Mirai, who ran away secretly. Mirai was curious about the role of the earthen jar. Especially thinking that Hyuga Hanabi might really buy an earthen jar. This made her even more impatient and eager to watch the ceremony. After all, compared to him, Hyuga Hanabi is the next head of the Hyuga family. She is a good friend who drives a Maserati in her left hand and a Porsche in her right hand, and a candidate for a little rich woman. If possible, Sarutobi Mirai would not be willing to witness the historic moment again. Chapter 1309 Admitting that there is a gambling element. Hyuga family, the only Konoha ninja village, a courtyard in the center. Because of the attack, the members of the Hyuga clan stationed here have already gone to support. The courtyard, which was already quiet, suddenly became even more so. Hyuga Hanabi, like a ghost, jumped in front of the gate, and before he stretched out his hand to push it open, a figure had quietly appeared behind him. His right hand was wrapped with chakra, and with a sharp and unparalleled posture, he went straight to Hanabi's back. The sudden scene made Hanabi startled at first, and then her nerves suddenly tightened, and the whole person spun quickly like a gyroscope. Bagwahushin! Bang! Fists and feet collided, and the dull collision sound echoed. Hyuga Hanabi took 2 steps back and hit the closed door. The sneak-attacking figure also pushed back 4 or 5 steps before stabilizing his body. Dad, you are still the same, you like to do it from behind. Hyuga Hanabi's tense face relaxed all of a sudden, looking at Hyuga Hayashi in combat uniform, his expression could not help but stagnate. Dad, are you going to join the war? Your body. As the next head of the family, Hyuga Hanabi is very clear about the body of this old father. In particular, the particularly vicissitudes and pale hair all tell that Hyuga Hayashi has not yet entered his old age. There is obviously something wrong with the body, and this old state seems a bit abnormal. Hanabi, you worry too much. Dad is still strong now. Let alone the black attackers, even if there are a group, I can fight. Hyuga Hayashi smiled and took a stance. Ahem. However, the collision just now obviously made him feel a little uncomfortable. He started coughing violently just after saying 2 sentences. Dad, are you okay? Hinata Hanabi hurried forward to help pat his back. Hanabi, of course Dad is fine. Hinata Hayashi hurriedly waved his hand and said, I still want to ask if you are okay, but you were distracted just now. What were you thinking about? Just now I heard that the Shikaku puppet was attacking you. You are not injured, right? Hinata Hanabi was stunned. She finally understood why Hinata Hayashi, who had not been on the battlefield for a long time, suddenly put on a combat uniform. I'm afraid that he just heard about her battle situation, so he went to the battle regardless of everything. Why are your eyes red? Your dad is also a Konoha ninja and can still go to the battlefield. As the heir of the Hyuga family, you can't cry. This is so embarrassing. Hinata Hayashi said with a big laugh. However, I really want to thank Lord Chinyu this time. If Lord Chinyu hadn't acted in time, I don't know how things would have evolved. At the end, Hyuga Hayashi still sighed and said, just now, I also rushed to the barrier constructed by Shikaku puppets. Unfortunately, no matter how I attacked, the barrier didn't move at all. In the end, I could only watch you being attacked. I'm old and useless, but I still don't want to watch the Hyuga clan being squeezed out step by step. As the head of the contemporary Hyuga family, Hyuga Hayashi can be said to be the head of the family in the most glorious period, and also is the most miserable. In the ordinary times, there are no various evil geniuses born. Their Hyuga clan can indeed occupy a place in the ninja world with the Byakugan Gentle Fist. Unfortunately, from the beginning of the Fourth Ninja World War until now, more than 20 years have passed. Hyuga Hayashi has thought of many ways to improve the strength of the Hyuga family. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tries, it seems pale and powerless under the trend of the world. Especially, seeing the Uchiha clan, the main Jikaya Sharingan appears again and again. Even Uchiha Itachi, a junior, can become the position of Hokage. For Hyuga Hayashi, this old strong man. At the same time, as the head of the first family of Konoha Ninja Village, if he doesn't want his family to have a Hokage, that's fake. Well, it's getting late. You were frightened and injured just now. Go back and rest for a while. As for the report, go tomorrow. The Konoha village is in chaos now. Fortunately, Lord Chinyu took action, otherwise I don't know how things would evolve. A sigh flashed across Hyuga Hayashi's face, and was soon replaced by a trace of excitement. However, I have known for a long time that Lord Chinyu must have become stronger after not seeing him for more than 20 years. One knife split the Shikaku puppet and the sky apart. This method is simply amazing. There was an old saying at that time that if you want to have a son, you should be like Lord Qin. As a man of that era, although Hyuga Hayashi's real age is not much older than Chinyu's era. However, when it comes to having a son, Chinyu is obviously more inclined. It can be said that in that era, Chinyu was the first choice for having a son. Dad, you are too far off topic. Hyuga Hanabi came back to her senses, rolled her eyes, and was also amused. After a slight hesitation, he said, Dad, I have come across an opportunity that may allow the Hyuga family to break and then rebuild, but I don't know if it can really be done. It will also cost a lot of money. If I want to try, will you support me, father? A lot of money? Hyuga Hayashi's expression stagnated slightly. Hyuga Hayashi has always known about Hanabi's understanding. Otherwise, he would not have married Hinata out, but would have kept Hyuga Hanabi and recruited a son-in-law. However, now Hyuga Hanabi, who has always been steady, actually told him to take a gamble. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Hyuga Hayashi would still not believe it. Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, and Hyuga Hayashi sighed faintly. Hanabi, you have finally grown up and know how to take a gamble yourself. Don't worry. No matter what choice you make, Dad will support you. How much money do you say? I'll give it to you. Hyuga Hayashi patted his chest and said. Now it feels like he is obviously no longer the head of the family. Instead, he was a simple and kind father. 2 million taels, I want to buy an opportunity. After hesitating for a moment, Hinata Hanabi raised 2 fingers and said heavily. Hinata Hanabi also thought about telling Hinata Hayashi everything about buying the earthenware pot. However, when she thought about it, she admitted that this was a gamble. Hinata Hanabi still didn't dare to reveal all this too early, worried that the greater the hope of Hinata Hayashi, the greater the disappointment in the end. 2 million to buy an opportunity. Hinata Hayashi's expression stagnated, and then as if he thought of something, his eyes lit up and he said in a deep voice. Well, since you have this kind of heart, your father will gamble with you. 2 million is just a small amount of money. You don't have to take it too seriously. If it doesn't work, don't force it. If it doesn't work again, I will put my face aside and ask Uchiha Chinyu for help. Chapter 1310 Invincible with it. Hinata Hanabi was stunned for a moment. If Hyuga Hayashi knew that this gamble based on luck was to bet the future glory of the Hyuga family on Uchiha Chinyu, I'm afraid I don't know what expression he would have. Of course, if Sarutobi Mirai knew that the sky-high price of 2 million taels became small money in the mouths of the father and daughter, I'm afraid I don't know what expression he would have. Hyuga Hanabi exhaled a foul breath, took the bank card handed over by Hyuga Hayashi, and said, Father, I'll go quickly, you go to rest first. Well, you go quickly, even if it doesn't work, it's okay, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Hyuga Hayashi hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice. Hyuga Hanabi clenched the bank card in her hand, nodded, turned around and jumped away. The Konoha ninja village under the dark curtain was obviously not calm after the invasion of the black attackers during the day. Although a group of ninjas and Hokage quickly reacted and blocked the puppets, however, because of the huge Shikaku puppet, a large area of houses were destroyed. In addition to the rapid reconstruction, there are also some ninjas patrolling around to prevent the puppets that were repelled from making a comeback. Under this premise, only the commercial street on the edge of the Martyrs' Cemetery can remain quiet. A pretty shadow quickly passed through the darkness and finally landed in front of the brightly lit shop. Compared with other shops that have long been closed and seem unusually dead, the small shop at the end of the street that is still in business is undoubtedly a bit different. Those who are destined to get it, those who are not destined to pass it, and in the middle, only those who are destined to cross it. According to Sarutobi Mirai's description, Hinata Hanabi landed in front of the shop, looked up and frowned, and looked at a strange couplet and a horizontal banner hanging in front of the shop. This kind of thing is simply an alternative existence in the ninja world. Most importantly, these words are written with a silver hook, and there is a sense of dominance between the lines. If a customer who is not here for this purpose, he may just see this arrogant couplet. Then he will turn around and leave. After all, in the eyes of many businessmen, customers are the definition of God, but it is everywhere. It is written here that only people with predestined relationships will be saved. It is enough to prove that the store manager here does not do business with just anyone. Lord Qin is indeed not an ordinary person. This small store is really domineering. I hope it can really help the Hyga family. Hyga Hanabi sighed faintly and retracted her gaze. Just as she was about to step in, her nerves suddenly tensed up. Soft fist lion step. Ning Hyga Hanabi moved suddenly, and with the chakra infusion of both hands, she turned into a posture like a lion's head, turned around and punched behind her. Bang! A dull punching sound rang out, and Hinata Hanabi saw a figure being forced to retreat violently, but her eyebrows were raised. Mirai, why are you here? At that moment, Hinata Hanabi thought that the black shadow that appeared behind her should be related to the black attacker in the daytime. The force of this punch was obviously not small. Hanabi, your soft fist double lion fist is more powerful, worthy of being the little genius of the Hyga family. Sarutobi Mirai rubbed his shoulders and said. But, I thought you would arrive at least tomorrow. I didn't expect that you would come here as soon as you left the Hyga family. Aren't you too impatient? Also, I didn't expect that you really wanted to improve your strength through the earthen jar, which is 2 million taels. When I thought about it, this sky-high price became a bargain. However, for a fledgling ninja, the pressure was obviously not small. Mirai, I'm sorry, I didn't expect that you have the habit of following people at night. Hinata Hanabi said teasingly with a hint of apology. If you can use 2 million taels of small money to get away to become stronger, it will be a good thing for the Hyga family. You don't understand in the future. 2 million is a small amount of money? Hanabi, you are deliberately irritating me. Rich woman, let's be friends. Sarutobi Mirai screamed. As they are of similar age, the two are obviously very good friends. No, you girl, you are always sneaking around. I'm here to do business today. Hyga Hanabi rolled her eyes and looked back at the store. She couldn't help but clench her fists, showing a hint of nervousness. This time, Hyga Hanabi was filled with all her hopes. Come in if you come. Standing outside the door, you will be in trouble. A faint voice came from behind the door, which made Hyga Hanabi startled. Hehe, you are worthy of being Lord Qin. You have discovered us a long time ago. We are here now. Sarutobi Mirai laughed and dragged Hyga Hanabi, who was nervous, and pushed the door in. As soon as they stepped into the door, Mirai Sarutobi and Hanabi Hinata first saw a thin blonde man with a mustache and a suit standing beside Qin. Master Qin, do you have a customer? I didn't expect this black, small shop to have a customer so soon. 1 million may not be much for a rich woman like Hanabi, but it doesn't seem good to be beaten to it. Mirai Sarutobi said quickly. This meant that she was obviously going to the thin blonde man. It meant that Hanabi Hinata had already booked this grand opening promotion. Future, don't be rude. Since this senior appeared in Master Qin shop, he must be a destined person. There is no order of destiny. Hanabi Hinata shook her head and said. For Hanabi, she was going for the earthen jar. If someone could get there before her, it was not only because of luck, but also because of this opportunity. She could watch from the side and see what she could get when the earthen jar was opened. Little rich woman, that's 1 million. Sarutobi Mirai said unwillingly. But soon, Hyga Hanabi covered her mouth. Okay, stop messing around. This is my first subordinate. This time, I came to fulfill the agreement with the 5th Hokage. Qin waved his hand. The promise I made is still valid, but I didn't expect that you are more anxious than I thought. It seems that the current situation of the Hyga family is not very good. However, I still boast that you will feel fortunate for your choice today in the future. The value of these earthenware jars will only increase in the future, and the conditions for obtaining them will be higher. In the end, if you have it, you will be invincible. Perhaps the entire ninja world is not qualified to own it. Invincible if you have it. Hyga Hanabi and Sarutobi Mirai couldn't help but stagnate. Looking at Uchiha Qin with a calm face and these crazy and irrelevant words. This is probably the strongest advertising slogan in history, right? If you don't hear it with your own ears, who would believe that someone would say such arrogant words? Chapter 1311, Susanoo can be blown up with one blow. Thank you for the advice, Mr. Qin. I have made up my mind to come this time. Whether it works or not, I would like to thank you first. Hyga Hanabi exhaled a deep breath and bowed solemnly. The situation of the Hyga family is indeed not very good, so I want to take advantage of this opportunity to help the Hyuga family get out of trouble. As for the Uchiha clan. At this point, Hyuga Hanabi still looked at Chinyu. After all, in her cognition, Uchiha Chinyu is a member of the Uchiha clan. If he really helped her, it would mean betraying the Uchiha clan. Are you worried that I will become a sinner of the Uchiha clan? Chinyu smiled and reached out to rub Hinata Hanabi's head, saying, I am a sinner in the ninja world, you don't need to worry too much. Seeing your impatience, let's start quickly. Hinata Hanabi's cheeks were slightly red, and she retracted her head. In the Konoha ninja village, she was like a little princess. When has anyone rubbed her head so unscrupulously? However, after meeting Uchiha Chinyu, she was repeatedly treated as a porcelain doll and allowed to be fiddled with by others. If she hadn't experienced it personally, Hinata Hanabi would not dare to believe that she would have this day. However, when she thought of the hope brought by Uchiha Chinyu, Hinata Hanabi still bit the bullet and accepted it happily. However, now Hinata Hanabi's mind is still on the earthenware jars on the counter. Perhaps because Chinyu had already expected her to come. Compared with the last time, these 3 earthenware jars have been obviously cleaned up, and the dust on them. However, there are still traces of time. You should have listened to the rules in the future. These 3 earthenware jars can communicate with the world and get anything inside. Chinyu glanced at the earthenware jars lightly. As for what you can get, it all depends on your luck, but the products of the small shop must be fine products, I think you will be satisfied. The products of the small shop must be fine products? Sarutobi Mirai and Hinata Hanabi's expressions could not help but stagnate. How much courage does it take to be able to say such words? However, it is precisely because of this reason that Chinyu's identity is clear here. This makes Hinata Hanabi feel a little more urgent. Hey! Hinata Hanabi took a deep breath, handed the bank card in her hand to Chinyu, and her eyes were fixed on the earthen jar, unable to move away. However, it was obviously unrealistic to think that she could see what was inside the earthen jar with her naked eyes. Byun! Hinata Hanabi's eyes widened, and blue veins spread in the corners of her eyes, and her pupil technique was obviously activated to the extreme. However, no matter how she activated her byun, the earthen jar in front of her seemed to be shrouded in a fog. It was impossible to see through it at all. Hanabi, can't even see through the byun. Sarutobi Mirai said anxiously. For a sky-high earthen jar worth 2 million, even her carefree personality could not bear it. I want to know what is inside it that can help the Hyuga family get out of trouble. I can't see through it, it seems that I can only try my luck. Hinata Hanabi shook her head and dispersed her byun. His eyes quickly swept over the 3 earthen jars, and finally he exhaled a deep breath and reached out to grab the earthen jar in the middle. Master Chinyu, I have decided to choose this one. Have you really decided? You still have a chance to change your mind now. Chinyu said lightly. If you have decided, smash it and you can get the things of the universe contained in it. It may make you transform or let you ascend to heaven in one step. For these 3 earthen jars, Chinyu didn't know what would appear in them. However, Chinyu still held hope that the system's products must be exquisite. Of course, if the first one was a Waterloo, Chinyu would definitely dismantle the system. Master Chinyu, there is no need to change it. I will take this earthen jar. If I don't even have the courage to make a firm choice, how can I revitalize the Hyuga family, and I don't have the face to be the next head of the family? Hyuga Hanabi shook her head and looked at the earthen jar. After exhaling several times in succession, she threw the earthen jar into the air with her backhand. The white eyes suddenly opened, and chakra emerged from the fists. Soft fist double lion. Bang! A pair of fists, like a lion, rushed to the earthenware jar. Bang! The earthenware jar exploded and turned into fragments all over the sky, disintegrating in the void. However, as soon as these earthenware jar fragments were shattered, they turned into crystal light all over the sky and disappeared in the void. Woo! A thunderous snort, like a thunder falling from the sky, rushed straight into the sky. The whole Konoha ninja village seemed to be shaken. A large wave of air was set off, and it even washed the whole shop. Sarutobi Mirai and Hinata Hanabi, who were close at hand, seemed to encounter a heavy hammer and flew backwards. However, just after taking a few steps back, they were blocked by Chinyu on the back. At the same time, the Scarlet Susanoo, as red as blood, quickly covered the bodies of the 2. Susanoo? Manjakaya? Sharingan? Sarutobi Mirai and Hinata Hanabi were stunned for a moment and looked at Uchiha Chinyu. The scene they saw made their expressions change drastically. 9 Megatama Manjakaya. Sharingan? What on earth is going on? Sarutobi Mirai couldn't help but mutter. She is proficient in illusion and has also fought with Chinyu. Although it has long been known that Uchiha Chinyu has an extraordinary Manjakaya. Sharingan. However, it was never expected that Chinyu's Manjakaya would be so different. Don't look at it. You are very lucky this time. You actually got the Holy Elephant Collapse, which is very suitable for your physical skills. Chinyu took a look at the light image of a size of a meter that appeared in the void, and his eyebrows couldn't help but raise. Just now, he also thought about what might appear in this earthen jar. When he saw this little light image, various related information flashed through his mind. Finally, the conditions were met, and the system information that appeared in his mind made Chinyu instantly understand that he was not wrong. This is from Wu Xjian Kun Lindong of the Great Yan Dynasty possessed the medium-level martial arts. Once learned, the power will be transformed into a huge elephant of light. After practicing the power of the 9 elephants, it can even break rocks and shatter mountains. At that time, it will be enough to be the only one in the huge ninja world. Master Chinyu, is this thing very powerful? Sarutobi Mirai asked in shock. She never thought that a clay pot would not drop out of some scroll or artifact. Instead, a shiny elephant fell out. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Don't worry, if Hanabi can practice the Holy Elephant Collapse to the extreme, she may be able to blow up Susanoo with one blow. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing in the small shop for a long time without being able to dissipate. Even Hyuga Hanabi and Sarutobi Mirai, their expressions were stiff. Chapter 1312 Holy Elephant Collapses. Can Susanoo be blown up with one blow? Sarutobi Mirai and Hinata Hanabi were stunned. Looking at Uchiha Chinyu, their faces were full of disbelief. Especially when they saw the Susanoo appearing behind Chinyu, their eyes were straight. Once the Uchiha clan opened the Manjakaya Sharingan, they could obtain various powerful eye techniques. Among them, Susanoo, known as the strongest spear and the strongest shield, was a great threat to the ninja world. However, now that Chinyu opened his mouth, he said that this thing, if cultivated to the extreme, could blow up Susanoo with one punch. Does this mean that this Susanoo is no exception? Don't stare at my Susanoo, it is different. If I were you, I'd better accept this Holy Elephant Collapses as soon as possible, otherwise it would be bad if something unexpected happened. Chinyu instantly saw their thoughts and spoke directly. Hinata Hanabi suddenly came to her senses. She had waited so long, and expected so much, just for this moment. Now that she could get a powerful method that could blow up Susanoo with one punch. How could she keep calm? However, Hyuga Hanabi quickly thought of an important thing and said, Master Chinyu, can I really learn it? In the common sense of Hyuga Hanabi and Sarutobi Mirai, there are thousands of ninjutsu. But it is obviously rare to find a ninjutsu that suits you and can be learned. Not to mention, practicing it to the extreme. Hyuga Hanabi had also heard of the reputation of the 8 gates. He also went to ask Might Guy for advice. However, this kind of hard training, like fighting desperately, is obviously not suitable for a soft-fist girl like Hyuga Hanabi. Although Hyuga Hanabi also studied secretly, she failed in the end. Don't worry, you don't need to learn this thing at the beginning, you can just touch it with your hand. Chinyu said lightly. When the earthen jar was smashed just now, the system had informed all the related things. What Hinata Hanabi had to do now was as simple as what Chinyu said. However, Chinyu still found the most shocking thing. You can get started as soon as you touch it. Hinata Hanabi was stunned. However, the earthen jar could give birth to a light image, and she believed in Chinyu's words. This matter was originally mysterious. Now facing Chinyu's slightly crazy words, she still took a deep breath and quickly approached the light image. As soon as she approached, the light image that was still hovering in the void snorted and quickly swooped towards Hinata Hanabi. The sudden scene made her look stagnant. Before she could react, the light image had already hit her body head-on. In an instant, the light image collapsed and turned into white light dots all over the sky, and quickly merged into Hinata Hanabi's body. Facing this sudden scene, Hinata Hanabi felt warm all over her body. Her bones seemed to be numb and melted at this moment, and she couldn't help but let out a low, shameful cry. Her cheeks were slightly red, but her mind roared. The next moment, something that did not belong to her memory, about the holy elephant's collapse, filled her mind. Bang! Hinata Hanabi felt a roar in her mind. When she came to her senses, she had appeared in a strange world. A young man came from the sky, facing an opponent with a vague image, and took the lead. One step down, the world shook violently, and the violent power exploded like a violent explosion, penetrating the body at the same time. It stirred the whole world, as if there was an invisible big hand kneading it, and finally turned into 9 huge elephants. When the young man took 9 steps, his momentum rose to the extreme. The 9 elephants gathered together and turned into a small mountain, lingering in the void. At this moment, endless golden light bloomed like a frenzy. The young man was like a god, bathing in it. Without any fancy moves, he stepped out. When a punch was thrown, the huge elephant behind him roared, directly crashed through the void and landed on the enemy. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded. Hyuga Hanabi felt everything in front of her shattered. A huge wave of air rolled over, and finally the world fell into darkness. Although Hyuga Hanabi didn't see the end, she could tell with her toes that this time she would definitely get a great fortune. Hanabi, why are you standing here? Don't be discouraged if it doesn't work. Lord Chinyu will definitely help you. He won't ruin his reputation. Sarutobi Mirai said anxiously. Chinyu rolled his eyes and slapped her on the back of her head. You are such a troublemaker. Hanabi is having an epiphany and will soon come to her senses. If you hinder her and make her less able to comprehend other things, you will have to sell your body. This. Sarutobi Mirai covered her mouth and subconsciously took a half step back. As a good girlfriend, she didn't want to see Hyuga Hanabi capsize in the gutter. Don't worry, I'm fine. Hyuga Hanabi came to her senses, shook her head, and looked at Chinyu with gratitude. Master Chinyu, thank you for your kindness in reshaping the Hyuga family. In the future, Hanabi will definitely repay you well. I have already comprehended the holy elephant collapse of the sky. Although it is only the 2nd level now, I believe that it will soon reach the extreme. For Hyuga Hanabi. At the moment of receiving the light image, she was also shocked. If it weren't for personal experience, I'm afraid no one would believe that there is really a ninjutsu that can be learned in an instant in this world. It can be said that looking at the entire ninja world, such a powerful ninjutsu like the thunder release armor requires so much time and effort. For a ninjutsu like Chinyu, which can be learned with just one touch, this method is a bit shocking. It is precisely because of this reason that Hinata Hanabi believes more that Chinyu is living in a legend. Hanabi, this thing really works. You are not saying this on purpose because you love your face, right? Sarutobi Mirai asked impatiently. Hinata Hanabi rolled her eyes and said, will I lie to you? I really believe that when it reaches its peak, it can blast Susanoo with one punch. When that time comes, sister will protect you. You protect me. Sarutobi Mirai was stunned. It was the first time she saw Hinata Hanabi showing such a rushing posture. However, it was precisely for this reason that Sarutobi Mirai also believed that Hinata Hanabi would not lie to herself. Although she didn't know what Hinata Hanabi got, her eyes looking at the earth pot were full of heat. Someone is here, but unfortunately they are not guests, they are here to smash the store. Chinyu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Smashing the store. Sarutobi Mirai's expression froze, they knew clearly how powerful Chinyu was. Smashing the store in front of this legendary strongman, this is nothing but seeking death. Chapter 1313 Chinyu is really innocent. Smashing the store. Sarutobi Mirai and Hinata Hanabi were stunned, in their eyes, Uchiha Chinyu is a legendary existence. This simple little store, with the status of the mother and son, has also risen. A little store that can be called a legendary store is no exception. However, now someone came to smash the store. If this is not seeking death, then what is it? Hanabi, didn't Lord Chinyu say that this holy elephant can be entered instantly? Now is a good opportunity for you to practice, and let those ignorant people see the power of Lord Chinyu's Wanja store. It is not a so-called black shop. Sarutobi Mirai dragged Hinata Hanabi and rushed out of the store, shouting first. You arrogant bastards, you dare to smash the store, you must pass me and Hanabi first. If I can't kill you, Hanabi is not a rich woman. The stern shouting was mixed with a sense of majesty. However, the meaning between the lines was obviously that he was taking advantage of the tiger's power. When the two saw the enemy in front of the store, their pretty faces were suddenly covered with black lines. Feeling the murderous gaze, Sarutobi Mirai couldn't help shrinking his neck. Sister, brother Niji, why are you here? Hinata Hanabi frowned and said, Father, did you tell them this? This time, she came to gamble on her luck. The huge Hyuga family, Hinata Hanabi only leaked it to Hyuga Hayashi. However, Hyuga Hayashi only knew that Hinata Hanabi went to gamble on her luck, not the details. Now the appearance of Hinata and Niji made Hinata Hanabi subconsciously think of Hyuga Hayashi. However, when she thought of the holy elephant collapse in the earthen jar just now, a trace of excitement appeared on Hinata Hanabi's face. She knew clearly that she won the bet this time. This joy that was enough to make the Hyuga family rise made Hinata Hanabi eager to share it. Hanabi, are you crazy? You actually believe in a sinner in the ninja world. You are the next heir of the Hyuga family, a special jonin of Konoha Ninja Village, and the instructor of Class 17. Hinata Hyuga exploded first. You were deceived by someone else's words and believed that you could get a powerful ninjutsu by opening a jar. That's 2 million taels. Let Uchiha Chinyu come out. I want to see how he explains it. This is Konoha Ninja Village. We are also the Hyuga family. We can't be deceived like this. The rolling voices echoed between heaven and earth, completely breaking the dead silence of the night. Hyuga Hanabi was stunned. The joy in her heart was extinguished at once. Originally, she was thinking about sharing, but was directly replaced by anger. Sister, you are too much. Now, immediately, apologize to Lord Chinyu. Otherwise, don't blame me. The next head of the family will be rude and will use the family law to deal with you. Facing Hyuga Hinata, who is usually virtuous, she suddenly showed this kind of shrewish attitude. Hyuga Hanabi knew clearly that all this was because she was worried that she would be deceived. After all, spending 2 million to buy a clay jar that claims to make people stronger is really mysterious. If you haven't experienced it yourself, the mystery in the earthen jar, Hyuga Hanabi would never believe it. However, it is precisely because she knows the power of the earthen jar that Hyuga Hanabi clearly understands the power of Uchiha Kainu. Now Hyuga Hinata opened her mouth and put Kainu on the list of liars. This kind of behavior, once Uchiha Kainu is provoked, it is a suicidal act. Most importantly, Hyuga Hanabi saw Chinyu being wronged in public. This made her feel furious. Even if this person is her elder sister, it is absolutely no exception. Hanabi, are you going to use the family rules of the head of the family against my sister? Hyuga Hinata was stunned for a moment, then turned back and roared angrily. Father, you also saw that Hanabi was not only deceived by Uchiha Kainu, but also used the family rules against me, her sister. She must have been under an illusion. Father, please act quickly and save Hanabi. Snap. A crisp slapping sound suddenly rang out. A burning sensation rolled over Hinata Hyuga's cheek. Looking at Hyuga Hayashi, who was so angry that he raised his palm and wanted to slap her for the second time, Hinata Hyuga was stunned. Although she has always been less talented than Hyuga Niji and Hyuga Hanabi. However, she is still the eldest princess of the Hyuga family. When was she slapped by her father in public? If it weren't for the burning sensation on her face, Hinata Hyuga might have thought she was dreaming. Hinata, do you want to ask me why I hit you? Hyuga Hayashi said excitedly with gritted teeth. I wanted to wake you up just now. Do you know who you were talking to? That's Uchiha Chinyu. If you want to die, that's fine, but don't drag the Hyuga family into it. Also, at first I thought that Hanabi was deceived by someone. It turns out that the liar you mentioned is Chinyu. If I had known earlier, I would never come. I believe that Chinyu would never deceive Hanabi. The long voice of Er Chang rolled away in the dark night. Looking at the furious Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hinata was stunned, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Father, you hit me. What if I hit you? Apologize to Chinyu immediately, otherwise I will wake you up again. Hyuga Hayashi said with regret. When he raised his hand again, a ghost-like figure landed in front of Hyuga Hinata one step ahead. Following that, 3 or 4 black shadows followed closely. 7th generation, why are you here? Hyuga Niji's expression froze. The fight just now could only be regarded as an internal matter of their Hyuga clan. Now Uzumaki Naruto, the Hokage, is here. As a husband, he will never let his wife suffer. It is precisely because of this reason that things will become more chaotic. Mirai, you really come here to join in the fun. I will teach you a lesson later. Sarutobi Asuma glared. He was ordered to monitor Uchiha Chinyu. However, just now, he and Yui Kurane were dealing with the order of Konoha Ninja Village after the attack. So when Uzumaki Naruto asked, he knew what happened here and came late. Dad, I didn't make trouble. It's just that someone came and wrongly accused people without knowing the truth. Lord Chinyu is really innocent. Sarutobi Mirai said with a sneer. The voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone in the whole scene. Sarutobi Asuma knew that Mirai's words seemed a bit impolite. However, he still subconsciously looked at Hyuga Hinata. Finally understood why Hyuga Hayashi was so angry. Chapter 1314 likes to win people over with virtue. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Hyuga Hinata. Recalling the scenes just now in a hurry, Hyuga Hinata's expression was obviously a little bit embarrassed. What she said in a hurry just now was obviously a bit too much. However, the arrow had to be shot, especially in front of so many people. Asking her to admit her mistake was obviously a bit embarrassing. What's more, her husband, the Hokage, is still in the field now. This is a different confidence. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hinata said with a stiff face, "Humph, I didn't wrong anyone. 2 million may not be a lot for the Hyuga family, but using this huge sum of money to buy a broken earthen jar and saying that it can get stronger, isn't this deceiving Hanabi? I know, you all say that Uchiha Chinyu is a legend. But this legendary person actually deceived an ignorant girl and now claims to use family rules to deal with my sister. This is simply unjust." At this point, Hyuga Hinata looked at the shop and gritted her teeth and said, "Look, if he didn't suffer a loss, why is he still hiding in it and not coming out to confront us? Of course, if you plan to retaliate against us with violence, I will admit it for my sister." "Sister, you are too much. Who said I didn't get what I wanted?" Hyuga Hanabi was anxious. Looking at Hyuga Hinata who was about to go berserk, he kept pushing his feet again and again. Hinata Hanabi was really worried that something would suddenly shoot out from the store and kill her stupid sister instantly. She didn't even have a chance to rescue her. "You said you got what you wanted." Hinata Hyuga was stunned for a moment, then he said in a hurry, "So what you mean is that guy has deceived you? Hanabi, you are not really under the illusion, or you are in love with that guy, Naruto, you give me justice." "In love with that guy?" Hinata Hanabi was stunned. She never thought that this sister was not only capable of causing trouble, but also had a big brain. She actually said such a ridiculous thing in such a public situation. "Hinata, calm down." Uzumaki Naruto frowned and exclaimed softly. He was also unhappy about his sister-in-law being deceived. However, as the Hokage of Konoha village, the leader of the contemporary era, he has to think about and take care of more things than Hinata. In particular, Chinyu used a knife to open the sky and kill Shikaku puppets in seconds not long ago, which made him feel daunted. If possible, Naruto just wants to solve this matter, and does not want to offend Chinyu completely for the time being. Of course, if he can use that power completely freely. This is another way of saying it. "Naruto, you asked me to calm down. Do you also think I am being unreasonable?" Hyuga Hinata was anxious. She immediately showed the unreasonableness of a woman. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Hayashi's face was extremely gloomy. He glanced at the shop vigilantly and walked up quickly. "Hinata, you have gone too far. Today I will wake you up and let you know where you are wrong." With a shout, Hyuga Hinata's expression changed. Facing the lesson from her old father, she was unwilling. But she didn't dare to resist casually because of her status. She just cast her eyes for help to Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto sighed helplessly and was about to persuade him. But his pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at the figure who appeared behind him at some point, and his nerves were tense to the extreme. "Hayashi, it's been a long time since we last met. You have grown old and have also become impatient." Chinyu smiled warmly and patted Hyuga Hayashi on the shoulder. "This time, for the sake of our past friendship, I will not pursue it, but next time, you will be punished." Having said this, Chinyu turned around and looked at Hinata Hyuga. The domineering aura dormant in his body exploded like a raging tide. Bang! The domineering aura, like a raging wave, washed away in all directions. It felt like a hurricane passing through. The people who were close at hand groaned as if they had encountered an invisible heavy hammer, and were forced to retreat more than 10 steps while their minds were roaring. In a hidden place hundreds of meters away from here, there were 7 or 8 sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground. A figure could be vaguely seen falling to the ground, foaming at the mouth and fainting. In the dark night, the trees with a radius of 10,000 meters seemed to have encountered a hurricane, shaking violently, and the treetops made a terrifying whistling sound. The only thing that made people feel fortunate was that this breath came quickly and disappeared quickly. It gave people a feeling of being a flash in the pan, and soon disappeared out of thin air. When everyone reacted, except for the remaining feeling in their hearts, they were in the raging waves, as if they were a small boat that was about to capsize, and looked at the young man in front of them with a warm smile on his face. Their eyes obviously changed, and there was a trace of inexplicable fear in the depths of their pupils. Especially when they saw that the Anbu who was monitoring from a distance fainted instantly. This method of shocking the Anbu with just breath alone was not something that even Uzumaki Naruto, the 7th generation Hokage, could do. As for Hinata Hyuga, who was specially targeted, she felt like she fell into a pool of water and was wet all over. She kept panting. "Master Chinyu, do we need to crush them all?" A thin figure walked out of the small shop. However, compared with his fragile posture, these harsh words were obviously a bit useless. "Okay, Escanor, this is just a small punishment. What happened just now is over. Don't be so reserved. I will do business in the future. It's not good to lose someone's life. After all, I like to win people over with virtue." Chinyu smiled and patted Escanor on the shoulder. This is after he used the shadow clone technique and switched the character template to summon Escanor. He is also the person who will fulfill the bet with Kakashi for the first time. However, it is late at night, and the strength of Escanor, the sin of pride, is obviously not able to be brought into play. "Thank you, Lord Chinyu." Hyuga Hayashi came back to his senses and glanced at Hinata, who was sweating all over. "Who is this?" "This is Lord Chinyu's subordinate, a very powerful guy." Sarutobi Mirai responded in a hurry. However, seeing the embarrassed look of Hyuga Hinata, he was secretly happy. Especially the sentence of winning people over with virtue. He burst out his breath to shock people when he disagreed with a word. This kind of virtue feeling is simply refreshing. A very powerful guy. Hinata Hayashi was stunned for a moment, looked at him, and Escanor, who was completely incomparable to powerful, said hurriedly. "Hello, sir. I was reckless just now. I'm sorry for offending you. I hope you don't mind." Just like what Lord Chinyu said, the past is written off. Chapter 1315 One is not enough. In Hinata Hayashi's eyes, especially the murderous aura that Chinyu had just glimpsed, let him know clearly that more than 20 years have passed. Uchiha Chinyu has not changed except for his appearance and age, his own powerful strength has obviously changed dramatically. Now Chinyu gives him a stronger feeling. If he can erase all the disrespect just now with just a few words, it would be the best thing for the Hyuga family and even the Konoha ninja village. "Father, but..." Hyuga Hinata came back to her senses and became anxious. However, this time, Uzumaki Naruto quickly stopped her and said, "Hinata, forget it, the 2 million will be given to him by our Konoha ninja village, and I will return the money to your Hyuga family." Just now, Uzumaki Naruto was unhappy about Chinyu's behavior of running a black shop. However, after experiencing the scene of the aura burst just now, the unhappiness in his heart was obviously covered by Kakashi's persuasion. Before he completely controlled the new power, Uzumaki Naruto just wanted to make a big thing small. But, let him really believe that a clay pot worth 2 million can open something magical. He still doesn't believe it. "No, didn't I just say that I like to win people over with virtue?" Chinyu said with a warm smile. "I said I win people over with virtue, but martial virtue. Don't you suspect that mine is a black shop?" At this point, Chinyu patted Huahuo on the shoulder and said, "It's time for you to help me clear my name. Use the things you got in the earthen jar to help me overthrow those who have opinions. I will take care of the rest for you. If anyone is not convinced, beat him until he is convinced. I used to do this kind of thing. Win people over with virtue? Martial virtue? Isn't this the style of talking about things with a big fist?" Hinata Hayashi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. "I thought that after more than 20 years, the temperament of the former Uchiha Chinyu had also changed. I never thought that it was still the old rules, fight first and talk later. Those who are not convinced, continue to fight. This method is still the same as before. However, Now Hinata Hayashi still subconsciously looked at Hinata Hawahuo. He knew clearly that compared with Hinata Hyuga, Hanabi Hyuga's overall view made her more suitable to be the head of the family. It was for this reason that Hayashi Hyuga knew that Hanabi Hyuga would not lie. She must have gotten something in the earthen jar. However, Hayashi Hyuga did not know what ninjutsu was in the earthen jar. However, as soon as Chinyu opened his mouth, he asked Hanabi Hyuga to fight with what she got in the earthen jar. This was a bit far-fetched. Evil. After all, in their eyes, even if Hanabi really got something in the earthen jar, that shouldn't be learned instantly, right? Practice with that trick. Hanabi Hyuga was stunned for a moment, but quickly exhaled a deep breath, nodded to Chinyu, and walked up quickly. Master Chinyu, I know what to do. Any of you who have a problem with Master Chinyu can come out, I will use my fist to tell you that Master Chinyu is not lying. Sister, do you want to try it? Hyuga Hinata was stunned. She didn't expect Hyuga Hanabi to call her out directly. However, when she thought of her sister, who was still so ignorant and deceived, unable to extricate herself, Hyuga Hinata still gritted her teeth and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto was also surprised. He didn't expect Chinyu to make such a request. Originally, he also planned to take into account the relationship between Konoha Ninja Village and Uchiha Chinyu, so as not to tear their faces apart. Let Konoha Ninja Village take it over, and the matter of being cheated of 2 million taels can be regarded as covering up this matter. But no one expected that Chinyu would be so persistent and let Hyuga Hanabi take action. Isn't this giving people a fair and just opportunity to uncover the ugly cloth? When he thought of the opportunity to make this guy who everyone feared lose face, Uzumaki Naruto felt a little excited. He nodded subconsciously and said, since he asked, then you go ahead. As a sister, it is also my duty to teach my sister. If there is anything, I will explain it to teacher Kakashi. At this point, Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously glanced at the thin Escanor. He remembered the bet between Kakashi and Chinyu, that Uchiha Chinyu could not make a move casually. And the person who tested their Konoha Ninja Village as an enemy was Uchiha Chinyu's subordinates. At the moment, this skinny man who spoke very aggressively but gave people a very weak feeling, if it was really Chinyu's subordinates, then this so-called test, Uzumaki Naruto believed, could be easily accepted. At the same time, he could also justify his reputation as a contemporary legend. Naruto, you are right. As a sister, I have the responsibility to teach my sister. Hyuga Hinata nodded heavily. Then he walked out of the crowd in full view of the public. Looking at this Hinata who is completely different from the original, Chinyu's face showed a smile. If you have to say who this Hinata looks like, it is probably the violent Hinata in the parallel dimension that appears in the original, which is the most suitable for the character in front of him. However, this kind of woman is indeed arrogant, but it is also some fun in the boring days of opening a store. Looking at the Hyuga Hinata with a face full of fighting spirit, Chinyu glanced at Hanabi and said, one person is not enough to fight. Only when there are more people can you see how powerful my earthen jar is. Unfortunately, those Anbu are trash. They can't stand the tossing and were knocked down in an instant. Ninkai, you come up too, and see what level you, the little genius of the Hyuga family, have grown to. Trash? Listening to Chinyu's evaluation of the Konoha Anbu lightly, the cheek muscles of the people present were twitching. The ninjas who can become Anbu are all elites. They all have various speciality, only those who have special means and nerves can be selected. In the past, Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi were both tempered in the Anbu. It can be said that their current achievements have reached the level of Kage. However, the members of the Anbu have become so unbearable and cheap in the hands of Chinyu. But looking back at those Anbu members who have already fallen to the ground, foaming at the mouth and fainted, it really makes people feel that there is no way to refute. Hyuga Ninkai was stunned. He did not expect that Chinyu, who is known as a legendary figure, would know the name of his junior. However, facing this kind of invitation to fight, and the opponent is the little princess Hyuga Hanabi, Ninkai still subconsciously looked at Hyuga Hayashi. Since it is the order of Lord Chinyu, Ninkai, you should go, but this battle is an internal competition of the Hyuga family. Everything should be stopped at the right time. Don't hurt the harmony, otherwise don't blame me for the family law. Hyuga Hayashi sighed. Now that he can reduce the disaster that almost wiped out the clan to a family dispute, it is a blessing in disguise for him. Chapter 1316 The Charm of the Earthen Pot. Outside the small shop, there was an inexplicable silence. Feeling the eyes of the people around him, Hyuga Niji hesitated for a moment, and then walked out of the crowd and stood with Hyuga Hinata. He and Hinata were unhappy about Uchiha Chinyu's arrogant words. However, facing Hyuga Hayashi's order, it was not easy to refuse. "Miss Hanabi, I hope you will be careful and don't hurt yourself," Hyuga Niji said with a little awe. "Standing up for others is a righteous act, but being reckless is a matter of emotion, so we hope you can understand Miss Hinata's good intentions." The Hyuga clan is divided into the main family and the branch family. Among them, Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hinata, and Hyuga Hanabi are the main family. Hyuga Niji is the eldest son of the branch family. In the original work, the branch family is given the task of unconditionally protecting the main family when they are born. No matter how talented they are, they will be planted with the restriction of the bird in the cage. Once the people of the branch family show any malice to the people of the main family, the people of the main family can use the restriction of the bird in the cage to judge the life and death of the people of the branch family in a moment. It is for this reason that for Hyuga Niji, both Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi are existences that he needs to respect. However, the current battle is also a good opportunity for Hyuga Niji to show himself. "Humph, Niji, you don't need to say so much to Hanabi. As the next candidate for the head of the Hyuga family, you are so easily deceived by others. How can you take on the responsibility of the head of the family in the future?" Hyuga Hinata snorted coldly. "Today, as your elder sister, I will personally wake you up." "Sister, you are still too impulsive. Since you can't make sense, let's fight. In this battle, I want to clear the name of Lord Chinyu." Hyuga Hanabi walked out of the crowd with a sullen face, and said after sweeping her eyes over Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji. "Lord Chinyu, you are right. To prove that you are different, it is really not enough to fight one person. Sister Hinata, and brother Niji, you two can come together." "Crazy. This is crazy." At least, in the eyes of outsiders, Hyuga Hanabi is regarded as a genius of the Hyuga clan, and Hyuga Hinata is not comparable at all. However, Hyuga Niji is a branch of the Hyuga family, but the identity of a genius is not inferior to Hyuga Hanabi at all, and he can even suppress her. Most importantly, Hyuga Niji is 5 or 6 years older than Hyuga Hanabi. The strength he possesses is fully capable of reaching the level of an elite jonin. This is 2 steps higher than the special jonin. Now Hyuga Hanabi not only dares to challenge Hyuga Hinata, but also has to face Hyuga Niji at the same time. In the eyes of others, this is undoubtedly seeking humiliation. "Hinata, stop it, Hanabi is your sister after all," Uzumaki Naruto said faintly. "Humph, it is because she is my sister that I will be more serious and let her know that men's mouths are all lies. I don't believe that a broken earthen jar of 2 million can really make a big wave." Hyuga Hinata shouted coldly. "Do it." Bang! Hyuga Hinata took a big step and rushed out first. The short distance of 7 or 8 meters was approached in the blink of an eye. A pair of fists, with chakra quickly wrapped around them, rushed straight to Hanabi. This is the soft fist that the Hyuga family is best at. At the same time, Hyuga Niji, who followed closely behind, also hid behind Hinata like a ghost. As soon as he approached, he dodged and attacked without any warning. Although Hyuga Niji attacked a beat slower than Hyuga Hinata. However, both the speed and strength of the attack were stronger, giving people a sense of latecomer. As the 3 young masters of the Hyuga family at this stage, they have had many competitions. They are very clear about the details of both sides. Hyuga Niji dared to be so radical and attack at the same time as Hyuga Hinata, completely ignoring the changes in the situation and defense. All this is because he not only has a deep understanding of the secrets of the Hyuga clan's ninjutsu, but also knows how to break it. In Niji's eyes, facing this dilemma, Hyuga Hanabi can only defend by using backfill. Otherwise, 2 fists cannot beat 4 palms. Facing his genius palms, Hyuga Niji was confident that he could take down Hyuga Hanabi in an instant. A chaotic thought flashed through his mind. When he came back to his senses, his eyes fell on Hanabi, and his expression could not help but stagnate. No. It should be said that this scene, in the eyes of Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hayashi, also made them notice something wrong. The starting style that Hyuga Hanabi showed in front of them now had nothing to do with the soft fist they were familiar with. I saw that the expression on Hyuga Hanabi's face was completely restrained, leaving only a trace of inexplicable solemnity, and she closed her eyes in full view of everyone. Under the roar of the chakra in her body, an indescribable aura, like a surging tide, spread in Hyuga Hanabi's body. Roar! Hanabi's eyes suddenly opened. The sound of the snort, like a thunderous explosion, turned into a ripple sound wave, sweeping across the sky in the direction of Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji. Bang! The dull thunder-like collision sound echoed between heaven and earth. Two figures flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. They fell heavily to the ground. Looking at this sudden scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. The surface of Hyuga Hanabi's body had gathered into a huge chakra robe, and the next moment it was blown up quickly like a balloon. As the endless golden light bloomed, a huge light elephant of more than 10 meters condensed out of thin air. Roar! The light elephant raised its long nose, and the loud snort was like thunder, tearing the sky and the earth apart again. The violent wind and waves surged with Hyuga Hanabi as the center. A suppressed aura, like a mountain, directly enveloped the battlefield. It gave people a feeling of violent and domineering tyranny. At this moment, Hyuga Hanabi gave people the feeling of a valkyrie bathed in golden light, with a decisive taste all over her body. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Looking at this light image, I feel insignificant. Sarutobi Asuma's face changed. In their eyes, they thought that Hinata Hanabi spent 2 million taels to buy a broken earthenware jar, and got nothing at all. They never thought that she would use a trick that was completely different from what they knew. The most important point is that the time between buying the earthenware jar and obtaining this strange ninjutsu was only a dozen minutes. Hinata Hanabi was able to perform to this extent. Is this a true genius, or the charm of the earthenware jar? Chapter 1317 The power of a single blow is so terrifying. In the huge battlefield, the light image of more than 10 meters quickly solidified in front of everyone's eyes, and finally turned into a size of 8 or 9 meters. However, the aura emitted obviously climbed to the extreme, like a sharp edge, rushing straight into the sky. Hyuga Hanabi, who was in the middle of it, was obviously in harmony with this huge force. Her eyes suddenly glared down, and her veins were prominent, and she was directly stimulated to the extreme. The next moment, Hyuga Hanabi moved. Sister Hinata, Brother Niji, I'm sorry. Bang! One step down, like a thunderous explosion, the light image moved with Hyuga Hanabi. The earth shook violently as if it had encountered a heavy hammer. The heavy rock ground seemed unable to bear this huge force at this moment, and it cracked with a sound. Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji, who had just experienced the impact of the sound wave, had just stood firm again. The first scene that came into view was the huge light image that was as big as a hill. The posture that quickly enlarged in the pupils made their nerves even tighter. Without time to think about it, the two of them approached quickly in an instant, and the dormant chakra in their bodies was frantically stimulated to the extreme. Soft fist-style Dokaiden. Bang! The violent chakra gathered crazily at the moment when the two of them spun like a gyroscope, and finally turned into a kaiden of 7 or 8 meters in size, covering Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga. Facing Hyuga Hanabi, she suddenly displayed the unfamiliar ninjutsu and the terrifying aura that permeated the world. Whether it was Hyuga Hinata or Hyuga Niji, they obviously reached a consensus to join forces and put away all the contempt just now. At that moment just now, their intuition told them that if they didn't join forces, there was probably only one way to die waiting for them. Dokaiden? That's good, otherwise I'm worried that I can't use my full strength and kill you with one punch. Hyuga Hanabi's hair was flying wildly, and her aura was instantly raised to the extreme, like a decisive valkyrie. The next moment, without any fancy moves, she stepped out again. Bang! The earth shook violently, like thunder. In an instant, Hyuga Hanabi merged with the light image. Like a comet from outer space, in full view of everyone, it crossed a distance of dozens of meters and instantly hit the great kaiden. At that moment, everyone present only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and when they came to their senses, everything was too late. Holy elephant collapses. Boom! Endless golden light exploded like a frenzy, instantly grabbing everyone's sight. In an instant, the sky and the earth were submerged in golden light. The storm that was raised rolled back to the surroundings in a crushing manner. The individuals in the blast wave took action to defend themselves. However, even if they took action in time, they still felt insignificant as if they would fall at any time. Future, are you okay? Sarutobi Asuma shouted hurriedly. Faced with this incredible explosion, even Sarutobi Asuma had to do his best to barely hold on after flying backwards for more than 10 meters. Not to mention Sarutobi Mirai, who is a younger generation. As an old father, Sarutobi Asuma does not want his precious daughter to encounter a sudden disaster. However, when he saw the blood-red Susanoo emerging from the endless light, Sarutobi Asuma smiled bitterly. It seems that he was worried in vain. Now Sarutobi Mirai has no thoughts on him at all. However, thinking of the earth-shaking blow just now, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't wait to go to the battlefield. There are obviously many people who hold the same idea. For a while, the light in the sky gradually converged and spread between the sky and the earth. There was a feeling of covering the sky and the sun, and the dust gradually calmed down. However, the first scene that came into view made Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenei's pupils suddenly shrink, and their faces were full of disbelief. Looking around, the collision site, the ground within a radius of dozens of meters, was blown out a big pit. At the same time, the impact force of the holy elephant collapsing the sky was still unabated, and it quickly spread to the distant land. The ground seemed to be plowed out a deep ditch wherever it passed, and a small earth hill of more than 10 meters in the distance was directly smashed into pieces. The rubble and trees were scattered all over the ground, giving people an extremely messy feeling. As for Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji, they had already been rescued in time by Uzumaki Naruto using the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared on a tree 100 meters away. Looking at Hyuga Hanabi, who was still standing in front of the earth hill and maintaining a punching posture, the two of them were pale and their pupils were full of disbelief. In their eyes, both Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga are the best of the younger generation of the Hyuga family. However, the Daikaiden performed by the two together was not only broken. If it weren't for Uzumaki Naruto, who performed the Flying Thunder God technique in time to take the two away, I'm afraid that the previous attack would have seriously injured the two, or even crushed them to death. The power of the attack was so terrifying that it could reach this level. It was undoubtedly beyond their expectations. In particular, this holy elephant collapse is completely different from the ninjutsu they know. Whether it's Hyuga Hayashi or Uzumaki Naruto, they can't see the truth. Could it be that this is really a ninjutsu from the earthen jar? Moreover, it can be learned in a short time? Chaotic thoughts flashed through everyone's minds, and many people looked at Chinyu with a different look. Hanabi, are you trying to kill my sister? Hyuga Hinata suddenly broke free from Uzumaki Naruto's hand and shouted in shame and anger. Thinking back to the critical moment just now, under the huge pressure that was like the death god's death, if Uzumaki Naruto hadn't rescued her in time, Hyuga Hinata believed that she might have died now. Miss Hinata, I'm willing to admit defeat. We lost. I think Miss Hanabi also showed mercy just now, but the attack just now was violent and domineering. It's difficult to completely eliminate all the destructive power in a short time. Hyuga Niji came back to his senses and explained. However, there was inevitably a trace of loneliness on his face. I thought that I could take advantage of this opportunity to show my strength as a branch family and suppress the two heirs of the main family. I never thought that my so-called strength would be so vulnerable. However, when I think of the person standing behind Hyuga Hanabi, even the head of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hayashi, is respectful. The resentment that was blown away by a punch also dissipated a little. Brother Ninkai, you don't need to say good things for me. I went all out because I knew that my brother-in-law would help me. Of course, this little shock is just a punishment for your disrespect to Lord Chinyu. Chapter 1318 Find a Susanoo to try the sword. The faint voice of words dissipated with the wind under the night sky. Compared with the calmness on her face, Hinata Hanabi's heart had already set off a storm. Originally, at the beginning, Hinata Hanabi only held a glimmer of hope for the earth pot. She admitted that she had a gamble this time. She never thought that she really made the right bet. If it were in the past, facing the great Kaiden performed by Hinata Hyuga and Ninkai, Hinata Hanabi would have surrendered long ago. However, this time she never expected it. The power of a single blow could actually shatter the Kaiden, which was considered the strongest defense of the Hyuga clan, like paper. If she hadn't experienced it herself, Hyuga Hanabi would never have believed that all this was true. However, it was precisely because of this that Hyuga Hanabi understood how terrifying the things she had obtained in the earthen jar were. She was just getting started in the holy elephant collapse. She could only use the power of one elephant. If she really studied the holy elephant collapse to the 9th level and possessed the power of 9 elephants, at that time, I'm afraid she could really shatter the Uchiha clan's strongest eye technique, Susanoo, with one punch. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hanabi secretly clenched her fists. At the moment when she received the holy elephant collapse, Hyuga Hanabi also knew the limitations of the earthen jar. If she, the recipient of the earthen jar, could not hone the holy elephant collapse to the extreme, reach the 9th level, and possess the power of 9 elephants. Then Hyuga Hanabi had no way to pass on the holy elephant collapse. Father, you also heard that Hanabi has really changed. She must have been under an illusion. Husband, you have to give me justice. Hyuga Hinata said anxiously. Looking at this Hyuga Hinata, who has completely fallen into the posture of a little girl, Hyuga Hayashi came back to his senses and frowned unhappily. The ecstasy in his heart also disappeared in an instant. After seeing Hyuga Hanabi perform a unique ninjutsu, Hyuga Hayashi knew clearly that Hyuga Hanabi had made the right bet. At least, in Hyuga Hayashi's eyes, Hyuga Hanabi had obtained a more powerful means of attack. Perhaps, there was still a little gap from what he imagined. However, for 2 million taels, being able to obtain a powerful ninjutsu was already a blessing in disguise. Now Hyuga Hinata, at this critical juncture, still refused to give in, which undoubtedly made Hyuga Hayashi feel out of place. Hinata, calm down first, let me handle this matter. Uzumaki Naruto hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. The palm is flesh, and the back of the hand is also flesh. For him, his wife was wronged. If he was still indifferent, it was obviously a bit unreasonable. After comforting Hyuga Hinata a little, he walked out of the crowd. Hanabi, your sister is just worried that you will be deceived, so she is so nervous about you. The ninjutsu you just performed is also unheard of for me, but the power of your attack can only barely reach the S level. At this point, Uzumaki Naruto did not continue. However, anyone can hear the meaning, even Hyuga Hanabi is no exception. After putting away the chakra on her body, she said, Brother-in-law, do you mean that the attack I just made can reach the power of quasi-S level ninjutsu? If that is really the case, then I believe more in what Lord Chinyu said, that the holy elephant collapses to the 9th level can blow up Susanoo with one punch. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. In particular, the joy mixed in between the words was captured. It makes people know clearly that Sarutobi Mirai's words are obviously not joking. Blow up Susanoo with one punch? This arrogant tone, in addition to offending the Uchiha clan. Could it really be done? Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto frowned and asked impatiently, Hanabi, you've gone too far. The fight just now was limited to the Hyuga clan. People from the outside are not allowed to interfere. However, your words now involve the Uchiha clan. If the members of the Uchiha clan hear it, I'm afraid they will stir up trouble. What's more, what level have you practiced to now, you holy thing? I don't have Susanoo, but as one of the strongest eye techniques of the Uchiha clan, as the 7th generation, I know a little bit about its power. Yes, Hanabi, what are you talking nonsense here for? Hurry up and apologize to your sister. Hyuga Hinata echoed in a hurry. However, Hyuga Hanabi soon ignored it. In front of everyone, she raised a finger and said, if I say that the attack just now was just the beginning, do you believe it? Just the beginning? The people present were stunned. Especially Hyuga Hayashi, looking at Hyuga Hanabi, his face was full of disbelief. Just now, the holy elephant collapse crash that Hyuga Hanabi performed had obviously reached the destructive power level of quasi-S level ninjutsu. For the somewhat weak Hyuga family, being able to obtain such a killer move is already a great gain. Now Hyuga Hanabi told him that this is only the entry level. If what she said is correct, she really practiced the holy elephant collapse crash to the extreme. Is it really as she said? Can Susanoo be blown up with one punch? Hanabi, you are too much. You dare to make a conclusion based on a bunch of nonsense. If it is spread out, it will only become a joke and cause disputes. Uzumaki Naruto's face sank and he spoke first. Brother-in-law, I'm telling you this today to prevent you from listening to one-sided words and being used as a gun by others. If the Uchiha clan hears it, it will be a disaster for the Hyuga family. As the current Hokage of Konoha village, and also the husband of Hyuga Hinata, Naruto has already accepted the frustration during the day. If he can't support his wife now, Uzumaki Naruto can't swallow this breath. Are you doubting what I said? Chinyu smiled warmly. His eyes turned down in vain and fell on the big tree in the distance, saying, instead of doubting, it's better to find a Susanoo to test the sword and let the people hiding in the dark come out. The inexplicable words made everyone in the field startled at first. Without time to think, their eyes turned and followed Chinyu's gaze. The first thing that came into view was a figure walking slowly out of the shadows. Sasuke, why are you here? Did you hear what I said just now? Uzumaki Naruto's face changed. Just now, he was completely attracted by the things that happened one after another in the field. He didn't notice the appearance of Uchiha Sasuke at all. When he thought of what Hinata Hanabi said just now, his face became more solemn. Chapter 1319 I haven't played Susanoo for a long time. The huge battlefield fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on with a swipe, it locked onto Uchiha Sasuke. Looking at this figure that suddenly appeared, and thinking of what Chinyu had just said. Everyone's nerves were tense. In particular, thinking of Hyuga Hanabi's words just now, she had said that if the holy elephant collapsed heaven was practiced to the extreme, it could blow up Susanoo with one punch. This seemingly crazy talk should not be taken seriously. However, now Chinyu publicly challenged the new genius of the Uchiha clan. This seemingly absurd move undoubtedly made people a little hesitant. At least, it was hard for them to imagine that Susanoo, which was known as the strongest defense of the Uchiha clan, would be broken. But under the watchful eyes of the public, as a legendary Uchiha Chinyu, it should not be aimless. Sasuke, why are you here? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Sasuke who fell beside him and asked without patience. Just now, he was defeated repeatedly, so he said that he looked down on the holy elephant collapse that Hinata Hanabi got. He thought that there was no way to vent his anger. But now seeing Uchiha Sasuke appear, Uzumaki Naruto's heart suddenly became hot. As an old rival, Uzumaki Naruto knew clearly how powerful Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo was. In the usual sparring, Uzumaki Naruto only spent a lot of effort and relied on a large amount of chakra to wipe out Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo. The power of the holy elephant collapse just now was very good. However, according to Uzumaki Naruto's judgment, even if the power of the holy elephant collapse was higher, it is probably difficult to break Uchiha Sasuke's defense. The snorting just now was too loud. As the head of the security team, of course I have to come and lie down. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Chinyu indifferently. Otherwise, there would be no chance to see that as a member of the Uchiha clan, they would devalue the honor of their own clan to elevate others. If this kind of thing spreads out, it would be a huge shame. As the contemporary head of the Uchiha clan, especially, there are two brothers like Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi above. Uchiha Sasuke's so-called genius aura is obviously a bit dim in front of the achievements of the two. All along, in the ninja world, he is completely the third oldest. Although Uchiha Sasuke did not say it, facing this ranking, he obviously felt unconvinced in his heart. However, Uchiha Sasuke could not do the internal strife. But he could still make the Uchiha clan sit firmly in the position of the first clan of Konoha with his own hands. Over the years, the clan has produced 4 talents. Not only did it shock the ninja world, but it also made the Uchiha clan's position in Konoha ninja village rise. In particular, Uchiha Itachi became the 6th generation Hokage, which made the reputation of the Uchiha clan reach its peak. Moreover, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha ninja village has eased a lot over the years. This made Uchiha Sasuke more confident that the Uchiha clan would become the largest family in Konoha. Originally, in the eyes of Uchiha Sasuke, the Hyuga clan's research on the soft fist has indeed improved a lot over the years. However, compared with the increase brought by the Sharingan once the Mangekyo successfully transformed, there is a big difference between the two. According to the development and evolution of this gap, it is obviously only a matter of time for the Uchiha clan to become the largest family in Konoha. However, Uchiha Chinyu, who is now from the Uchiha clan, said that the holy elephant collapse heaven strike mastered by Hyuga Hanabi, when practiced to the extreme, Susanoo can be blown up with one punch. This is a huge shame for Uchiha Sasuke, who is determined to make the Uchiha clan the number 1 in Konoha. A huge shame. Chinyu smiled and shook his head. I say, not striving for progress is the real huge shame. I stopped playing Susanoo more than 20 years ago, and you still treat it as a treasure, which is a huge shame. It seems that the ninja world has been peaceful for too long. Susanoo is good, but more than 20 years ago, there were at least dozens of ways to break it. It's really shameful for the younger generation of the Uchiha clan to watch the sky with a turtle shell. As the boss of the 5 major countries in the past, Chinyu does have the confidence to say such words. What's more, there were many Susanoos that were blown up at that time. However, These words caused an uproar in the audience. In particular, Uchiha Sasuke, the head of the Uchiha clan, was the first to lose his temper. He took over and became the head of the Uchiha clan in order to make the Uchiha clan the largest family in Konoha. However, now in Chinyu's mouth, it has become a lack of ambition. This is a great shame for him. Okay, very good, Brother Itaki and Brother Obito asked me to be respectful to you. Uchiha Sasuke said twice in anger, and then changed his tone. However, as a member of the Uchiha clan, you trampled on the honor of the clan wantonly, so don't blame me. As the head of the family, I will punish you personally. As a junior of the Uchiha clan, Brother Itaki and Brother Obito asked me to respect you at all times, but this time, I can't respect you. At this point, Uchiha Sasuke stepped out of the crowd without waiting for others to say anything. At the same time, the chakra dormant in the body exploded. A pair of eyes turned in vain, and blood occupied the entire pupil like a tide. In full view under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Mangekyou Sharingan was activated to the extreme. The light blue pupil power, like a raging tide, covered the whole body. The chakra waves stirred up and spread out in all directions. Uzumaki Naruto, Sarutobi Asuma, and others who were slightly closer subconsciously took a few steps back. There was a trace of fear in the eyes looking at Uchiha Sasuke. No matter how Chinyu despised the Uchiha clan just now, in their eyes, the ability of the Uchiha clan was in front of them. Especially the reputation of Susanoo, which is very prominent in the ninja world. It can be said that in the entire ninja world, only Uchiha Kainu dared to make such an evaluation of this family that was in its heyday. Uchiha Kainu, just come over, I want to see how you can break my powerful Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were like torches, and he turned around and locked on Chinyu again. The huge aura was directly pushed to the extreme by him. The pupil power that penetrated the body quickly condensed into a tens of meters long Susanoo in the void. Chapter 1320, Educate the Children in Another Place. Boom! The violent air waves rolled back in Uchiha Sasuke's body. A pair of Mangekyou Sharingan was directly pushed to the extreme by him. The pupil power lurking in the Sharingan was released madly like a dam bursting, and turned into a huge vortex in the blink of an eye. It quickly intertwined and condensed in the void. The light blue ribs quickly solidified, and the external pupil power also grew wildly. The condensed Susanoo was quickly built up like a building. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant skeleton of tens of meters. However, this was just the beginning, and the power of the first stage of Susanoo reached its extreme. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly glared again, and a trace of scarlet blood flowed out from the corner of his eyes. An even greater pupil power penetrated his body. On the surface of the skeleton, it quickly intertwined to form an indestructible armor. The originally huge aura suppression like a mountain surged again. It turned into a gust of wind and rolled back to the surroundings. The people in it changed their expressions and quickly withdrew against the air wave. At the same time, they looked up at the huge body in front of them that reached dozens of meters and was shrouded in armor. The pair of eyes suddenly opened in the dark armor. Under the flow of scarlet blood, the aura of Susanoo suddenly climbed to the extreme. The huge aura, transformed into a hurricane, added a few points of suffocation. The people who retreated hundreds of meters away looked at this scene and their faces suddenly changed drastically. In this peaceful era, they have heard of the name of Susanoo. However, it was the first time that they could actually see both of them activated to this extent at the same time. At least, in the eyes of many people, the momentum released by Susanoo alone made them feel suffocated. Sure enough, since a year and a half ago, in addition to the unstable killer, Sasuke's strength has improved again, and he can even reach the level of Susanoo in the power suit. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up, and he secretly clenched his fists and said loudly, the defense of Susanoo was originally one of the best in the ninja world. Now Sasuke can activate Susanoo to the level of power suit. The defense may be improved by several levels. Although Hanabi is Hinata's sister, the current Susanoo is indeed not something that the Holy Elephant collapses and crashes can deal with. For Naruto, he and Sasuke are both legends of the new generation. They are also the strongest of this era. Facing Uchiha Chinyu, a product of the old era, he has long been skeptical. It's just that he has always been suffering from not finding an opportunity to suppress him. Now Sasuke himself took action and used the powerful Susanoo. This undoubtedly gave Uzumaki Naruto a glimmer of hope. At least, in Naruto's judgment, the Susanoo performed by Sasuke was obviously stronger than Hanabi's Holy Elephant collapse. It is worthy of being the strongest eye technique of the Uchiha clan. Just based on the aura it exudes, I have to admit that it is stronger than Hanabi's attack just now. Hyuga Hayashi sighed sadly. The moment he saw Uchiha Sasuke perform Susanoo, his mind quickly turned. He constantly used the moves of the Hyuga clan to verify the powerful Susanoo. In the end, whether it was the 8 trigrams empty fist, the 8 trigrams great void wall fist, the soft fist return to heaven, and other means, the conclusion drawn in Hyuga Hayashi's mind was a complete defeat. As for the holy elephant collapse that Hanabi performed just now, the power it possessed was indeed very strong. It far exceeded the current power of the Hyuga clan. But facing Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, it is obviously still lacking. Father! Hyuga Hanabi landed beside Hyuga Hayashi, with a worried look on her face. She never thought that because of her momentary anger, things would evolve to this extent. This matter has nothing to do with you, don't worry, the holy elephant collapse sky strike you just performed is indeed not comparable to Uchiha Sasuke's powerful Susanoo. Hyuga Hayashi patted Hanabi on the shoulder and said. However, this does not mean that Lord Chinyu can't. Don't forget, Lord Chinyu is an existence that can't make an era breathe, and he is still underestimated. The small voice was obviously infinitely magnified in this tense atmosphere. Uchiha Sasuke, who was in Susanoo, had a gloomy face, a flash of resentment, and said. Hey, what is the pressure? An era can't catch its breath, that's just because it hasn't encountered our era. Since you are so powerful, then take action, let me see the so-called strong. As soon as the voice fell, the power of Susanoo was activated again, bursting out a strong wave of air, rolling back to the surroundings. Let the people present retreat again and again. In the huge field, only Uchiha Chinyu was able to stand in the same place as always. Feeling the huge spiritual pressure that was rolling down in front of him, Chinyu smiled warmly and said, it seems that the seedlings grown in the greenhouse are really disappointing. It's just the third form, on the surface of Susanoo, covered with the black dog armor, and called it a powerful outfit. It seems that Itaki and Obito have taken too much care of you and made you a little conceited. Although I am no longer a member of the Uchiha clan, as an old senior, I still want to kill your sharpness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chinyu shook his hand back, and the flying thunder god techniques that had been buried around him were quickly activated under the traction of chakra. Under the blooming light, strong spatial fluctuations emerged. With Chinyu's nearly perfect power, he has traveled across the two worlds and mastered the templates of major characters. To perform a large-scale spatial transfer method, it can be done in the blink of an eye. You are not a saint, do you regret it? Uchiha Sasuke's expression suddenly tensed. Even Naruto, who was standing next to him, looked tense. Don't worry, this is the Flying Thunder God transfer barrier. After all, I have an appointment with Kakashi. If not only Susanoo is blown up, but also Konoha Ninja Village is destroyed, I will be embarrassed to explain. Chinyu laughed dryly. Let's go to another place to educate the children. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, the seal in Chinyu's hand changed. The seals imprinted on the surroundings suddenly lit up, and the powerful force of space, like an invisible big hand, wrapped around their bodies. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and they couldn't even struggle. Then they disappeared directly from the spot. When the dizzy feeling of the changing of the world dissipated. When he opened his eyes again, everything around him was obviously no longer in the Konoha Ninja Village, but in the Valley of the End where Uchiha Madara and the first generation of Hokage were in the past. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Sasuke's face changed, and Uzumaki Naruto's expression was even more gloomy. Chapter 1321 The higher the Tao, the higher the devil. At the same time, outside the Wanja shop. One after another, the sound of breaking through the air quickly swept in from all directions. When they landed in front of the shop and revealed their figures, the leaders were Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Obito. Seeing the empty scene, everyone's face became uncertain. There are too many residual auras here, but it is certain that Naruto and Sasuke were here just now, but they were able to teleport so many people away in an instant. There are probably only 2 people in the Konoha village. Uchiha Itachi looked at the shop with the door open with a sullen face, and his expression became more solemn. Itachi, are you saying that this has something to do with the teacher or Lord Chinyu? Uchiha Obito also noticed the shop, especially when he saw the strange door couplet on it, his heart couldn't help but jump. He couldn't help but show an ugly smile and said, I think it must be the teacher who saw Sasuke performing Susanoo just now, and was worried that he and Lord Chinyu would have a conflict, so he took the lead to transfer them. After all, whether it is Sasuke or Naruto, they have been warned by you, Kakashi, so they shouldn't trademark to be so presumptuous, right? As the last one in the last era, Obito still clearly remembers how badly he lost as a result of his abuse. No matter how strong he is now or how far he has grown. As long as he thinks of the name Uchiha Chinyu, a shadow will sprout in his heart. Although I don't trademark want to say it, things are obviously different from what you think. The figure of Minato Namikaze appeared here like a ghost, and his face was already full of solemnity. After looking around, he soon found the seal of the space fluctuations, and said, It seems that those little guys have really provoked Chinyu. I can trademark launch such a large area of space transfer in an instant. However, I can vaguely capture that the direction Chinyu transferred is a bit far from Konoha village. With my Flying Thunder God technique, it may take 5 minutes. During this period of time, I hope those little guys can behave themselves, otherwise it might not be as simple as a bitter meal. As he spoke, Minato Namikaze left the Flying Thunder God technique seal on everyone. He couldn't do the level of Chinyu's precise overall movement. It was for this reason that Minato Namikaze was more certain that Uchiha Chinyu's strength had obviously become stronger. Facing the sudden appearance of Minato Namikaze and the conclusion of this matter, the faces of Kakashi and others were obviously uglier. What they didn't want to happen anymore still happened. Now the only thing they wanted to do was to rush to the battlefield as soon as possible, hoping to stop this farce of seeking death. The Valley of the End. The huge waterfall water swooped down like an angry dragon. It hit the rocks and made a thunderous roar. The battlefield changed instantly, and the faces of everyone present changed significantly. In particular, the successor to the fourth Hokage Uzumaki Naruto, the Golden Flash. As a Hokage, he is also a member of the ninja world. Of course, he knows how far this place is from the Konoha village. It is precisely because he knows more that Uzumaki Naruto understands how terrifying this method of crossing a large area in an instant or teleporting as a whole is. At least, in the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto, let alone whether this kind of thing can be done. With his means, he dare not even think about it. However, this thing that he dare not even think about, the other party easily performed it. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Uzumaki Naruto would never want to believe that all this is true. This is the method of Lord Chinyu, it's too terrible. This is the Valley of the End. Sarutobi Mirai said with a face full of shock. Sarutobi Asuma, who was standing aside, reacted in a daze, smiled bitterly and patted Mirai on the shoulder. Alas, I thought I could avoid this kind of direct conflict, but I didn't expect it to happen. The only thing I can do now is to hope that Lord Chinyu is really playing with them. Otherwise, if someone dies, I don't know how to explain to the fourth and fifth Hokage. As a witness of the previous era, Sarutobi Asuma was obviously a little guilty. If he hadn't taken his identity into consideration and stopped it in a more forceful way earlier, I'm afraid things wouldn't have evolved to such an uncontrollable point. Asuma, I know what you are thinking, but what Lord Chinyu is determined to do is not something you and I can stop. Hinata Hayashi shook his head and said. However, Lord Chinyu is right. People in this era live too peacefully. They lack awe of death and the experience of blood and fire. Now that Lord Chinyu has taken action to temper them, this is not necessarily a bad thing. This. Sarutobi Asuma's face showed a trace of hesitation, and finally sighed helplessly. Things have evolved to this point, and it is obviously impossible to turn the tide. The only thing that can be done is to pray that Chinyu can be gentler. Okay, the place has been chosen. I have been back for so long, and it is time to send some bones and muscles to you young people, so that you can understand what it means that the higher the virtue, the higher the evil. Chinyu patted the dust on his body. His subconscious mind quickly passed through the system and absorbed everything about the Holy Elephant collapse. This is the gift from the system after the successful sale of the earthen jar. Originally, Chinyu thought that the system simply asked him to sell the earthen jar. He never thought that after completing the sale of the earthen jar, he could also get the same reward in the earthen jar. Moreover, the reward Chinyu received can also directly make the skill reach the maximum level through the one-click full-level system. It is for this reason that Chinyu, with his rich combat experience, instantly divided the Holy Elephant Collapse into levels according to the strength of ninjutsu. If the Holy Elephant Collapse can really be used to the extreme, It is not difficult to smash the ordinary version of Susanoo. Not to mention, it is only the half-human form of the Wujiao armor, which ranks in the third stage among the 8 Susanoo forms. Of course, this kind of form level division, looking at the entire ninja world, is only Chinyu who can fully master and have the ability to divide. Even Uchiha Itachi, and even Uchiha Obito, can't do it. Not to mention Uchiha Sasuke. However, facing this tone of teaching the younger generation, Uchiha Sasuke's face sank and shouted loudly. Good, very good, Uchiha Chinyu, you are indeed arrogant. Your space ninjutsu is indeed very mysterious, but the current era is not comparable to your past. It has been more than 20 years since we last met, and you are also a person abandoned by history. Today I will show you what it means to be pushed forward by the waves behind. Chapter 1322 9 Steps to Swallow Mountains and Rivers. Go to hell. What is the black dog helmet, the third form, go to hell? Uchiha Sasuke roared. A pair of Mangekyou. Sharingan was instantly activated to the extreme. The huge Susanoo was activated to the extreme at once. As the breath surged, Susanoo's hand turned over, and a huge energy crossbow was immediately condensed out of thin air. Is it Kagutsuki? It seems that you have inherited Itachi's eye technique. Children are not only uncreative, but also impatient. Chinyu raised his eyebrows with interest, looking a little surprised. I thought that my intrusion would cause a huge collision and change in the development of the future. However, he didn't expect that Uchiha Sasuke was still the old third-rate axe. Uchiha Sasuke's expression changed involuntarily. He didn't expect that Chinyu would reveal his secrets in one breath. However, the idea of surprise just emerged in his mind, and soon he blamed it all on Itachi. This was all told by Itachi to Uchiha Chinyu. Humph, even if you know it, so what? You dare to insult the Uchiha clan again and again. As the current clan leader, I will teach you a lesson. Uchiha Chinyu's face was extremely gloomy, and the kaleidoscope in his right eye suddenly turned down. The dark flames, like a raging tide, were suddenly drawn to the crossbow in Susanoo's hand. In an instant, it condensed into a black flame arrow. When Uchiha Sasuke's eyes turned in vain and locked on Chinyu, Kagutsuki, who had pulled the full crossbow, shot out in response. Buzz! The air suddenly shook, and everyone just felt a terrifying breath stirring. At the same time, a series of sonic booms in the air sounded. When people reacted, a dark light, as if crossing a distant area, passed through Chinyu's body in the blink of an eye. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded. Under the violent explosion force, the black flames bloomed like fireworks. In an instant, Chinyu and the dozens of meters square rock where he stood were blown to pieces. The most shocking thing was that wherever the black flames touched, whether it was rocks or lake water, they were all burned fiercely. Master Chinyu. Sarutobi Mirai's face changed suddenly. However, it was quickly stopped by Hinata Hanabi shaking her head. That's just an afterimage. Afterimage? Sarutobi Mirai's expression froze. She didn't have the so-called pupil technique of the Byakugan. Her senses only stayed on the subconscious that this attack was so fast that Chinyu couldn't react. The speed is average. It seems that I still overestimated you. After a night of trouble, it's time to end it. Chinyu didn't know when he appeared on the statue of the first generation Hokage. After shaking his head, he said, "Your Susanoo, a black dog shell, I can really blow it up with one punch." As soon as the voice fell, Chinyu's figure, which was pierced by the black flame, collapsed like a mirror image. Uchiha Sasuke's expression was distorted, and he turned around suddenly and roared hysterically. "You are looking for death." Bang! The vibration of the air sounded like thunder again. The black arrow tore through the air again, turned into a black streak, and shot towards Uchiha Chinyu. However, this time, it was just the beginning. Uchiha Sasuke, who had been angered to the point of running away, had already activated his Mangekyou. Sharingan to the extreme. The black flame drawn from Amaterasu quickly condensed into arrows in the crossbow. Accompanied by the sound of sonic booms in the air, Kagutsuki was shot out by Uchiha Sasuke like a string of beads. However, in the face of all this, Chinyu gave people the feeling that he obviously didn't take it to heart. Taking a step, it seemed as if he crossed an endless area and appeared 100 meters away. The moment the footsteps landed, the whole land seemed unable to bear this huge force and shook violently. Bang! The earth shook, and Chinyu, who had always acted calm and composed, changed his aura. If he just gave people a lazy and warm feeling a moment ago, then now Qin Yu is a sharp blade, exuding a sharp and unparalleled aura of attack. At the same time, a deafening snort went straight up to the sky. The moment the endless golden light rushed up to the sky, the unparalleled aura of attack seemed to be stirred by a pair of invisible hands. It turned into a 100-meter golden giant elephant that stepped out of thin air. However, this giant elephant, whether it was the aura it exuded or the degree of solidity of its form, was completely incomparable to the one performed by Hinata Hanabi. If it was said that the holy elephant collapse of the sky performed by Hinata Hanabi had a domineering aura, then, Uchiha Qin Yu, now performing the holy elephant collapse, gives people the feeling that it is not only domineering and unparalleled. It also has the flavor of swallowing mountains and rivers and crushing everything. However, all this is just the beginning. Qin Yu just took the first step. The second step followed immediately. The momentum that was already swallowing mountains and rivers rose again. The huge energy that penetrated the body gathered under 1 foot like a raging tide. The place where he landed was once again 100 meters away. The heavy rock layer of the earth seemed unable to withstand this huge force and collapsed. Everyone just felt the ground shaking violently, and before they could stand firm, Qin Yu had stepped out again. This time, Qin Yu's steps obviously did not stop. He took 8 steps in a row, making the whole world roll like thunder. When the 8th step fell, the earth had been completely shattered, spreading out hideous cracks like spider webs. 8 golden elephants of different shapes gathered in the void. The aura emitted by each elephant was stronger, and the golden light emitted illuminated half of the sky. However, facing this violent and unparalleled momentum, everyone's eyes, which had been stabilized in a hurry, were locked on Qin Yu. In the 9th step, Qin Yu was moving as if he was carrying a mountain. When his body moved slightly, the earth was shaking violently, as if it could not bear this huge force. Compared with the previous 9 steps, the falling posture was even slower. However, the aura emitted was far beyond the previous 8 steps. If it must be described, the power contained in this step is completely the sum of the previous 8 steps. Let everyone on the battlefield tremble involuntarily. There was even an inexplicable breath of death sprouting from the spine. Sasuke, stop him quickly, otherwise we will all die. Uzumaki Naruto's face changed, and he roared in a hurry. However, it was obviously too late. Qin Yu, who had already taken the 9th step and was full of momentum, had reached the peak of his killing aura and broke through the 7th gate of the 8 gates. With the sudden increase in physical strength, the 9th step landed with a bang. Roar! As the step landed, the snorting sound of the holy elephant exploded like thunder from the sky. Endless golden light shot up from Qin Yu's body and penetrated the sky and earth. Chapter 1323, Not a Genius, Not Qualified to be Abused. Bang! The golden beam of light broke through the accumulated leaden clouds in the sky. The 8 holy elephant bodies entrenched in the 4 directions in an instant, as if being pulled, they rushed towards Uchiha Qin Yu. The moment the 9 figures gathered, the domineering aura swept across the sky. At this moment, everyone's eyes only saw the nearly 1,000 meter long golden holy elephant. The posture of standing tall and upright seemed to swallow up the mountains and rivers. It formed an extreme contrast with the Susanoo displayed by Uchiha Sasuke. The huge aura it exuded seemed to collapse the world. No possibility. Uchiha Sasuke woke up from his trance and roared hysterically. I am the contemporary patriarch of the Uchiha clan and the strongest of this era. All this is absolutely an illusion. I don't believe that you can really blow up my Susanoo. Bang bang bang. The crossbow was pulled frantically, and Kagutsuki was shot frantically by Uchiha Sasuke. Dozens of black arrows were directly connected into a line. Like a long rainbow piercing the sun, he chased the golden giant elephant. However, facing all this, Uchiha Qin Yu moved. With a big step, the giant elephant, which was nearly 1,000 meters long, made a loud snorting sound that tore through the 9 heavens. In full view of the crowd, he rushed forward. At this moment, it gave people the feeling that it not only stirred the 4 directions of the sky. It also shattered the mountains and rivers, like a comet falling, giving people an unstoppable feeling. Bang 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 bang. The black Kagutsuki along the way exploded in succession like fireworks. The huge golden giant elephant, with its overwhelming momentum, quickly enlarged Uchiha Sasuke's pupils. The overwhelming momentum finally made Uchiha Sasuke, who was in Susanoo, panic. Once this kind of panic and fear sprouted in the heart, it grew rapidly as if it could not be suppressed. No. No, I don't want to die. Master Qin Yu, please show mercy. Boom. The golden light was like a tide, instantly capturing everyone's vision. The violent explosion wave, like a Category 15 hurricane, rolled around. Everyone on the battlefield just felt a flash in front of their eyes. It was like a boat that was overturned in the raging waves, and the whole person was blown away. Whether it was a golden vision or the sound of the storm in both ears. I don't know how long it took, the storm in the sky subsided, and the endless golden light disappeared. After everyone stood firm, their vision gradually recovered. When they saw everything in front of them clearly, the first scene that came into view made people's pupils shrink and they took a breath of cold air. As a commemoration of the battle between the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the Valley of the End seemed to have been hit by a meteorite and was directly razed to the ground. This tearing and crushing posture was like an invisible big hand digging through the ground. While tearing a deep groove, it quickly spread in the direction of Uchiha Sasuke. Susanoo, which seemed indestructible and was regarded as a powerful weapon by Uchiha Sasuke. Only a small part of the collapsed body was left, facing the remaining strong wind in the field. It seemed as if it would be blown away between heaven and earth at any time. Most importantly, the holy elephant, which displayed a posture of swallowing mountains and rivers, not only shattered Susanoo's body. Even several mountains behind it were flattened to the ground. Looking back, the valley waterfall of the past was completely transformed under the power of a blow. Everyone watching this scene was stunned and swallowed their saliva reluctantly. I lost, my Susanoo actually lost, this is impossible. Uchiha Sasuke roared with a stiff expression. Snap! A crisp slapping sound suddenly rang out. A black shadow appeared in front of Sasuke like a ghost. He slapped him in the face with his backhand. The burning sensation stunned Uchiha Sasuke. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, it was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Brother, tell me, Susanoo is undefeated, and it is definitely not comparable to the holy elephant. This is the strongest offensive and defensive means of our Uchiha clan. As the contemporary patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke dreams of becoming the first family in Konoha village. Even the first family in the entire ninja world. He has always regarded the pupil technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan as the strongest killer. However, now this most powerful killer was torn into pieces in an instant like paper in front of the holy elephant collapse, which he despised the most. If it weren't for personal experience. No. It should be said that even if he experienced it personally, Uchiha Sasuke was unwilling to believe that all this was true. Shut up, you don't know you almost got into trouble, and you are still talking nonsense here. Uchiha Itachi shouted angrily. If it weren't for Lord Qin Yu, who deliberately let you go, I'm afraid you would have died long ago. I told you early in the morning that seeing Lord Qin Yu is like seeing me, why did you forget? The hysterical roar echoed above the ruins. Seeing this scene, everyone present seemed surprised. In their eyes, Uchiha Itachi has always been very gentle. When has he shown this kind of hysteria? If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe that he has this side. However, as an outsider, everyone knows that Uchiha Itachi did this to save Uchiha Sasuke and deliberately change the subject. Okay, Itachi, stop pretending. I just missed the target by accident. Do you think I was really letting you win? Qin Yu dispersed the violent aura on his body and dusted himself off. It's getting late. I'm tired after a whole day of trouble. I'll go back and rest. I'll leave the mess here to you. After saying this, Qin Yu didn't stop for a moment. The Flying Thunder God technique seal in his hand changed, and he disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Looking at Qin Yu, who disappeared in an instant, Uchiha Itachi looked around again and again, and sighed with a heavy sigh of relief. Okay, it's good that he's okay. He is a contemporary of Lord Qin Yu. He is not a genius and is not qualified to be abused. This time, Lord Qin Yu is also sentimental. He just destroyed your Susanoo, which can be regarded as a vivid lesson for you. After all, you and Naruto are legends of the new generation, and you have indeed lacked the beatings of society. Now you should recognize that there are people outside of you and mountains outside of you. Uzumaki Naruto on the side listened to this teaching and witnessed the power of the holy elephant collapsing the sky. Even as a Hokage, he had no way to refute it. When he thought about it, if the attack just now happened in Konoha village. Even if there was a barrier to defend Konoha village, it would probably be fatally damaged. Chapter 1324 Young people are ignorant. Naruto, you can't escape your responsibility this time. Minato Namikaze also appeared beside Naruto, twisting his ear and teaching him a lesson. You are the 7th generation Hokage, you should know very well that before making any choice, you must put Konoha village first. When Uchiha Sasuke challenged Chinyu, not only did you not stop him, you also encouraged the trend on the side. I want to ask, if Chinyu was provoked and the attack fell on Konoha village, what would you use to resist? At this point, Minato Namikaze subconsciously glanced at the ruins in the field, looking at the deep trench dug in the ground. As for the mountain that was raised to the ground, Minato Namikaze still had lingering fears. He was indeed better at the Flying Thunder God barrier than Naruto, and could divert attacks over a large area. But when he thought of the nearly 1,000 meter long golden holy elephant, the tonnage of that behemoth was obviously daunting. If he insisted on diverting it, he would probably just burst the Flying Thunder God barrier in the end. Father, I know I was wrong. Naruto hesitated for a moment, and still said deflated like a balloon. Sasuke and I were both worried that Hanabi would be deceived at the beginning, so we were too nervous. I didn't expect that things would get out of control in the end, and that Uchiha Kainu would lead us by the nose and make a big mistake. At this point, Naruto glanced at the distraught Sasuke and said, "But, Dad, is it true that the Uchiha clan's Susanoo can't withstand this holy elephant collapse?" After personally witnessing the defeat of Uchiha Sasuke, a modern legend, he still asked such a question, although it seemed like rubbing salt into the wound. However, for Naruto, who was of the same generation as Sasuke, he was also impatient. For a moment, everyone in the field turned their eyes and locked on Namikaze Minato. Even the distraught Uchiha Sasuke was no exception. Namikaze Minato sighed helplessly and said, "No, you are indeed greenhouse flowers. This time you suffered a little loss, but it can be regarded as a lesson learned. Although Sasuke's Susanoo cannot block the holy elephant collapse, it does not mean that Chinyu can't do it." That day, against the Otsutsuki clan, the Susanoo Chinyu used was close to 1,000 meters long, and one strike could smash the mountain. Compared with the previous strike, it is not inferior at all. Moreover, the difficulty of performing the holy elephant collapse is definitely not easier than the final Susanoo. I think in this ninja world, Chinyu is probably the only one who can perform the holy elephant collapse to the extreme. As an old rival in the past, Namikaze Minato certainly knows how amazing Chinyu's methods are. It is precisely because he has witnessed the powerful Chinyu with his own eyes that Namikaze Minato eliminated Chinyu from his competitors. Teacher is right, don't be discouraged. Chinyu can't be measured by common sense, but what Chinyu can do proves that others also have the opportunity to reach that level. I think Itachi and Obito should be not far from that level. Kakashi also spoke to comfort. After all, these two are his students. He didn't want to make the two students useless with one blow. Teacher Kakashi, is what you said true? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up. It felt like burning the hope of life, and grabbed Itachi's arm. Looking at his brother who looked eager and like a demon, Uchiha Itachi sighed helplessly. Kakashi, you are flattering us. How can Obito and I compare with Lord Chinyu? He is the most powerful demon in the history of the Uchiha clan. However, the Mangekyo Sharingan has infinite possibilities. Obito and I's Susanoo is indeed stronger than Sasuke's Susanoo. If we must use the standard that Lord Chinyu used in the past, Obito and I's Susanoo should have reached the 5th stage, which is also the strongest complete Susanoo without external help. Once Susanoo is transformed into a complete form, its height alone will reach hundreds of meters, and even thousands of meters. As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and the Mangekyo Sharingan was frantically activated. The red pupil power exploded like a frenzy. In full view of the public transformed into Susanoo in armor. However, this Susanoo was different from the one Uchiha Sasuke had used before. One was obviously the elder brother, and the other was obviously the younger brother. At least, Itachi's Susanoo was not only covered with the black dog armor. It also evolved into legs and a pair of huge wings. With a height of hundreds of meters, it gave people a feeling of being like a Gundam. The powerful aura it exuded was obviously not comparable to the semi-finished product Uchiha Sasuke had just used. Is this the real Susanoo? Uchiha Sasuke was the first to lose his temper and said, "Brother, if you were to take the attack just now, you would definitely be able to do it." You are worthy of being the genius of our Uchiha clan. You will definitely surpass that guy in the future. Facing the insults from outsiders, Uchiha Sasuke was obviously unwilling. No, Sasuke, you think too much. I have also warned you that there are some people you can't afford to offend, and I can't afford to offend either. Uchiha Itachi dispersed the crazy pupil power, patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said. You have to remember that some people's existence is destined to be a bright moon. What we have to do is not to fight against the stone with an egg, but to become the brightest star around it. Only when we choose the right path, the enemy is dead and we are still alive. After leaving these words, Uchiha Itachi fell into silence. As the eldest brother, Uchiha Itachi knew very well that Sasuke, who lived in a peaceful era and had not been tempered, had any pride. Some words are enough to stop at the right time. Sometimes saying too much will have the opposite effect. No, brother, what you can't do doesn't mean I can't do it. I'm going to a place. Naruto is left to you. Uchiha Sasuke came to his senses and turned around and left suddenly. Seeing this quick energy, everyone present was stunned at first, and before they could dissuade him, Sasuke's figure had disappeared. Naruto, you should know where Sasuke went, right? Namikaze Minato looked at Naruto and said. Naruto was startled at first, feeling the gazes from all around, and smiled helplessly. I think he should go to find Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Namikaze Minato was startled at first, but as the fourth generation Hokage, he has a lot of rights to know. Since Orochimaru was whitewashed by Konoha Ninja Village, he has been responsible for the development of ninjutsu and human experiments. Known as the Biological Department. Facing Uchiha Sasuke, this time he suddenly went to find Orochimaru. There is only one purpose that is about to be revealed. Alas, it seems that there will be more troubles to come. Young people are ignorant. I hope that Lord Chinyu can still show mercy. Chapter 1325 The Disappearing 10,000 World Shop. Okay, the matter here has come to an end. As for restoring the original appearance of the Valley of the End, it seems that it will take a long time. Let's go back first. After looking around the ruins, Minato Namikaze smiled bitterly. Faced with such a shocking destructive power, even if the most proficient ninja of the entire Konoha Ninja Village was transferred, it would probably take at least half a month to repair it. This is definitely a case of fighting for a while, but the aftermath is a big mess. However, at this point, he could not afford to think too much. After putting a Flying Thunder God mark on Sarutobi Asuma, Hyuga Hayashi, and others, he directly performed the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the spot. It was several minutes later when everyone came back to their senses again. From the Valley of the End, they returned to the Hokage building. Okay, it's too late. If there is anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath. He was known as the Golden Flash and was proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique. However, there is still a clear gap compared to the pervert Chinyu. Ahem, the fourth generation is right. I think my family has cooked sweet soup. I have to go back to watch the fire. I'll leave first. Hyuga Hayashi coughed dryly, winked at Hyuga Hanabi and others, and turned around and left in a hurry. Asuma Sarutobi, who was standing by, also quickly came to his senses and said, Fourth generation, I also forgot about Kurane. I'm waiting for Mirai to come back for dinner. I'll leave first. After saying this, Asuma Sarutobi grabbed Mirai's hand and turned to run away. Dad, didn't Mom go on a mission? Why did she come back suddenly? Mirai, if you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. Looking at the figure who had walked away in a flash, the degree of agility made Minato Namikaze startled. Looking back behind him, Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, and Obito also turned around and left. I still want to go to the intimate paradise. I want to go see Sasuke. I want to pick up Jin. The voices have not yet dissipated. Whether it is Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi and others, they have all used the instant body technique to the extreme, like ghosts, disappearing on the spot. Seeing the empty house, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't hold back and said, Dad, why are they so weird? They seem to be in a hurry. It's just like when Dad is afraid of Mom. In this dimension, because of Chinyu's intrusion, Namikaze Minato really couldn't catch up with Uzumaki Kushina. However, the women of the Uzumaki clan are obviously irritable. For the fourth generation Namikaze Minato, it is still a nightmare. Ahem, Dad is respecting your mom. Namikaze Minato coughed dryly. By the way, I remember I don't have the change for Ichiraku ramen yet, I'll go check it out first. After saying this, Minato Namikaze directly performed the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared on the spot. For a moment, only Uzumaki Naruto was left on the huge Hokage building. In the Bankai shop, Chinyu returned to the shop early. Looking at the 2 earthen jars still placed on the counter, he felt a little pleasing to the eye. At least, the rewards born from the earthen jars this time made Chinyu very satisfied. In particular, the goods opened in the earthen jars not only affect the customers, but also Chinyu can benefit from it. Under the one-click full level system, the acquired skills can be fully leveled instantly. As the saying goes, more skills are better. For these hidden means, Chinyu is the more the better. Well, I finally made the first deal. With this good start, it will be easier next time. Publicity is a good start for the effect. It's not easy to be a small boss. This body of bones is about to fall apart. Chinyu reluctantly relaxed his body and was about to go to the back hall to rest. Knock, knock. A series of rapid knocks on the door sounded without warning. Chinyu raised his eyebrows. He was forced to sell the 3 earthen jars because he wanted to do a good job. However, there is no need to come to the door so quickly without leaving any private space. Forget it, let's buy the 3 earthen jars first, and then make plans for other things. Chinyu glanced at the earthen jars on the counter helplessly. The door is not locked, push the door and come in. Chinyu would not let go of the fat sheep that was delivered to his door, and of course he would slaughter it well. It's so cold outside, and the store you opened, boss, is really remote. If there was no place to hide from the wind and snow, I'm afraid I wouldn't come in. Chinyu's expression could not help but stagnate at the unfamiliar voice. When he saw the person coming towards him, his pupils could not help but shrink. At the same time, a black shadow landed first at the place where the Wanja shop was originally located. Father, why are you here again? Hyuga Hinata's reluctant voice sounded. Not long ago, she suffered a great loss here. When she thought of Uchiha Chinyu, she was about to bite her teeth. Sister, father is probably coming for the earthen jar. Hyuga Hanabi also landed in the field. However, after personally experiencing the joy of getting the holy elephant collapse, Hyuga Hanabi obviously saw further. Humph, Hinata, if you have half the brains of Hanabi, I don't have to worry about you. Hyuga Hayashi snorted coldly and said. Hanabi's ability to obtain the holy elephant collapse this time will play a significant role in strengthening the Hyuga family. However, it is impossible for Hanabi to achieve a balance between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan in a short period of time. Over the years, our Hyuga clan has been weak, but we have accumulated a lot of wealth. Hanabi mentioned that there are 3 earthen jars in total. She bought 1, so there should be 2 more. As long as we occupy these 2 earthen jars first, no matter what is inside, it will be a huge turning point for our Hyuga clan. Before seeing the Holy Elephant trademark's collapse, whether it was Hinata Hyuga, Niji Hyuga, or even Hayashi Hyuga, they all thought that spending millions to buy a clay pot was simply a fantasy. However, after experiencing the experience of blowing up Susanoo with 1 punch, everything changed. At least in their eyes, the clay pot has undoubtedly become a hot commodity. It is precisely for this reason that Hayashi Hyuga would be cunning in the first place, leaving the Hokage building first and rushing here. Uryake, delay will lead to changes, let trademark S go in quickly and buy the clay pot, so as not to be beaten to it by others. After saying this, Hinata Hayashi turned around and walked towards the shop. However, as soon as he turned around, the scene that first caught his eyes made him pause. The empty wilderness in front of him had long since disappeared without a trace of the shop. Not to mention buying earthenware pots. This situation made the passionate Hinata Hayashi rub his eyes. Chapter 1326. Even lying down was shot. In the vast wasteland, there was no trace of the shop as far as the eye could see. There were only a few wild birds staying here. If there was no soil left on the ground and the traces of being broken, it would be enough to make people believe that there had never been a newly opened strange shop here from the beginning to the end. Even if Hinata Hayashi rubbed his eyes red, he still couldn't change this situation. Hanabi, are we in the wrong place? Hinata Hayashi asked stutteringly. After seeing with his own eyes, Chinyu used the holy elephant collapse to the extreme. Hinata Hayashi's long dormant ambition was ignited. It was as if he saw his young and frivolous self in the past, chasing the first family of Konoha, with a fiery heart like pointing out the world. However, the empty scene in front of him made Hinata Hayashi feel like a basin of cold water was poured on his head. He felt chilly. Hinata-sama, I didn't expect you to be here too. Sarutobi Asuma fell more than 10 meters behind him, followed by Sarutobi Mirai, who always had big eyes and bright eyes. For the mysterious earthen jar, Sarutobi Mirai had already had the intention to get involved. It was just that he was short of money, so he had not made a move. The most important, yes, they were the first to know that Chinyu's Wanja store had opened. But now the Hyuga clan got there first. This hurt Sarutobi Mirai's heart. No. It should be said that Sarutobi Asuma was really regretting it. Especially after witnessing Hyuga Hanabi's holy elephant collapse. The powerful force made them feel like they had just missed out on a $1 billion prize. Haha, it seems that we are not the only ones who want to take over the earth pot. This time, I'm afraid there will be a fight between dragons and tigers. Kakashi's voice suddenly sounded. When he landed on the field, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito followed closely behind. The two were stunned at first, and then Obito quickly said with a shameless face, Sasuke is ignorant, but it doesn't mean that Itachi and I are fools. Since the earthen jar can be obtained, the powerful ninjutsu and ninjutsu practiced by Lord Chinyu are worth fighting for. Although our Uchiha clan is not very rich, we can still barely get together a few million or even tens of millions of taels. Uchiha Itachi on the side did not say anything, but his silent face obviously agreed with this statement. After all, in their eyes, Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, although only at the 3rd stage, is a bit unattainable in front of Chinyu. But the more you know, the more you understand that the holy elephant collapses the sky is powerful. To put it another way, even if the practitioner cannot reach Chinyu's level. But just by reaching a posture like destroying mountains and seas, it is enough for anyone to rise in the ninja world. Haha, I didn't expect that we all thought the same thing. This is probably because heroes think alike. It seems that there will be a fierce battle next. The voice of Minato Namikaze also sounded at the right time. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared not far away. Whether it was Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Obito, they all sighed secretly. There were already Sarutobi Asuma and Hyuga Hayashi here, and now there is another Minato Namikaze. This is completely the rhythm of too many monks and too little porridge. Why don't you say anything? Don't you welcome me? Let's compete fairly and don't hurt the harmony. Minato Namikaze laughed dryly. After all, I also have a useless son. It's best to seek something for him. If Uchiha Kainu didn't reappear, Minato Namikaze would have enough time for Naruto to grow up. But this time, no matter it was the dark attacker who made a comeback, or Uchiha Kainu displayed a more powerful and stunning power. It is enough to show that time is very urgent, and the opportunity left for Naruto and Sasuke to grow is no longer a greenhouse. The teacher is right, we compete fairly. Uchiha Obito quickly spoke up to save the situation. Master Hayashi, why don't you say anything? I believe that Master Chinyu may have something special besides the earthen jar, so let us have it. As he spoke, Uchiha Obito smiled and walked up. However, as soon as he approached, he saw that Hyuga Hayashi was shaking with anger, turned around suddenly, and roared hysterically. Fight for you! It must be Naruto and Sasuke who angered Master Chinyu away. Now even the Wanja store is gone. What earthen jars are there? I must beat Naruto and Hinata to death when I go back. Originally, Hyuga Hayashi was already in a low mood because the duck at his mouth flew away. Now suddenly he was told that there were so many people competing for opportunities. How could he not be angry? The store is gone. Namikaze, Minato and others were stunned. They rushed up quickly, and the first scene that caught their eyes suddenly made their pupils shrink. Looking at the empty space where no one had left, they were stunned. My lords, I have confirmed again and again that this is indeed the location of Lord Chinyu's shop, but it is indeed gone now. Hinata Hanabi also said hesitantly. Where do you think Lord Chinyu will go? If the secret of those earthen jars is known to people from other ninja villages, it will probably be a nightmare for our Konoha ninja village. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment. The nerves of Minato Namikaze and others were suddenly tense to the extreme. They came here secretly to fight for the earthen jars. But no matter how they fight, it is their internal affairs of Konoha ninja village. No matter which clan or person gets the earthen jar, it will become powerful. That is the blessing of Konoha ninja village, and the power of their village has been improved. However, now Hinata Hanabi told them. Chinyu might lose his temper and take the store to help the enemy. This is a nightmare for anyone. Damn Sasuke, if it weren't for him, Lord Chinyu wouldn't have just left. I'm going to beat him half to death now, and then tie Sasuke up and go to Lord Chinyu to apologize. Uchiha Obito got up first and cursed. Minato Namikaze, who was standing aside, turned away silently with a gloomy expression. I'll also tie up Naruto. This time, the two of them went too far. After saying this, Minato Namikaze glanced at his daughter-in-law Hinata Hyuga. For this half-daughter, Minato Namikaze believed that someone knew what to do. Father. Hinata Hyuga shuddered and hurriedly looked at Hayashi Hyuga. However, what he saw was a rope thrown on the ground. Do you want to tie the rope yourself, or do you want me to help you? If Lord Chinyu really runs to other ninja villages because of this, you will be the biggest sinners. Hinata Hayashi said calmly, face shouted fiercely. Of course, if Chinyu knew that his sudden disappearance would cause such a farce, then these people were obviously shot even when they were lying down. Chapter 1327 Sold as a piglet by the system. Hyuga Hinata was stunned for a moment. Looking at the Hyuga Hayashi who was obviously not joking in front of him, he finally regretted it. With a pleading look, he looked at Hyuga Hanabi not far away. Now Hyuga Hanabi has obtained the Holy Elephant Collapse. It is also the only one among all people who has benefited from the Earth Pot. It can be said that Hyuga Hanabi is now a hot commodity for the Hyuga family. If she asks for mercy, it will definitely have some effect. Disappeared? Hyuga Hinata was stunned. Looking at Hyuga Hanabi who disappeared at some point, she was obviously stunned on the spot. Where did Hanabi go? As expected of the Hyuga family, the next candidate for the head of the family must have obtained the Holy Elephant Collapse, which further enhanced the power of the instant body technique. Hyuga Hayashi was also confused, and soon said with a face full of relief. Uchiha Itachi, who had not left yet, turned around and left silently. He did not use the Sharingan, but facing the sudden disappearance of Hyuga Hanabi, this speed of instant body should not be possible, and he could not even catch the slightest feeling. Uchiha Itachi did not believe that he was old and his senses had degenerated. He now just attributed everything to the Holy Elephant Collapse, which brought a qualitative transformation to Hyuga Hanabi. So, it was precisely because of this reason that he was more determined to go back and beat Uchiha Sasuke. Of course, if Chinyu, the initiator, knew all this, he would definitely touch his nose helplessly and say secretly, "They are too unlucky." On the other hand, Hinata Hanabi saw that Hinata Hayashi had thrown the rope that Hinata had tied herself up with, and was about to plead for mercy. Although she was also upset about Hinata's reckless behavior this time. But after all, they were sisters. Compared with Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, two grown men, it was obviously different. However, the words of pleading had just come to her lips. Hinata Hanabi felt that she was enveloped by an invisible force in an instant. As soon as the idea of struggling emerged, her eyes were blurred and she couldn't react in time. She felt that everything in front of her was spinning, and when she reacted, she had already appeared in the familiar shop. Master Chinyu, why am I in the shop? Just now, my father and a group of Hokage wanted to visit you, but the Wanja shop disappeared. Hinata Hanabi saw Chinyu at once and spoke first. However, as soon as these words came out, she saw an unexpected figure the next moment. The revealing style of clothing, super short skirt, with a low-slit short shirt, revealing the huge southern hemisphere. Let Hyuga Hanabi take a look subconsciously, and the body that she thought was not small, seemed dwarfed. Because they met again, the joy that came from the heart was suddenly cut off. With a red face, she lowered her voice and said, "Master Chinyu, I didn't expect you like big types." No, what am I talking about? I mean, I came at the wrong time, I'm leaving first, and I'll meet up with my father and others later, and then visit Master Chinyu." After leaving these words, Hyuga Hanabi blushed, like a girl who broke into someone else's sex, blushing and quickly opened the door and walked out. However, the moment the door was opened, the first thing that came into view was the heavy snow falling all over the sky. At the same time, there was a completely unfamiliar architectural style. The biting cold wind wiped out the embarrassment in Hinata Hanabi's mind. She turned around and looked at Chinyu with a look of disbelief. "Master Chinyu, what is this place? I have been to many places in the ninja world to perform missions, but I have never been here." As a special jonin of Konoha Ninja Village, Hinata Hanabi's missions were spread all over a large part of the ninja world. However, in her memory, there was obviously no building of this style in front of her. This is a Western European Gothic-style building. Chinyu patted Hinata Hanabi's shoulder, closed the door, and blocked the cold wind blowing in directly outside the door. During this process, Chinyu did not forget to take another look at the special building outside the door, and the girl who took off her robe and sat in the hall to keep warm. It can be said that if Chinyu hadn't seen this girl, he would not have believed it at all. His own shop actually crossed the dimension and appeared in the world of fairy tale. The girl who suddenly visited in the snowstorm was Lucy Heartfilia. She was the celestial mage in fairy tale. She was also one of the 4 members of the fairy tale guild who always won. At this moment, Chinyu finally understood why the shop was called Wanja by the system. It seemed that it would be sold as a piglet by the system from time to time. And Hinata Hanabi was specially summoned by Chinyu to complete the additional task given by the system. I'm sorry, I'm Lucy Heartfilia. I happened to encounter a heavy snowstorm, so I came here to avoid it. I'm really sorry for making you misunderstand me. Lucy stood up, half-bowed, and apologized to Hinata Hanabi. However, the 90-degree bow undoubtedly made the southern hemisphere more magnificent. Hinata Hanabi couldn't help but glance at it, and her cheeks flushed, and she didn't wait for her to speak. Then the words that fell into her ears made her cheeks blush directly, and her ears were red. Miss Hanabi, you were so nervous just now, could it be that you like this Chinyu? I'm really sorry that I made you jealous by mistake. As a character of fairy tale, whether it is the physical characteristics that give people, they are mature beyond imagination. At the same time, there is also maturity from personality. Especially Lucy, who can write novels and dreams of being a writer, is even more so when she disagrees with someone, and she is no exception to directly imagining a monkey. Miss Lucy, what are you talking about? I just regard Lord Chinyu as my senior, and I don't have those ideas at all. Hinata Hanabi blushed and waved her hands and said hurriedly. Just now, we suddenly found that Lord Chinyu's Wanja shop was gone. When we came to our senses, we found ourselves in the shop, and you and Lord Chinyu were alone in the shop, and the clothes were. At this point, Hinata Hanabi couldn't help but glanced at Lucy's huge southern hemisphere. Are you saying that my clothes are a bit revealing? Lucy understood instantly, and then smiled and looked at Hinata Hanabi, saying, people here all dress like this. I do the same, and it's convenient for me to do things. However, I think the clothes you wear are also very special. I have read in a book that people in a certain area call it a kimono. You look really good in it. Many people will like it in the future. If you shoot a photo magazine, you will definitely become an outstanding model like Myra Jane. Chapter 1328 Pack them all for me. Photo magazine. Hinata Hanabi was stunned for a moment. Even if you haven't seen a pig run, you have at least eaten pork. Of course, she knows a thing or two about the so-called photo. Sometimes, she will also learn a little about the development and health of those models. But now, in front of men in public, being praised like this, and in front of the respected Uchiha Chinyu, this makes Hinata Hanabi feel impatient. What, you don't know who Myra Jane is, right? She's the most popular real-life photo model in fairy tale. Let me show you. Lucy quickly found a photo magazine in her luggage. The colorful swimsuit photo on it, the posture of sitting prone. It's really exciting. Especially, the exaggerated southern hemisphere, it's like Hinata Hanabi, wondering if she is stunted. In her memory, the size of her sister Hinata seems to be not much different. However, this chaotic thought just flashed through her mind, and soon she could hear a dry cough in her ear, which immediately woke Hinata Hanabi up with a red face. Ahem, the weather is a bit cold now, let's get close to the fire to keep warm, and this snow has no signs of stopping for a while, it seems that you all have to spend a good night with me. Chinyu smiled and patted Hinata Hanabi on the shoulder. She was like an ant on a hot pot, so she subconsciously took a half step back, revealing a face full of shame. Don't be afraid, Sister Hanabi, this store manager is just trying to scare people, and he doesn't look like a bad guy. Lucy hurried forward to comfort her. What's more, I forgot to tell you that I am one of the few wizards on the continent, and I have enough power to protect you. As she spoke, Lucy took out the star spirit key from her waist with her backhand. Looking at the golden key mixed among the many silver keys on it, Chinyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Now he just came back to his senses when the system sold piglets. He hadn't figured out at all that the fairy tale world node he was in the original time period. To complete the tasks attached to the system, obviously, you need to know yourself and the enemy. Wizard? What is a wizard? Hinata Hanabi was confused. For her, there were only ninja world and ninjas, and the so-called wizards were completely confusing. Sister Hanabi, you don't even know what a wizard is. Didn't you come from that country? Lucy was stunned. Although the Ishur region where they are located is not like other places, it has a powerful magic military group. But it also has many wizards and magic knowledge. It can be said that in this world, magic and reality have long been integrated. It is possible to not know what a wizard is. I'm afraid that only when you walk out of the isolated mountains will this be the case. However, Lucy obviously noticed that her words were wrong, and she changed the subject and said, Sister Hanabi, don't be discouraged even if you don't know what a wizard is. In the Ishur region, there must be 3 or 4 people out of 10 who have magic talent. As long as I successfully join Fairy Tail, I will take you there to check your magic talent. As long as you have magic power, you will definitely be able to become a wizard. Join Fairy Tail? Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His eyes quickly fell on the back of Lucy's hand, and he didn't find the emblem mark of Fairy Tail. At the same time, through the star spirit key that Lucy showed just now, there is only one golden star spirit key belonging to the 12 constellations. According to Qin Yu's memory, this should be the key left by Lucy's mother, belonging to the big sister Aquarius Aqua. Through these clues, Qin Yu can judge the time node when the system sent him here. I'm afraid Lucy just ran away from home and went to join the fairy tale. After all, in the Isha continent, the destruction of the fairy tale is very strong. The reputation spread far and wide. But the strength it possessed still vaguely occupied the title of the first magic guild in the Isha continent. If Lucy wanted to experiment with her own purpose, joining Fairy Tail was undoubtedly the best choice. Okay, I've been bothering you for so long, I still don't know what you sell at your store. Lucy put Mirajana's photo on Qin Yu's counter. The meaning was obviously to give this thing to Qin Yu. Let Hinata Hanabi couldn't help but take another look, and also looked at Qin Yu. Of course, as a reincarnated person, Qin Yu had already trained a rock-like heart, and knew clearly that Lucy's best skill at the current stage was charm. Doing so was also to ease the atmosphere and take the upper hand for the next possible deal. However, this thought just flashed through Lucy's mind, and after looking around the small shop, looking at the empty cabinet, her expression couldn't help but stagnate. Thinking of the door couplet she saw in the snow just now, Lucy couldn't help but ask, Manager, is your store newly opened, or what? Why don't you have any merchandise? Just now, I was outside and saw the words on your door, those who are destined to get it, those who are not destined to get it, only those who are destined to get it. Is your store too unique? In fact, Lucy, who was born in a business empire, wanted to say that if it weren't for the snow, she would never enter this special store. After all, in her eyes, this kind of store has no charm to attract customers. Not to mention, the empty cabinets for merchandise display here. It looks like a rundown store. Ahem, my store is indeed open today, and the merchandise is not up to par. In addition to the one time that Huahuo visited, there are 2 more items. Qin Yu coughed dryly, thinking about whether to add something to the store in the future. Otherwise, every time a customer comes in, he has to explain, which is too wasteful. However, when I thought about it, I was completely sold out by the system when I opened a store here. The ultimate goal is just to sell specific goods and complete the system's tasks. I still rejected the idea of adding items. According to Qin Yu, I don't lack money. It's impossible to make money by selling goods. It's impossible in this life. Sister Huahuo, you are the first customer of the store manager. This relationship is not simple. Lucy was stunned and was more certain that these 2 people were probably country people who came out of the mountains to start a business and see the world. Otherwise, they would not open a store with only a few goods. This made Lucy more determined, and she completely ignored the idea of patronizing 1 or 2. Huahuo looked at the 2 earthen jars with a bit of fiery eyes. However, this fiery expression was soon interrupted by the words that fell in her ears. Manager, we are destined to meet today. Sister Hanabi and I are very compatible. Your store is also opening for the first day. I still have some spare money. In order to repay you for giving me a place to hide from the wind and snow, please pack up the remaining 2 items in your store for me. Chapter 1329 The world is going crazy. The store suddenly fell into silence, which made the atmosphere more awkward. Hinata Hanabi, who was standing aside, tried to open her mouth, but still felt that she couldn't say anything. Why don't you talk? Lucy was stunned for a moment and quickly took out a wallet. Don't worry, this is my second business, and I am a wizard. I will never treat you unfairly. Here is 1,000 yuan. Consider it my repayment for your kindness in taking me in today. As she spoke, Lucy took out the few thousand yuan in her wallet. At the same time, she reached out to grab the earthen jar. However, Lucy soon saw a figure who blocked her in advance. Lucy's sister, thank you for your kindness, but... Hinata Hanabi said hesitantly. But what, is it that the money is not enough? Lucy was stunned for a moment, and quickly took out the few coins left in her wallet. Here is another 500. Looking at the wrinkled coin that Lucy took out, Hinata Hanabi shook her head like a rattle. Smiled bitterly and said, Lucy's sister, you misunderstood, this is not an ordinary earthenware pot. When I bought it just now, I spent 2 million, and the price of the next 2 should be higher. 2 million. Lucy was stunned for a moment. Looking at the coins in her hand, and the 2 earthenware pots full of the taste of time. Lucy couldn't help but stammered, Sister Hanabi, is this a black shop? Although Lucy knew that this adjective was very inappropriate. However, she still couldn't help it. For 2 million to buy an old earthenware pot. This is simply a fantasy. No, Lucy, I thought that Chinyu was running a black shop at first, but later I found out that the value of this earthen jar is definitely more than 2 million. Hinata Hanabi hurriedly explained. Powerful ninjutsu can be opened here. Only those who have bought it know that it is worth the money. Hinata Hanabi didn't want to give up these 2 earthen jars. However, facing the name of black shop, she couldn't help but refute it. Ninjutsu. Lucy was stunned. She didn't expect that someone would spend 2 million to buy an earthen jar. She would also help the liar explain. Is this brainwashed? Okay, let me introduce it. Chinyu touched his nose helplessly. This is the Wanja shop, you can get things from all the heavens and the worlds. As for the 2 earthen jars in front of you, according to you, they contain magic. The earthen jar that Hanabi bought just now was my first business, so it was a grand opening promotion, and I just took a little bit casually. As for the second and third earthen jars, each is worth 5 million. 5 million. Hyuga Hanabi was stunned. Lucy, who was standing aside, felt that her scalp was about to explode. The Hartfilia family she came from was a wealthy family that could rival a country, and they had bought the most expensive things. The manor at home was worth tens of billions. But for her to spend millions to buy a shabby earthen jar, this was definitely difficult to accept. Sister Hanabi, do you also think that this earthen jar is too expensive for 5 million? Looking at the stiff-faced Hinata Hanabi, Lucy hurriedly tried to find some psychological comfort. However, she soon saw that Hanabi's eyes were shining, especially when she looked at the 2 earthen jars, her eyes were straight. Master Chinyu, are these 2 earthen jars really only 5 million? Hinata Hanabi hurriedly stepped forward and said excitedly. Can I also buy it at this price? For Hyuga Hanabi, who had personally enjoyed the convenience brought by the earthen jar. She was the one who knew the value of the earthen jar the most. Not only could she obtain powerful ninjutsu, but she could also get started in an instant, completely eliminating the time for hard training and the requirement of talent. This was undoubtedly a godlike method. In the eyes of Hyuga Hanabi and even Hyuga Hayashi and others, they had already been mentally prepared. Even if Chinyu raised the price of the earthen jar to 10 million, they had to grab one. However, now Chinyu only asked for 5 million, which was a huge bargain. Looking at Hyuga Hanabi, who was completely caught up in the frenzy, Lucy couldn't help turning around and wanted to rush out of the door. She was worried that if she stayed for a long time, she would be like Hyuga Hanabi, and would be willing to sell herself for the earthen jar. Ahem, Hanabi, you scared the guests. Chinyu coughed dryly and interrupted Hyuga Hanabi, who was almost running away. Don't worry, I'm serious about what I say. As long as you have enough money, you can take these 2 earthen jars away. For Chinyu, the sale of earthen jars is just a task given by the Wanja store system. As long as the sales reach 10 million, the task can be completed. In addition to the first earthen jar that was half sold and half given away, these 2 earthen jars worth 5 million are included. It is already considered to have exceeded the task. 10 million. Hinata Hanabi showed a hint of urgency, and soon froze in place, looking very embarrassed. Master Chinyu, can I buy on credit? As long as I return to Konoha village, my father will definitely give me money with both hands. These 2 earthen jars are very important to the survival of our Hyuga family. I hope that Master Chinyu can help us. For the Hyuga family, I am willing to do anything you ask me to do. Crazy. Looking at the desperate look of Hinata Hanabi, Lucy felt that the world was going crazy. 10 million to buy 2 broken earthen jars, and there were people rushing to give money. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, I'm afraid Lucy would never believe it. In her eyes, Chinyu simply has the potential to be a profiteer. Ahem, Hanabi, calm down. Chinyu coughed again. Feeling Hanabi's enthusiasm, he even suspected that he was involved in a pyramid scheme. Hanabi, look, here, except for you, no one knows the value of these 2 earthen jars, so you don't have to worry about someone competing with you. Besides, my shop has rules and does not allow credit. If you don't have money, I can give you a suggestion. You can become a wizard here, accept tasks, and earn money to buy earthen jars. This time, Chinyu summoned Hinata Hanabi to the world of fairy tale. Because the system proposed an additional task. Only customers who have shopped in the store. In the other world, become S-level wizards. Only in the Wanja shop can they return to the world of Naruto. Right now, Hinata Hanabi is short of money, and Chinyu also needs people to complete the task. This method is undoubtedly a win-win situation. Let me become a wizard and take on tasks to make money. Is this similar to the time in Konoha Ninja Village? Hinata Hanabi's eyes lit up. Lord Chinyu, this is a good idea. I can learn by your side and hone my skills to make money at the same time. This is definitely killing 3 birds with 1 stone, Sister Lucy, don't you think so? Chapter 1330 No Salvation. Okay? Lucy was stunned. Does she dare to say no now? Looking at Hinata Hanabi, who was almost fanatical and was selling herself to buy earthenware pots. Lucy was really afraid that when she said no, Hinata Hanabi would tear her hands off. Thinking of this, Lucy could only bite the bullet, put on a stiff smile and nodded in agreement. She had an impulse to escape from here as soon as the heavy snow outside stopped. Okay, since it's getting late, there are several rooms upstairs, and there are also many daily necessities and beddings. You should go and rest first. I still have to deal with things in the store. Chinyu left these words and turned around and left. He remembered that his first mission had been completed, and the system should have a novice gift package. Master Chinyu, take care, I will help you take care of the store. Hinata Hanabi half bowed, made a salute, and said hurriedly. Of course, the 2 people she was optimistic about were actually Earthen Jar. This is related to the foundation of the rise of the Hyuga family. However, this scene, falling into Lucy's eyes, made her hold her forehead. Grabbing Hyuga Hanabi's arm, she walked upstairs quickly. Soon, in the bathroom. The huge bathtub was steaming a large amount of water vapor. The 2 figures immersed in the water were looming, and with the graceful outline, it added a few inexplicable temptations. Compared with Lucy's carefree face, Hyuga Hanabi was obviously a little uncomfortable with this kind of bath, especially with huge strangers. After a glance, half of the southern hemisphere was exposed in the water, and she slowly immersed herself in the water with a red face. Sister Hanabi, your face seems to be wrong. You are not here because of me. Lucy obviously caught Hyuga Hanabi's gaze, couldn't help but straighten up, and smiled proudly. For a woman, in addition to her own strength as capital, figure is also very important. However, this trace of pride just climbed onto her face. Hinata Hanabi shook her head like a rattle, soaking her whole head in the water, and said after blowing out some bubbles. No, I was just careless just now, and I remembered that my sisters can still float, so it's a bit embarrassing. Sister Lucy, don't misunderstand, I didn't mean to say you are small. The pride on Lucy's face froze for a moment. Looking down, she saw most of the southern hemisphere submerged. She couldn't help but imagine how big it had to be to form buoyancy. This is a structure where the area and weight are not proportional. At least, Lucy thought she could not meet this standard at all. Of course, Hinata Hanabi did not lie. In the original work, Hinata and Haruno Sakura and other women once went to bathe together. At that time, Hinata's floating ball made Haruno Sakura almost feel inferior. It can be said that since that day, Konoha's #1 nanny has been taken. Ahem, Sister Hanabi, can we talk about the store manager? Lucy was defeated and quickly changed the subject. Who do you think he is? This time, Lucy proposed to take a bath together. Not only did she have confidence in her own capital, but she also wanted to make Hinata Hanabi turn back. Sister Hanabi, you are still young and so beautiful. When you go to a big city in the future, many people will like you. You should know that the Isha continent is full of magic. An excellent little beauty like you should be liked by many wizards. If you are not careful, Sister Hanabi, you will also have the qualifications to become a wizard, and you will be a perfect match in the future. Lucy explained hurriedly. In fact, your vision is still very narrow now. For example, the magic performed in the Fairy Tale Guild can easily smash a mountain of more than 10 meters. You can also kill many ferocious monsters. That's a real man. At this point, Lucy stared at Hinata Hanabi and said, Sister Hanabi, what kind of person do you think the store manager is? As a woman, Lucy knew clearly that love can make people become idiots. At least to let Hyuga Hanabi get out of her love affair, she must know that there are many colorful trees outside that can keep her hanging. Outside, there is a large forest waiting for her. However, Hyuga Hanabi obviously did not understand the hint. She soaked in the warm water and said after a little silence, I am not worthy of Lord Chinyu. My father said that he is the strongest legend in the world. He can blow up a mountain with one punch, flatten a waterfall with one blow, destroy a ninja village in a thought, and has the power to challenge the whole world alone. This kind of existence is almost godlike. Sister Lucy, I still remind you that you must not challenge Lord Chinyu, otherwise it will bring disaster to yourself and even the entire family. For Hyuga Hanabi, the attitude of the 4th, 5th, or 6th Hokage towards Chinyu just now is enough to see everything. 3 existences known as the Legend of Konoha. If they really join forces, looking at the entire ninja world, absolutely no one dares to confront them head-on. The energy he possesses is enough to overthrow any country. However, with such great power, he is in awe of a young boy. It explains everything. Blow up a mountain with one punch? Flatten a waterfall with one blow? Lucy was stunned. This is simply a fantasy. There is no hope. At least, in Lucy's eyes, Hyuga Hanabi is simply too poisoned and has become a little fangirl. She gave up treatment directly. Seeing Hanabi's admiring look, Lucy helplessly pressed her head into the water and blew bubbles. On the other hand, Chinyu didn't know what happened in the bathroom. Looking at the novice gift package that popped up after completing the sales task for the first time on the system page, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. With his current strength and level, Chinyu believes that he can definitely walk sideways in the world of fairy tale. What Black Dragon King and Black Mage, they are all childlike existence. If he is really irritated, Chinyu will consider it and let them end it early. However, at Chinyu's current level, he is more interested in playing games. As for the novice gift package, he doesn't like it, but if he uses it well, maybe it can speed up his task completion. When he thought of this, Chinyu collected his messy thoughts, and gave an order. System, open the novice gift package for me. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, get the inverted hammer. The ethereal prompt sound of the system sounded in his mind. An inflatable hammer that looked like a toy appeared in front of Chinyu out of thin air. Looking at this unremarkable toy hammer, Chinyu couldn't help but frown. Although he had no hope for the novice gift package. But this reward is too perfunctory. Chapter 1331 Inverted Hammer. In the side hall of the shop, Chinyu looked at the toy hammer floating quietly in front of him and frowned. However, the description of the toy hammer soon emerged in his mind. Inverted hammer. It can make the person hit by the hammer have a series of random changes such as personality reversal, habit reversal, ability reversal, etc. Of course, the holder can also reverse direction. The duration of each time varies from person to person. The number of times it can be used per day is 2. Reversing personality, ability, and habits? Chinyu was surprised. He looked at the roulette wheel on the inverted hammer. There were obviously various options on it. Especially the inverted personality. He remembered a joke. Darkening is very strong. If the inverted hammer can really make a person darken instantly, even if it can only last for a few minutes, I am afraid it will be an unexpected killer. If Qin Yu is just a newly born reincarnated person, this will be a powerful weapon. Manager, it seems that you are still childish. You even hide an inflatable hammer. Can I play with it? Lucy appeared outside the door, followed by Hinata Hanabi. However, the two girls had just finished bathing. There was still a faint scent of shower gel on their bodies, coupled with wet hair, which added a few inexplicable temptations. Ahem, this thing is not a toy. Qin Yu coughed dryly and put the inverted hammer on the shelf beside him. This is a special product. If you are not careful, I am afraid something bad will happen. Of course, if you want to buy it, I'll give you 20% off, 8 million. 8 million? Lucy was stunned. After taking a look at the inflatable toy hammer, she was more certain that this was a black shop. Manager Qin Yu, I don't want to doubt you. You said that this inflatable hammer is worth 8 million, which is too hard to convince people. Lucy was completely impatient. Unless you prove that this inflatable hammer really has some unique function, I think you are a black shop. As she spoke, Lucy grabbed the inflatable hammer. She hit her palm out of inertia. Sister Lucy, don't touch Lord Qin Yu's things. You really doubt Lord Qin Yu? He said that this thing can't be touched, so it can't be touched. Hinata Hanabi hurriedly reached out to stop her. She was not worried that Lucy would provoke Qin Yu. Instead, she was concerned about the strange inflatable hammer in front of her. In the eyes of Hinata Hanabi, since Qin Yu said it was special, then it must be very special. It's too late. She soon knew the specialness of this inflatable hammer. Qin Yu stopped Hinata Hanabi and glanced at the options displayed on the roulette pointer. His expression could not help but stagnate. Personality reversal? In Qin Yu's eyes, Lucy's personality, in addition to the surface of the strong. In fact, the heart is very weak and shy. Now the personality reversal is triggered. What will happen, even Qin Yu can't guess for a moment. Manager Qin Yu, you are too good at joking. What can happen if you hit yourself with an inflatable hammer? I'll hit myself a few more times. As Lucy said, she continued to raise the inverted hammer in her hand and hit herself randomly. Don't. Qin Yu spoke to stop him. Unfortunately, after 7 or 8 hammers, it was too late. According to the system, one hammer can turn a person upside down. So what will happen after 7 or 8 hammers? Qin Yu had no idea. What do you mean by no? Are you afraid that I will expose you? Lucy rolled her eyes, obviously intending to fight Qin Yu to the end. However, as soon as she said this, her hands seemed to be out of control and grabbed her clothes. Puff! The sound of the cloth tearing made Lucy stunned. She subconsciously looked down at her body. But she found that she had completely lost control of her body. At the same time, she said something unbearable. Stinky brother, are you single? Sister is still single. You see, I am much better than the little sister next door. Don't worry, sister is beautiful and gentle. The quiet voice in the yellow picture made Hinata Hanabi's expression stiff. In particular, this vulgar speech that seemed to be the truth. It made Hanabi unable to recover. At least, the scene in front of her could be called a visual feast. However, for Lucy, this was a nightmare. She now felt as if she was imprisoned in her body, and she could clearly know what she was doing outside. This clear consciousness. It made her feel inexplicably cold. Looking at the upside-down hammer in her hand, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could it be that this thing is really not an ordinary inflatable hammer? However, as soon as this thought came to her mind, Lucy suddenly woke up and looked at herself opening her heart and walking towards Qin Yu. This white picture was unacceptable. Ahem. Qin Yu came back to his senses, coughed dryly, and disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at Lucy behind her. He raised his hand and directly stabbed her behind her neck. Looking at Lucy, who fainted and fell to the ground, Hinata Hanabi was quick and picked her up by the waist. The heart-to-heart communication in front of him was very good. But with Hinata Hanabi around, Qin Yu didn't want to teach the child bad things. What's more, Qin Yu didn't have the idea of taking advantage of others. Taking the inverted hammer that fell to the ground, Qin Yu understood more clearly that what is a system product must be a fine product. At least, this inverted hammer, if used properly. Maybe it can give people unexpected effects. Master Chinyu, Sister Lucy. Hinata Hanabi's cheeks flushed. The scene just now was too sudden for her. It's the effect of the inverted hammer. It can make people's choices reversed. Chinyu put away the inverted hammer. For the system's products, since it has been verified. Chinyu didn't want someone to suddenly come up behind him with this inverted hammer and hit him hard. At that time, if he couldn't resist the power of the inverted hammer, he would make a fool of himself. This was definitely not what Chinyu wanted to see. Therefore, Chinyu quickly decided to consider this inverted hammer as a non-sale item. Otherwise, he would capsize in the gutter if he was not careful. This was a nightmare. Is it this inflatable hammer? Hinata Hanabi looked at the inverted hammer in Chinyu's hand and subconsciously took a few steps back. Especially thinking of Lucy's wolf nature just now. This simply made Hanabi feel a chill on her feet. If Chinyu hadn't stopped her in time just now. I'm afraid that in the face of this cute inflatable hammer, Hinata Hanabi would play with it like Lucy. Who knows, the wolf nature hidden in the deepest part of her heart would also be released. When she thought of this, Hinata Hanabi couldn't help but shudder. In her eyes, the inflatable hammer in Chinyu's hand was directly labeled as the Devil's Hammer. Chapter 1332 Multiple Dimensions in Progress. Looking at Hyuga Hanabi, who was afraid of the inverted hammer and left with Lucy. Chinyu also put away this extremely dangerous prop properly. Main body, I am Escanor, may I ask where you are now? An unexpected voice sounded in Chinyu's mind. Chinyu touched his nose helplessly, and soon realized that he had forgotten Escanor, who had a very small presence in the evening. However, judging from the current inquiry, I am afraid that Escanor, who was separated in advance, did not appear in the world of fairy tale with him. If the guess is correct, this made Chinyu have a bold idea in his mind. Main body, the Hyuga family is now looking for the whereabouts of Hyuga Hanabi, should I do something? Escanor spoke again. Although, Chinyu knew that this was caused by his clone using the character role-playing system. However, it was still a bit awkward to really talk to himself across the air. It was just that Chinyu wanted to return to the dimension of Naruto from the world of fairy tale. Obviously, he had to complete the task conditions attached by the system and let Hinata Hanabi become an S-level wizard. This kind of thing cannot be accomplished by simple force. It also requires sufficient task completion and passing the guild's assessment. Then it will be unified and the president will submit the recommendation to the Magic Council before it can be certified. Faced with this cumbersome process, this will probably take at least several months. Of course, if the wizards on the Asia continent knew that Chinyu planned to reach the S-level wizard in a few months, that would definitely shock the entire continent. Attracted a group of white eyes. In their eyes, even the most talented wizards could not do it. Having such an idea is simply nonsense. Main body, are you okay? Do you need my help? Escanor's voice sounded again. No, I'm just thinking about something. Chinyu shook his head, dispelled his thoughts, and remembered an important thing. System, you separated me and my clone into two-dimensional worlds. So, can the props and systems obtained in this world be shared in another world? Now Chinyu's body was forcibly taken to fairy tale by the system, but the clone stayed in Naruto. But Escanor's character has a huge weakness. Although the system has slightly improved Escanor's characteristic of weakening at night. But once Escanor takes action, his strongest moment will also expose his biggest weakness. This relatively extreme weakness, if someone is targeted. This is definitely not what Chinyu wants to see. Even if this is a clone, Chinyu does not want to be defeated. Most importantly, this kind of clone makes Chinyu feel very convenient to act in two dimensions. He does not want to be unable to control the movements of the Naruto world. Host, please rest assured. The system is omnipotent and has the ability to exceed your cognition. At the same time, your will can also transcend time and space. The emotionless system prompt flashed through Chinyu's mind. This made Chinyu have a strong impulse to doubt. He doubted whether this system was really without wisdom, otherwise it would not be so shameless to flatter him. However, Chinyu's focus now is obviously on the use of the cross-dimensional system. With the promise of the system, he was relieved, but quickly planned to practice it. When he saw the inverted hammer that had just been placed, he reached out and grabbed it, and his thoughts moved. This prop that Hinata Hanabi regarded as the Devil's Hammer disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, Chinyu's main consciousness also quickly transferred. Konoha Ninja Village, in front of the cemetery. A thin figure, timid eyes, gradually brightened. This is the Escanor character template displayed by Chinyu's clone. However, due to the absence of the main will, this clone is dominated by Escanor's main personality. It can be understood that it is more affected by Escanor's arrogant thinking that he is the only one in the world. Now with the help of the system, after the main will entered, there is a little more rationality. Looking at the inverted hammer that appeared in his hand at some point, Chinyu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Sure enough, it's just as I guessed, then I can borrow different 10 points and walk in multiple worlds. This was Chinyu's initial speculation. Now it has been put into practice, and it is no different from my normal self. Chinyu can also use his main will at the critical moment to let the system switch the character template. At the same time, Chinyu believes that this time he was forcibly brought to the fairy tale world by the system, which is just the beginning. In the days to come, similar situations may occur again. If Chinyu does not want to miss any world movement, this is undoubtedly the best way. Let all worlds proceed synchronously, and he can also participate. Is the sky starting to get brighter? Chinyu felt the gradually recovering power in his body, and finally noticed the first ray of sunlight that broke through the night sky. It seems that with a series of complicated things, the second day of returning to Konoha Ninja Village is about to begin. However, what Chinyu has to do now is to bring the whereabouts of Hinata Hanabi to the Hyuga family, so as not to let the Hyuga family worry in vain because of himself. Thinking of this, Chinyu looked far away and quickly confirmed the direction of the Hyuga family. However, the first thing that came into view was 3 unexpected figures. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. A panting voice suddenly sounded. Chinyu raised his eyebrows and instantly confirmed that this was the Konoha Watermelon Peel trio. In addition to Might Guy and Rock Lee, there is Lee's child, Metal Lee. As a watermelon peel combination of the same lineage, compared with Might Guy and Rock Lee, who are so bored that they hit the wall. Metal Lee obviously has a fatal weakness, which is that he attaches great importance to other people's opinions and is easily stage frightened because of some trivial things. It is precisely because of this reason that he has repeatedly made a fool of himself. Dad, where is there anyone? Ah! Metal Lee fell to the ground from his handstand. It was obviously because he suddenly met an outsider and was shy. Melt, Dad said that if you fail halfway, you have to start over, but as my beloved son, Dad is willing to start over with you. Rock Lee responded quickly. Teacher Kai is no exception. In Rock Lee's eyes, once this time comes, Kai, who has always treated Melta as a grandson, will definitely raise his thick eyebrows, give a thumbs up, show his white teeth, and encourage Melta Lee with him. In the end, the 3 will hug each other, excited for their youth, tears in their eyes. However, when Rock Lee turned around, he found that Might Guy was gone. Chapter 1333 The Mysterious and Powerful Teacher. Teacher Kai, where have you been? Melta needs you, the embrace of burning youth. Rock Lee hurriedly shouted with tears in his eyes. In his eyes, he was able to go from a waste to an elite ninja, all thanks to Might Guy. Now Melta Lee is introverted and very shy, which is very fatal to a ninja. In the ninja school, he was also evaluated as unsuitable to be a ninja. However, in Rock Lee's eyes, as long as he gets Might Guy's encouragement, his beloved son will definitely be able to take this crucial step. Now Might Guy suddenly disappeared. This made Rock Lee feel without a backbone. He was still wondering if Melta's performance just now had disappointed Might Guy. So Might Guy just left. Konoha Big Cyclone. Might Guy's roar sounded. Rock Lee's nerves were stretched to the extreme. He turned his eyes and quickly caught Might Guy's figure appearing dozens of meters away. The watermelon-like back jumped high. His right foot was like an iron whip, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, and swept towards a slightly thin figure. Bang! A dull collision sound sounded. Chinyu retreated 2 or 3 steps and looked at Might Guy, who attacked again. Looking at this young man who suddenly attacked, Chinyu was helpless, and the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched, without any fancy, and punched him in the face. Bang! Fists and feet collided, and this time Chinyu and Might Guy also retreated 2 or 3 steps before they were finally separated. Who is this person? He showed up here early in the morning and was able to fight Grandpa Kai to a draw. Melta got up from the ground, not caring about the red cheeks, and showed a look of shock. Living in a peaceful era, for the new generation like Melta. Rock Lee, who can become an elite jonin, is already a goal to pursue. Like Might Guy, a person who has experienced the Fourth Ninja World War. He is the most worthy of admiration. All along, Melta's respect for Might Guy is hidden in his heart, and his face is full of joy. In particular, he has heard the story of the Fourth Ninja World War, and Might Guy's unilateral challenge to the genius Hokage Kakashi tens of thousands of times. That kind of passion is simply hot-blooded. No, Melta, you misunderstood. This person can block Mr. Guy's Konoha Great Tornado, but this is not Mr. Guy's true strength. Rock Lee shook his head hurriedly, showing his face full of passion. You should know that our lineage is best at physical skills. Although, in the eyes of outsiders, physical skills are inferior to ninjutsu, as long as you practice hard, you can reach the standards of Teacher Kai and learn the 8 gates. At that time, Merta can also become an elite ninja, and maybe even compete for the position of Hokage. I seem to remember that Teacher Kai once said that his teacher personally performed the 8th gate of the 8 gates, which is the title of the strongest physical skill for the backbone of the new generation such as Rock Lee. At the time of the Fourth Ninja World War, he was obviously not born yet. At the same time, because of the subsequent events, all major countries erased the things about Uchiha Chinyu. As a result, Rock Lee's generation did not know that there was a figure like Uchiha Chinyu in the history of this ninja world. At that time, Chinyu performed the 8 gates in the Fourth Ninja World War, and even Might Guy could only vaguely mention it. Even Rock Lee only knew that Might Guy had a mysterious and powerful teacher. But every time it was mentioned, no matter how Rock Lee asked, Might Guy, the mysterious and powerful teacher, kept silent about this meaning. This undoubtedly made Rock Lee feel itchy when he thought of the 8 gates. However, these messy thoughts flashed through his mind, and Rock Lee disappeared from the spot as soon as he took a step. Merta, you stay here. I remember this person is not from Konoha Ninja Village. Now Mr. Kai suddenly took action. It may be related to the dark attacker last night. I will take him down first. As soon as the voice fell, Rock Lee directly used the physical skill of the instant body to the extreme, like a ghost, crossing a distance of dozens of meters. Quickly approached Chinyu. The muscles of his right foot were tensed, and it also brought a stern sound of breaking through the air, sweeping forward. Teacher Kai, I'll help you. Look at our Konoha double whirlwind. In Rock Lee's eyes, he and Might Guy's cooperation has already reached a seamless level. As long as the two of them attack at the same time, they can easily suppress anyone in an instant. However, just as this thought came up, the words that fell into his ears the next moment made his expression stagnate. Switch your sister, this is my teacher. Might Guy suddenly cursed. A sweeping kick like an iron whip, with the stern sound of breaking through the air, swept towards Rock Lee's face one step ahead. Bang! Rock Lee was swept away like a cannonball. The huge impact force made him fly 7 or 8 meters in a row before he barely came to his senses, covered his red cheeks, fell to the ground, and spoke with a face full of resentment and disbelief. Teacher Kai, you actually hit me. Might Guy was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses in the excitement, looked at Rock Lee with tears in his eyes, and rushed over. The two watermelon rinds hugged each other tightly and burst into tears. Xiao Li, I'm sorry, the teacher didn't mean it, it's just that the teacher suddenly got the information about the teacher, so I got too excited. Remember, whether it's Melta or you are both treasures in the teacher's eyes. The whip kick just now was a whip of love. It's just that this also proves that you have been slacking off in your practice during this period of time, Xiao Li. If one day, someone turns into your teacher and attacks you unexpectedly, will you be able to avoid it? So, in order to make you stronger, the ninja's thoughts and reaction alerts will be stronger. Next, I will attack you from time to time until you can react perfectly every time, and then you can complete your practice. Xiao Li, you have to remember that Melta is seeing you, you must become stronger to become Melta's target. Thank you, teacher, please whip me as much as you want. Watching the master and apprentice who went from tears to passion that could burn their souls in an instant, Chinyu felt a kind of burning eyes, and couldn't help rubbing his swollen temples. At the beginning, Might Guy's words also made Chinyu doubt whether his transformation technique and the switching of character templates made Might Guy see through him. However, now from this bloody and sensational speech, it can be seen that all this is a misunderstanding. Chapter 1334 Is this test a free point question? Might Guy just said the wrong thing in a hurry. I'm afraid that Uzumaki Naruto has informed the backbone of the entire Konoha Ninja village about him and Uchiha Chinyu's party in advance. They were prepared for him in advance. And when Qin Yu got the 8 gates of ninja from Might Guy that day, he also gave Might Guy a little advice. But Qin Yu never thought that this kind of inadvertent advice would make Might Guy regard Qin Yu as a teacher of the same lineage. The thought that he might be sent a watermelon rind tights. Even if Qin Yu has Ace Kano, with his arrogant character, couldn't help but shudder. Dad, please whip me as much as you want. I want to be as strong as Dad and Grandpa Kai. Melta also rushed over. Soon, the 3 of them burned their youth and cried like a tearful man. Okay, the teacher has something important to do now. Let's kick 100 times first. When we have time, we will continue the training of 10,000 kicks. Might Guy retracted the whip kick. Looking at Rock Lee, whose cheeks were red and swollen, he retracted his legs with satisfaction. In his eyes, this is the effect he wants. Thank you for the whip, teacher. Rock Lee said incoherently. However, his eyes quickly fell on the distance and said, Teacher Kai, you seem to call this person a teacher just now. Could it be that he is the teacher you often mentioned, who taught you to learn the 8 gates and has the strongest physical skills? Teacher Kai, you must introduce me to him. In Rock Lee's eyes, Qin Yu and Might Guy's brief fight just now seemed to have lost a little. However, under the aura of the 8 gates and the praise of Might Guy in the past, he undoubtedly subconsciously ignored this point. No, Xiao Li, you misunderstood. My teacher is a very strong person. Might Guy came back to his senses and shook his head quickly. Although this person is also very strong, he is just my teacher's subordinate. No, it should be said that he is a disciple. Looking at Escanor's slightly middle-aged uncle-like appearance. Originally, Might Guy had also imagined Qin Yu's age change. However, in the information given by Uzumaki Naruto, Might Guy obviously knew that the teacher in his eyes still maintained the appearance of more than 20 years ago. This further deified Might Guy, the teacher in his heart. That trademark is why he was so excited when he met someone related to Uchiha Qin Yu. Disciple? Rock Lee was stunned. After looking Qin Yu up and down, he said, Teacher Kai, is the age of the master already in his twilight years? Will his physical skills be affected? In Rock Lee trademark S eyes, Escanor trademark S character template is at least 40 or 50 years old. If this middle-aged uncle is still a mysterious teacher and student, then the age of this teacher, if pushed up, may be unimaginable. No, how can I explain it to you? Might Guy shook his head quickly, revealing a serious face. That teacher, age cannot be used to measure him. Forget it, I will introduce you to that teacher soon, and let him teach you about physical skills. By then, your strength will become even stronger. Also, Xiao Li, you have to accept the teacher's punishment of love now. Just now, you actually questioned physical skills. You should know that physical skills will not weaken with age. Bang! Rock Lee was directly knocked away by a punch. After being hit 7 or 8 meters, Might Guy rushed up with tears in his eyes and gave him a bear hug. Melta on the side also cried. Let the scene echo with the words of encouragement that burn youth again. This scene made Qin Yu embarrassed. Turned around and planned to leave as soon as possible. For this cheap student, even Qin Yu, who always adheres to the principle of not taking advantage of it, does not want to take more. This should be Escanor. Please stay for a while. I want to find out where the teacher is now. Might Guy reacted first and appeared in front of Qin Yu. Not long ago, after experiencing the attack of the dark attacker Shikaku puppet. After Qin Yu performed a slash that even split the sky, while shocking the entire Konoha ninja village. Although the identity of the attacker was transferred to the 5th generation Hokage, Hitaki Kakashi. But as the backbone of the upper echelons of Konoha ninja village, Might Guy still got a special exception and knew all the information about Uchiha Qin Yu's return in advance. A few hours ago, he learned everything that happened in the Valley of the End. When he heard that Uchiha Sasuke, a legend of the new generation and the strongest man, was blown up by a punch after performing Susanoo. Moreover, it was the physical skills that Might Guy valued the most that caused all this. This made Might Guy firmly believe that after more than 20 years of not seeing each other, Uchiha Qin Yu's physical skills must have become stronger. Originally, Might Guy planned to wait for Merta's morning class to end. Then he would go directly to visit Hinata Hanabi, who had inherited the teacher's legacy and obtained the Holy Elephant collapse. I want to see my teacher up close and personal after so many years. I can also improve myself and broaden my narrow horizons for more than 20 years. But he never expected that he would meet Escanor halfway. For a moment, Rock Lee and Melta all locked their eyes on Qin Yu. Their eyes were so hot that it seemed as if there was a flame burning. Feeling this hot gaze, Qin Yu felt helpless, but still did not want to reveal his secret. He shook his head and said with a hint of arrogance and coldness, "I'm sorry, my master is not in Konoha village now. This time, I stayed here just to complete the bet between my master and Kakashi." In addition to arrogance, the voice without much emotion echoed between heaven and earth. Whether it was Rock Lee or Melta, even Might Guy's expression could not help but stagnate. Especially Might Guy suddenly woke up and remembered what Kakashi told him not long ago. Because Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, these new generations, are very important to Uchiha Chinyu's contempt and doubt. The situation changed. If Kakashi hadn't arrived in time, the Fifth Ninja World War would have happened again. When he heard these words, Might Guy's spine was chilled and sweaty. The only thing that made people feel fortunate was that the teacher in Might Guy's eyes still took into account the kindness of the past. He just agreed to let his men test the new generation of Konoha Ninja Village as long as he didn't provoke him. And now through Escanor's words just now, Might Guy instantly understood that the arrogant middle-aged man in front of him. He might be the candidate to replace Uchiha Chinyu to test the new generation of Konoha. However, from the fight just now, Might Guy had a strange feeling. Is this test a free point question? Chapter 1335 I am the strongest. Naruto Chapter 1334. Is this test a free point question? Might Guy's eyes looking at Chinyu also became erratic. In his eyes, the middle-aged man in front of him is quite powerful and can take on his Konoha Great Whirlwind. However, this does not represent all of Might Guy's strength. When he thought of the teacher he used to be a nominal teacher, he displayed the powerful posture of the Eight Gates. Might Guy firmly believed that the Eight Gates of his inheritance was absolutely unique in the vast ninja world. If the middle-aged man in front of him was really a disciple under his teacher, then this so-called assessment would not be difficult. This might be the legendary free point question. When he thought of this, Might Guy was simply delighted, a completely steel-straight man. He did not know what facial emotion management was. Do you think I am not qualified? Chinyu said arrogantly and calmly. Of course he knew what Might Guy was thinking. Now it was just dawn, and Chinyu was free anyway, so he planned to kill some time. Moreover, for the nominal teacher-student relationship with Might Guy in the past, perhaps the inverted hammer can come in handy. No, Melta thinks that Grandpa Kai is indeed stronger than you, uncle. Melta stuttered. As soon as these words fell, the faces of Might Guy and Rock Lee changed suddenly. Originally, they might have had such thoughts in their hearts. However, the person in front of him was related to Uchiha Chinyu. Might Guy didn't want to ruin his chance to meet Chinyu because of a child's words. No, Escanor, don't misunderstand, children's words are innocent, Melta is joking. Might Guy waved his hand and said hurriedly. Merda, apologize to Uncle Escanor quickly. No, Grandpa Kai, didn't you say that you wanted me to be braver? Melta is very brave now. Obviously, in my opinion, Grandpa Kai is more powerful, and we still have. Melta stuttered in response. However, the red face and timid expression clearly betrayed him. If it weren't for Might Guy and Rock Lee, the two closest relatives, I'm afraid Melta would have been frightened and fainted on the ground. It was a complete contrast to Rock Lee and Might Guy's spirit of working hard. Teacher Kai, you often teach us to be honest and never lie, otherwise we will only be sorry for our youth and everyone's love. Rock Lee also clenched his fists, with flames burning deep in his pupils, and said excitedly. I respect Uncle Escanor, Mr. Kai's student, but if I lie against my conscience, I will never do it. Teacher Kai, who has the 8 gates, is obviously more powerful. As he spoke, Rock Lee and Melta were just as Chinyu imagined. Once again, he became a sentimental man in the tears of youth. Might Guy, who was still insisting, also had red eyes and opened his arms to hug them directly. Xiao Li, Melta, you can whip me. I was lying just now. I am stronger than Escanor. Might Guy burst into tears. No, Teacher Kai, I know that you are eager to see your teacher, so you speak against your conscience. Yes, Grandpa Kai, my father and I know that you are the strongest. What you said just now was just a white lie. A series of crying words echoed between heaven and earth. Chinyu felt helpless. A superb product that burns youth is already a headache. Now buy a big and get a small, and you get 2 more. Putting this together, youth is probably really regretless. However, Chinyu's personality is now dominated by Escanor's personality. Looking at this derogatory word, he frowned and said indifferently and proudly. I said, everyone present is rubbish, do you believe it? Actually, I am the strongest. The small voice seemed to cover everything at this moment. Looking at Escanor, Might Guy and the other two who suddenly spoke, they also came back to their senses in the burning youth without regrets. Uncle Escanor, what were you talking about just now? Rock Lee's face suddenly darkened. For him, Might Guy is like his reborn parents. He made him, who could not condense chakra, become a ninja. This alone is enough to show how powerful Might Guy is in Rock Lee's eyes. In particular, he also practiced the 8 gates formation. Perhaps he didn't know how powerful the 7 gates and 8 gates could really be. But according to Rock Lee's understanding, this is the strongest physical skill, and no one is allowed to trample on it at will. Now Escanor's words obviously touched Rock Lee's reverse scale. Little Lee, don't be impulsive. Escanor is probably just angry because of what Melta said. I'll explain it to you. Might Guy hurriedly dissuaded him. He also wanted to use Escanor's relationship to contact Uchiha Chinyu. But he absolutely could not allow it to fall behind at such a critical moment. Sorry, don't you understand what I said just now? Or am I too polite? Escanor raised his finger indifferently, pointed to the sky, and then pointed to the ground and said. I am the only one in the world, I am invincible, and even my master is not my opponent. Crazy. Crazy to the point of being completely irrelevant. In the eyes of Might Guy, Rock Lee, Melta, and others, Escanor's words. It was simply crazy talk. At least, for Rock Lee and Melta. The teacher that Might Guy praised was definitely a legendary existence. How could he not be able to defeat this old man in front of him, who even Might Guy could not defeat? It can be said that Escanor's indifferent and arrogant words one after another completely wiped out the good tempers of the 3 people. Xiao Li. A figure fell like a ghost. It stopped 7 or 8 meters away from Escanor. Sai, why are you here? Are you here for this hateful guy? Rock Lee's expression froze, and he quickly came back to his senses. Although this person is very arrogant, he has some connection with Teacher Guy. For Rock Lee, Escanor is arrogant, and is completely unpleasant. Otherwise, since he is related to the mysterious teacher in Might Guy's mouth. Rock Lee doesn't want to make any mistakes at this critical moment of seeking a teacher. I did come for him. Sai pulled Rock Lee over and immediately lowered his voice to tell. He also moved his eyes from time to time and fell on Chinyu. That expression seemed to be looking up and down at the prey. When the last words were finished, Rock Lee's face changed suddenly, and there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes when he looked at Escanor. Chapter 1336 You are not enough even if you come together. Looking at the change in Rock Lee's expression, Might Guy sighed helplessly. The thing he least wanted to see still happened. Because during the 4th and 5th Ninja World Wars, Uchiha Chinyu performed the strongest 8 gates of ninja formation in public. The power he possessed was even able to break the complete Susanoo with one kick. This kind of devastating power immediately made the 8 gates of ninja formation revered as the strongest physical technique in the ninja world. This made Might Guy, who possessed the 8 gates of ninja formation, also regarded as the second-tier strongman in Konoha Ninja Village, except for the Hokage. He has the fighting power of the Hokage level, but he does not have the identity of the Hokage. It is for this reason that when Uzumaki Naruto told him all this not long ago, he also mentioned that Rock Lee should join the game. Let him know the bet between Uchiha Chinyu and Kakashi. However, facing Uchiha Chinyu, who once guided him in the 8 gates formation and had the strength to challenge the 5 major countries alone, Might Guy chose to refuse. His intuition told him that this nominal teacher would never lose with his strength. It is for this reason that Might Guy was unwilling to let Rock Lee go through this muddy water. However, the appearance of Sai now obviously broke his idea completely. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that he was able to accidentally fight with Escanor, the examiner sent by Uchiha Chinyu this time. Know clearly how strong he is. If Rock Lee really wants to go through this muddy water, in Might Guy's eyes, knowing yourself and the enemy, perhaps the chance of winning will be a little higher. Sai, is what you said true? Rock Lee's face darkened, and he looked at Escanor with a hint of unkindness. This is the information given by the 7th generation. The person in front of us is indeed hostile to the Konoha village. Sai nodded in agreement. After Denzo's death, Sai was just thrown into the root at that time. However, due to his outstanding talent and ability, he was soon cultivated by Minato Namikaze and others. In the new generation, Sai also became a small leader of the Anbu. The main thing he was responsible for was to implement and execute the orders of the Hokage. Does the 7th generation mean that if he is defeated, it will be considered as passing the bet between the 5th generation and Uchiha Kainu? Then Uchiha Kainu will not have the opportunity to attack our Konoha village. Rock Lee asked repeatedly. Sai on the side nodded silently in agreement. Yes, that's what the 7th generation meant. There are still 4 days before the Chunin exam. What we need to do is to try to nip the unstable factors in the bud. Besides, the black attacker attacked yesterday. We can't let the hidden dangers remain in Konoha village. After the voice fell, Sai walked towards Escanor. Rock Lee on the side also quickly came to his senses and followed him directly. Little Lee! Might Guy couldn't help but exclaimed. He knew clearly that the scene he didn't want to see the most finally happened. Teacher Kai, as your successor, I am also a member of Konoha village. I will never allow anyone to destroy the security of Konoha village. Ning. Rock Lee said seriously. For the peace of Konoha village, I will defeat you here. But don't worry, Mr. Kai, the 7th generation said that as long as Escanor is defeated, he will not be hurt. In this way, Mr. Kai will not be embarrassed when he meets the teacher in the future. At this moment, Rock Lee may not know much information from Sai. But it is already known that the super powerful teacher mentioned by Might Guy should be a rebel from Konoha village. In Rock Lee's eyes, it is precisely because of this. No matter how he asked, Might Guy was unwilling to mention any information about the mysterious teacher. Little Lee. Kai was about to say something but stopped. However, this time he was quickly interrupted by Rock Lee. Teacher, I have decided to fight for Konoha, don't hinder me, this is a battle of youth. If this gambling battle ruins Melta's Chunin exam, I will never allow it. Teacher Kai, don't worry. In order to avoid hurting the relationship, they asked me to stop at the right time and let me fight on your behalf. It can be said that throughout the entire ninja world, in addition to the strongest fighting force, the Hokage, to find a fighting force that can defeat Uchiha Kainu's men, only Might Guy is the most reliable. However, Might Guy is unwilling to take action, and Uzumaki Naruto can only find Rock Lee. This old boy is more likely to get excited than Might Guy. However, the scene presented in front of him now is undoubtedly a correct guess. However, if Rock Lee knew that Might Guy's idea now is that the 7th Hokage is afraid of offending Uchiha Kainu, it will bring a fatal disaster to the Konoha ninja village. I don't know what expression he has when he keeps saying stop at the right time. At least, in the eyes of old guys like Might Guy who have witnessed the 4th and 5th ninja world wars with their own eyes, it is clear that this existence that can suffocate an era is not comparable to the young boys of the new era. However, Rock Lee has now been used as a gun. Might Guy had also tested Escanor's strength. The only thing he could do now was to hope that Rock Lee could really put an end to this farce and defeat Escanor. In this way, he could also meet Uchiha Chinyu smoothly. Are you going to be my opponent? Chinyu looked around the field indifferently and arrogantly. You altogether are not enough, not to mention your little arms and legs. If I were you, I would stay aside obediently. Failure is not pleasant, and an overwhelming defeat is no exception. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Looking at Escanor who was speaking arrogantly again, Rock Lee's face suddenly sank to the extreme. Sai beside him was no exception. They are all representatives of the new generation of strong men. This joint appearance is enough to show the importance of Escanor. After all, in their eyes, the person who is really worthy of attention is Uchiha Chinyu. Not the old man in front of them who is not well known. However, now this old man, as soon as he opened his mouth, belittled them as underground mud. It's not enough for all of them to come up together. This is too crazy. What's wrong, don't you believe it? Escanor said again. Forget it, since you don't believe it, you can come up together and let me warm up. Bang! Chinyu took a big step and disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had crossed more than 10 meters and appeared in front of Sai. He clenched his 5 fingers on his right hand suddenly, and with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, he punched out directly. Chapter 1337 Fully confident of winning. Bang! The low sonic boom and the sudden attack instantly tensed everyone's nerves. It can be said that the moment Qin Yu disappeared, as ninjas, everyone had reacted, and at the same time, the brain issued a defensive order. However, as soon as the defensive order fell, Sai found that a residual image had appeared in front of him. The speed was so fast that it was far beyond his instant physical reaction. What a fast instant body technique! In the eyes of Sai and others, the high speed displayed by Escanor's facilities was obviously labeled as an instant body technique. Only this can explain why Escanor appeared in front of him so quickly. Super Beast Fake Painting. However, as a battle-hardened leader of the Anbu, Sai's training was obviously much stronger than that of ordinary ninjas. His body had no way to react in advance and completely avoid the attack. However, facing this unexpected and sudden attack, Sai was obviously already prepared. He only had time to flip his hand and make a seal, and the Super Beast Fake Painting hidden on his chest was instantly activated. Bang! A huge tiger jumped out of the painting directly. With its bloody mouth bluffing, it felt as if it was going to swallow Qin Yu in one bite. Seeing this, Rock Lee on the side, his eyes lit up. As a strong physical practitioner, the reaction of his body muscles was obviously much stronger than Sai. His brain nerves just flashed a thought. His body had already judged that as long as Qin Yu was forced back by the giant tiger created by the Super Beast Fake Painting, his Konoha Great Whirlwind would have enough time to directly sweep away the attacking Qin Yu. Bang! A thunderous collision sound suddenly rang out. Large amounts of ink splashed, pouring down like a rainstorm, directly pouring on Sai and Rock Lee's faces. Looking at the giant tiger that was 5 or 6 meters tall and pounced out in the painting, it was actually blown up in one encounter. This was undoubtedly beyond their cognition. Especially without the giant tiger's obstruction. Qin Yu's fist, which was still powerful, would have landed on Sai. Bang! The violent gale came towards him like a tide. It stopped a few centimeters away from Sai's cheek. The awe-inspiring gale made people feel a stinging sensation on their skin. The huge fist that completely occupied the pupil made Sai look pale, and he staggered and took 7 or 8 steps back. The look he gave Qin Yu was full of disbelief. Konoha's Great Whirlwind. Bang! Rock Lee's pursuit finally arrived, and in full view of everyone, it swept into Qin Yu's hands. No. It should be said that Rock Lee's whip kick seemed to be predicted by a prophet. Seeing that the pursuit that he had regarded as perfect was stopped by someone easily. This scene made Rock Lee look unbelievable. What is going on? Did he hide his weakness when he fought with Teacher Kai just now? Why is his speed and strength now stronger and faster than before? Rock Lee's expression froze, and he couldn't help muttering. Might Guy on the side was no less shocked than the two of them. At least, Might Guy was the first person to fight Qin Yu. The first kick directly knocked Qin Yu back 3 or 4 steps, and the second kick seemed to be a draw. It was all vivid. However, only 3 or 4 minutes later, Qin Yu fought 1 against 2 and directly suppressed Rock Lee and Sai. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Might Guy would not be willing to believe that all this was true. It seems that I still overestimated you. Qin Yu glanced at the two of them indifferently and arrogantly. You have the strength, but you are not even qualified to warm me up. My target is the so-called shadow, don't get in my way, otherwise it won't be so easy next time. Bang! Qin Yu swung his hand and threw Rock Lee, who was caught, directly towards Sai. Bang! The distance of 5 or 6 meters made the two of them collide in an instant, and the huge impact force directly made the two of them fly backwards. However, both of them are elite Jonin. After rolling on the ground, they separated directly, stabilized their bodies again, and disappeared in the field out of thin air. What an arrogant guy, I will show you the strength of Konoha Ninja. Super Beast False Painting Flock of Eagles. Ah! A sharp cry sounded. A group of eagles of 2 or 3 meters in size, made of ink, mixed with the sound of breaking through the air, swept across Qin Yu. At the same time, a watermelon-shaped figure appeared at Qin Yu's lower body. He directly used the Konoha Great Whirlwind, obviously intending to regain the face he had just lost through a combined attack. If this is your serious method, I said, you don't even have the qualifications to let me warm up. Qin Yu's muscles were tense, his eyes suddenly glared down, and the magic power dormant in his body exploded. Magic shock. Bang 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 bang. The oncoming eagles seemed to hit an invisible iron wall and exploded. The next moment, a violent air wave hit, rolling around in a crushing posture. Rock Lee, who was originally performing a sweeping kick to attack Qin Yu's lower body, was stunned at first. It also collapsed into a pool of ink and was crushed by the oncoming magic storm. Ink clone? Might Guy's expression changed. It was totally unexpected that Sai and Rock Lee would work out a joint battle plan so quickly. However, facing Qin Yu, the magic storm that erupted instantly undoubtedly made these tricks fail. However, Might Guy knew clearly that Rock Lee still had a chance. As long as he could break through this inexplicable strange wind impact, he could find the right opportunity and launch a powerful attack. Are you on top? Qin Yu suddenly spoke. His big hand reached up, giving people a feeling that it seemed impossible to dodge. Instantly caught a watermelon-like leg that was flying down from the sky. Little Lee, run away. Sai's face changed suddenly in the distance. In fact, when Qin Yu and Might Guy and others met, Sai had already arrived. He had not shown up all this time, just to prepare for trying to defeat Escanor next. Among them, Rock Lee's portrait was drawn at that time. It was to create this unexpected opportunity for a surprise attack. However, people never expected that everything they had carefully prepared. It would be so easy to be broken by the middle-aged man in front of him. Moreover, according to what he said just now, Escanor will probably not give up easily. Xiao Li, I allow you to use all means. Might Guy shouted in a hurry. He had never wanted Rock Lee and Qin Yu to clash. But now the arrow is on the string and has to be shot, facing his beloved disciple. Might Guy has no choice. Can I not obey the ban? Thank you, Mr. Kai, then I am sure to win. Chapter 1338 The god I'm talking about is me. A full chance of winning? Sai and Melta were stunned. In their eyes, Xiao Li has always been a kind and honest person. He speaks honestly, like a country bumpkin. Now, suddenly saying such arrogant words, if not seeing it with their own eyes, I am afraid that absolutely no one would be willing to believe it. However, it is precisely because of this reason that it can prove that Xiao Li has the determination to win the means he will use next. Looking at Xiao Li, whose right leg was originally caught by Qin Yu, he exhaled a deep breath and calmed his expression. His hands clenched suddenly, his eyes widened, and a huge breath bloomed in his body. The first gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, open the door. Bang! The first gate in Xiao Li's body was blasted open in an instant, and both the breath and strength surged in an instant. His right foot twisted down suddenly, and he broke free from Qin Yu's big hand. At the same time, he disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. When he appeared again, he had come to the bottom of Qin Yu. His right foot struck upwards like lightning. Bang! Qin Yu smiled knowingly, and the moment he blocked with his right hand, his whole body went straight into the sky. Seeing Xiao Li, who was supposed to appear on the ground, disappear again, Qin Yu instantly concluded that the next move might be one of Xiao Li's trump cards in the original work, the lotus flower. Sorry, Teacher Kai just allowed me to use the 8 gates and lotus flower. When I opened the first gate, my strength increased by 50%. Now I have opened the third gate. My current strength and speed are 3 times that of the beginning. Xiao Li appeared behind Qin Yu like a ghost. His right foot flashed again, and he turned over and chopped towards the ground, slashing towards Qin Yu's chest. Bang! The dull collision sound exploded like thunder. The scene in front of him made Xiao Li's pupils shrink slightly. He saw Qin Yu still blocking with both hands and barely stopped his attack. Although this posture seemed a bit forced, it was indeed beyond Xiao Li's expectations. However, after seeing Qin Yu take this blow, he dived into the ground like a cannonball. Xiao Li thought that all this was enough. With the help of the powerful muscle power after opening the life gate, he disappeared in the void. He appeared behind Qin Yu again, and the bandages wrapped around his hands bloomed like lotus flowers, instantly turning Qin Yu into Escanor's huge body. With Xiao Li's hands pulling suddenly, Qin Yu was directly wrapped in bandages like a mummy, and his body's ability to move was completely blocked. I'm sorry, this move of lotus is a forbidden technique in the mouth of Teacher Kai. I didn't intend to use it, but since it is the order of the 7th generation, it is related to the peace of Konoha Ninja Village. Now I have to let you suffer a little and faint for a while. Xiao Li hugged Qin Yu, and the next moment, like a spiral, it spun wildly, and the originally rapidly falling trend suddenly increased. The speed was so fast that everyone only felt a flash in front of their eyes, accompanied by a deafening crash. The two of them crashed directly into the ground like a cannonball. Bang! The dust was rolling back, and the thick rock layer on the ground was shattered. The impact of the airwave swept around. Sai and Melta's expressions also changed, and they had already retreated to the side. Before they could react, a figure had already jumped and landed beside them. I'm sorry to scare you, but once the lotus is used, the momentum and power are as great, so Teacher Kai will prohibit me from using it randomly. Xiao Li quickly put away the bandage in his hand and looked at the earth pit where the dust was rolling back. But don't worry, the arrogant guy just now, although he likes to talk nonsense, his strength is not bad. At most, he will faint, and his life should not be in danger. Sai, check it out, and then go back to report to the 7th generation. The bet between the 5th generation and Uchiha Chinyu has already come to an end. As the one who took action this time, for Xiao Li, victory is the greatest honor, being able to defeat Escanor and fight for Konoha Ninja Village. That was the feeling of a hero returning. He could also better serve as a role model for his beloved son, Melta. Perhaps, he could use this opportunity to show his prowess to cheer Melta up. Ahem, this ground is really not solid, just like tofu. A cold and arrogant voice suddenly came in the dust. A vague figure gradually became clear as the dust dissipated. The tall figure, strong chest, and especially the unscathed posture made the pupils of the people present suddenly shrink. Especially Sai, who was the leader of the Anbu. As an elite Jonin, he asked himself that if he was caught off guard and encountered the powerful physical attack just performed by Xiao Li, he would instantly lose his combat ability and consciousness. Not to mention, he had to come out unscathed. What's wrong? You look shocked. Qin Yu patted the dust on his body and smiled like a gentleman. However, this smile was mixed with arrogance from the bones, and said, God said that if you want to make a person despair in hope, you should let him get infinitely close to hope, and then use a punch to pull him back into despair, just like now. By the way, the god I'm talking about is me. Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, Qin Yu took a step forward. This step seemed to shrink the earth into an inch, disappearing out of thin air, and before everyone could blink, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Li, who was more than 10 meters away. The fist, like a millstone, with 5 fingers clenched, brought a dignified sound of breaking through the air, and blasted out instantly. At that moment, the sound of sonic boom was loud, like thunder. Before everyone could react, it came and landed on Xiao Li's abdomen. Bang! Xiao Li felt as if he was hit head-on by a train. He spit out a mouthful of blood and was thrown out instantly. Wherever he passed, the trees that were tens of centimeters thick were instantly broken in half, accompanied by a deafening crash. He hit a rock 7 or 8 meters high and stopped suddenly. However, the huge force that accompanied it made the rock crack and collapse. Looking at Xiao Li, who slid down powerlessly and fell heavily to the ground, the huge battlefield suddenly fell into silence. A moment ago, they were still happy that Xiao Li could defeat Qin Yu with the help of the lotus flower after performing the 3rd gate of the 8 gates. They never thought that the situation would change so much in just a few seconds. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe it. All this is true. Sorry, my body is recovering and getting stronger all the time, so I'm a little unsure of the strength. Chapter 1339 One-Person Punches. The huge open space suddenly fell into silence. Looking at Qin Yu, who shrugged his shoulders and looked indifferent and arrogant, everyone suddenly woke up. Dad! Melta shouted anxiously and rushed forward in one step. But he was quickly stopped by Might Guy. Senior Kai, don't let Melta get close to the battle circle. This gambling fight will be left to Xiao Li and me. He will definitely not lose so easily. Sai rushed out first. With a flip of his hands, the scroll was directly unfolded. One after another of lifelike ink paintings were presented to everyone first. Super Beast Fake Painting Kusama Snake. Puff! A large amount of ink gushed out of the scroll. The next moment, they turned into hundreds of thousands of poisonous snakes, and flew towards Qin Yu like arrows from a bow. At the same time, Sai's movements did not stop. As the brush flew, poisonous snakes fell from all directions. The dense posture made the huge battlefield suddenly become a hell of poisonous snakes, and they attacked Qin Yu at a very fast speed. When these poisonous snakes approached Qin Yu, they quickly wrapped around his limbs. It seemed that they wanted to drown Qin Yu alive. However, all this was obviously just the beginning. Sai quickly performed the Super Beast Fake Painting, and the seal in his hand changed again. Super Beast Fake Painting, explode for me. Ink Torrent Giant Python swallowing the sky. Bang! Hundreds of thousands of ink poisonous snakes exploded. It turned into a large piece of ink rainstorm and poured on Qin Yu's body. However, this kind of rain, the moment it touched Qin Yu's body, seemed to be pulled alive. It quickly condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, before everyone could react, it formed a huge ink python of more than 10 meters, which tightly wrapped Qin Yu. It can be said that although Sai's Super Beast fake painting was made of ink, however, the thing drawn still has the power of the giant python that was copied. That huge body of more than 10 meters, let alone a human body, can easily strangle even a tree that several people hug. However, Sai is now using it on Qin Yu, all just to give Xiao Li more opportunities. 8 gates of Dunjia, open the 4th and 5th gates for me. Bang! The violent power, like a torrent, exploded in Xiao Li's body. At this moment, the rock layer under his feet seemed unable to withstand the explosive power of Xiao Li's foot kick and collapsed. The next moment, the whole person appeared in front of Qin Yu like a ghost. Across the huge ink python of more than 10 meters, there was no fancy, and a punch was thrown in the face. When the 5th door was opened, Xiao Li's face had already turned blood red, and the blue veins were prominent, all over his cheeks, which was even more ferocious. It gave people a feeling of Ashura. The rising steam released from the outside even set off a large wave of heat. It can be said that this punch was completely a sonic boom. It also stirred up a large area of air ripples along the way. The momentum was so great that the pupils of the people watching around quickly dilated with their eye sockets, intending to catch this victory-seeking blow first. Bang! The huge ink python of more than 10 meters, which was wrapped around Qin Yu, was blown up by a punch. Under the splashing of ink, the powerful punch slammed into the restrained Qin Yu. Bang! The heavy metal collision sounded like thunder. The huge impact force turned into air waves and rolled back in all directions, giving people a feeling like a hurricane passing through. Even the big trees in the distance were shaken off large pieces of leaves. However, after this punch, the figure who was several heads taller than Xiao Li was like a rock, and was forced back 3 or 4 steps. His feet tore 2 deep grooves on the ground. He still stood straight in the same place. The metallic luster flowing all over his body made people feel indestructible. It also made Qin Yu feel a few points more inexplicably oppressive. He looked down and fell on Xiao Li, saying, "Not a bad punch, let me use other strength, you are qualified to accept 20% of my strength at this stage." 6 Style Secrets Flowing Sakura Maximum Round. Qin Yu clenched his 10 fingers on both hands suddenly, and took a big step. There was no, and went straight to Xiao Li's chest. That nonchalant gesture was completely different from the next scene. Boom! The violent air column, like a streak of silk, directly penetrated Xiao Li's body. The remaining power continued to penetrate the sky backwards. The huge impact broke all the trees along the way, and even fell down to a huge rock mountain of more than 10 meters 100 meters away. Boom! The rock mountain exploded. The sky was full of rubble, pouring down like a rainstorm. Xiao Li, who was in front of Qin Yu, bent his body like a river shrimp, rolled his eyes, and staggered back a few steps. The next moment, he looked up to the sky and spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person fell heavily to the ground. Bang! The dust was flying, looking at Xiao Li, who fell straight to the ground and was completely unconscious. All this happened too fast and too suddenly. In their eyes, Xiao Li had used the 5th gate of the 8 gates. Although it cannot be compared with the 7th and 8th gates. But the power it possessed should have instantly increased Xiao Li's strength several times. In that state of Xiao Li, an ordinary elite jonin would definitely beat a kid with one punch. However, this scene now happened to him. This huge gap is unacceptable. Xiao Li, one of the strongest taijutsu masters in Konoha, was knocked down like a kid with one punch. This was when he used the 5th gate. This was too shocking. I'm sorry, I thought this game was one person fighting one punch, but I didn't expect that this little body was a little vulnerable. Qin Yu retracted his fist and looked at Sai indifferently. You also made a move just now, so it's your turn. Bang! As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yu disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Sai suddenly woke up, and with Xiao Li as a lesson, he suddenly opened the largest scroll on his waist. Without any fancy moves, his hands quickly flipped and the seal fell. Super Beast False Painting Sealing Technique Tiger Eyes. Bang! This is Sai's strongest ninjutsu. It is also the strongest sealing method in the Anbu, which was developed to avoid the Hokage sacrificing his life to perform the sealing technique. A huge tiger can jump out of the scroll and instantly pull the enemy back into the scroll. However, all this is just the beginning for Sai. When the chakra in his body was poured into the scroll, he turned around and ran away without thinking too much. At the same time, he pulled his throat and shouted urgently. Senior Kai, please save me. Chapter 1340. Strength is getting stronger every second. Swoosh. A ghostly figure, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, appeared behind Sai. The feeling of death urging Sai's scalp to go numb. Especially, after seeing with his own eyes that Qin Yu defeated Xiao Li, who opened the fifth gate, with just one punch. That invincible posture made Sai feel that he could not resist. Roar. The whistling sound shook the world. The tiger-watching bullet in the scroll was triggered instantly. A huge ink tiger of more than 10 meters rushed out of the scroll. Under the bluff of its bloody mouth, it swallowed Qin Yu without any fancy. In this process, Sai hurriedly used the corner of his eye to see clearly whether his last killer could take down the blonde man in front of him. However, the scene he saw made Sai's pupils shrink silently. Qin Yu's 5 fingers on his right hand tightened, and the momentum of the whole person changed instantly. If Qin Yu was a dusty sword a moment ago, he is now a sharp blade. The palm knife in his right hand, like an indestructible force, chopped straight at the ink-colored giant tiger with its mouth wide open. Bang! The giant tiger, which was more than 10 meters long, seemed unable to withstand the huge force at this moment and exploded first. At the same time, a huge aura locked onto Sai's body. It made him feel creepy in an instant. 8 gates of ninja, 6th gate, Jingmen open. Bang! The red air wave exploded on Kai's body. The whole person turned into a series of afterimages and came behind Sai one step ahead. The muscles of both hands burst out, bringing up a series of afterimages, and hit out crazily towards the peacock. Bang bang bang! The sky was full of flames, pouring down like a peacock spreading its tail. The rapid punching speed and the friction with the air, the momentum exuded rose to the extreme. The knife in Qin Yu's hand collided with each other. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded. Under the 2 huge air waves, Sai flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. After several somersaults, he stopped at a distance of dozens of meters. Before he could see the battle situation clearly, he saw Kai, who had opened the 6 gates, appear in front of Sai with the unconscious Xiao Li. Sai, help me protect Xiao Li and Melta. It seems that we have underestimated Escanor. He is worthy of being the teacher's disciple. Even Xiao Li's 5 gates were defeated in an instant. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I wouldn't even want to believe it. However, as Xiao Li's teacher, the student was defeated, so let me, as a teacher, try the strength of the teacher's disciple to see how far it has reached. Might Guy said in a deep voice. However, from the beginning to the end, his eyes were still locked on the center of the explosion. He was worried that Qin Yu would burst out at an extremely fast speed like before, and attack him or even others. For a moment, Might Guy's spirit was raised to the extreme, like a pale green beast staring at him. As if he would suddenly hunt at any time. Sorry, it's almost time, let's stop here today. The dust from the explosion was dispersed by the wind. Qin Yu, who was stronger again, looked up at the sun in the sky and said, I still have things to do. See you at the Chunin exam in 3 days. But don't worry, I'm just carrying out the assessment that Qin Yu said, and I won't attack ordinary people casually. As for the objects of the assessment, they are those who attacked me, including the shadows you mentioned. After saying this, Qin Yu tightened the muscles of his feet and squatted slightly. The next moment, like a spring, a huge impact force broke out. Bang! The land with a radius of dozens of meters collapsed and shattered as if it had encountered a comet falling from the sky. As the dust rolled back with the air wave, a humanoid monster soared into the sky. The speed was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch it. Looking at this scene, Might Guy's pupil shrank, and it was too late to stop it. He could only return in a hurry and quickly leave the battlefield with Xiao Li and others. When he appeared hundreds of meters away, looking at the rolling dust, his mood could not calm down for a long time. In particular, Sai, who was in charge of the action this time, was no exception. Looking at Xiao Li in his arms, who had used the 5 gates, was also defeated by a punch. There was more bitterness in his heart. After all, when accepting the order issued by Uzumaki Naruto, the 5th generation Hokage Kakashi was also present. At that time, Kakashi had warned that people related to Uchiha Qin Yu should not be underestimated. However, in Uzumaki Naruto's intelligence, the skinny man who appeared in Uchiha Chinyu's Wanja store did not have the aura of a strong man at all. It was for this reason that Uzumaki Naruto issued an order to test and even defeat the opponent. Sai originally thought that this mission was very safe. Especially it involved Rock Lee and Might Guy. With the existence of these two Konoha physical arts masters, it was easy to defeat such an unknown person. However, he never expected that he would capsize in the gutter in the end. Thinking of Rock Lee's miserable situation, Sai spoke with a bitter face. Senior Kai, I'm sorry, if I hadn't misjudged, Rock Lee wouldn't have been injured. No, we underestimated the people around the teacher from the beginning. With his strength, there should be no mediocre people around him. Might Guy shook his head and closed the 8 gates in his body again. At his level of physical arts and the degree of physical development, as long as the 8 gates of Dungia does not reach the 8th gate of death, everything is controllable. Not to mention opening the 7 gates at will, just paying a very small price can open the 7 gates. It is enough for him to walk sideways in the ninja world. Senior Kai, you said that, I feel even more guilty, but how to report to the 7th generation next time is probably a difficult problem. Sai said with a wry smile. But, Senior Kai, can you tell me, if you meet next time, can you defeat him? Also, he retreated without fighting just now, did he think he couldn't defeat you, or because of other things? This misjudgment led to the defeat, which is a foregone conclusion. Now the only thing Sai can do is to find out Escanor's details as soon as possible. Only in this way can he accurately formulate a response plan for the next action and strive to win this gambling fight in one go. His strength. Might Guy was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, actually, I don't know either. When we first started fighting, he didn't seem very strong to me, even you couldn't beat him, but as time went on, his strength and aura seemed to be increasing all the time. That feeling, as if just as he said, his body was recovering, and his strength was getting stronger every second. Chapter 1341 No one is worth his full strength. Getting stronger every moment. Sai couldn't help but be stunned. For him, how should he report the evaluation given by Might Guy? It can't be said that at the beginning, Escanor made them feel that they could win. Later, when they fought, they found that the other party was constantly releasing his power. This is playing a trick on them. In the end, Xiao Li was defeated by a punch, and he was scared to call for help. With this result, Sai believed that if he didn't report it, he probably knew that he would definitely be scolded. Okay, let me report this. Escanor is worthy of being the teacher's disciple. He can make his boxing reach the level of shock waves. This means of attack may not be as powerful as when I open the 7th gate, but it means that the opponent's skills are more sophisticated. Might Guy obviously saw Sai's difficulties and was the first to speak to comfort him. It can be said that after the brief fight just now, the two seemed to have won a tie. However, judging from the comparison of physical skills alone, Might Guy admits that he is inferior. He opened the 6th gate, Jingmen, and at most used boxing and air friction to finally form a peacock-like attack. Like Qin Yu, who can send shock waves with one punch, Might Guy can only open the 7th gate. It can only be done when it is activated. However, facing this kind of skillful attack method, Might Guy still feels a little different. If he is the strongest and fiercest punch, it brings about the air impact. Then the 6 secrets that Qin Yu just performed made Might Guy feel that it was a force from deep inside his body. The speed of the punch was light, as if it squeezed all the cells in the body to the extreme in an instant. Then it was released suddenly, and a shock wave composed of cells and muscles burst out in the body. The shock wave of this method is completely different from the shock caused by his external force. If you want to distinguish the two, one is external and the other is internal. Teacher Kai, I didn't expect that you admire Escanor so much. It seems that he is really different from others to be able to be admired by Uchiha Chinyu. 2 ghostly figures landed on the battlefield, which made Sai's face change suddenly. 7th generation. For Sai, Might Guy just said that he would help him take the blame, and now he has not taken the blame yet, and he was hit by Uzumaki Naruto. This is for nothing. Sai, don't worry, I know what happened just now. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand to indicate. This time I failed because I misjudged Escanor's strength. But at that time, he gave me the feeling that he didn't have the slightest demeanor of a strong man, as if he was just an inconspicuous passerby. At this point, Uzumaki Naruto frowned and carefully recalled everything that happened last night. But no matter how hard he tried, Escanor's skinny appearance still didn't reveal any clues. 7th generation, the order you issued yesterday asked us to contact the 4 major countries to find clues about Escanor, but the 4 major countries and various small countries all gave a positive answer. There is no information about Escanor, not even a name, and there is no population record similar to his appearance. Sarutobi Asuma suddenly spoke, and at the end, his face sank slightly, and said, "That guy gave people the feeling that he burst out of a stone, leaving no trace at all. Originally, I thought that the men that Lord Chinyu was referring to were members of the former Akatsuki organization. I didn't expect that they would be new faces, and the strength they possessed might not be much less than that of the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki organization is related to Uchiha Chinyu." Sai's face changed. As a small leader of the Anbu of Konoha Ninja Village, he is mainly responsible for intelligence. As for the power of Akatsuki, the largest mercenary organization in the ninja world, they can remember it clearly. In the past, due to special reasons, the 5 major countries would not restrict its development too much. Over time, the combat power of Akatsuki organization is no less than that of any major country. In particular, the elite combat power of a single soldier is completely at the level of Kage. It can be said that Sai, who has always been a small leader of the Anbu, is confused about why the 5 major countries allow a mercenary group to grow to threaten themselves. Now I suddenly wake up. All this may be related to this Uchiha Chinyu who subverted their new era cognition. If you are very suspicious, but the Akatsuki organization you mentioned was founded by him. Sarutobi Asuma smiled bitterly and shook his head. At the time of the 4th Ninja World War, Lord Chinyu was about the same age as us, but he had been lurking in the Uchiha clan without showing his face. If it weren't for Denzo's people who wanted to attack Lord Chinyu, I'm afraid he wouldn't have taken action in the 4th Ninja World War. At that time, he said that if he didn't let him be a salted fish, he would be a man who broke the sky. Then, Lord Chinyu succeeded and subdued the strongest group of rebel ninjas in the ninja world at that time, forming the Akatsuki organization that could threaten the 5 major countries. As Sarutobi Asuma narrated, even Naruto, the 7th generation Hokage, changed his face. Although after encountering Uchiha Chinyu, it was after more than 20 years. Uzumaki Naruto also went back to ask Namikaze Minato and Kakashi about Chinyu. However, due to the short time, too many things happened. Uzumaki Naruto also only has a partial understanding of many things. What Naruto knows most is that Minato, Namikaze and Kakashi kept repeating that they should not provoke Uchiha Kainu. Now facing Sarutobi Asuma's narration, he understands how powerful this person is. After all, Naruto is the 7th Hokage of Konoha village, but he asked himself that he would feel difficult to fight against the guys of Akatsuki organization alone. Not to mention other people. Teacher Asuma, how strong is Uchiha Kainu? Sai couldn't help but speak. In his eyes, he could make a group of unruly S-level rebels submit to him. This is enough to show that he is different. But it is precisely for this reason that Sai is eager to know how strong this legendary man is. Why can he do things that even the Hokage can't do? Sai, you asked a good question. Asuma Sarutobi came back to his senses and calmed down his emotions. In fact, there is probably no one in this ninja world who is worthy of his full strength, so his strength is still unknown. The small voice echoed in the field. Sai was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously looked at Might Guy. In his eyes, this is a person of the same generation as Asuma Sarutobi. In the face of such seemingly arbitrary evaluations, he should have the most say. Asuma, do you also think that the teacher is invincible? Chapter 1342, A Terrifying Calculation. I also think that the teacher is invincible. In the battle with the gods, he crushed them directly. The first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara, who were reborn by the impure world reincarnation, had a hard time dealing with them. Might Guy's saliva was flying. Looking at the honest man Might Guy, who was chattering non-stop as soon as he opened his mouth, it was like opening the floodgates. Everyone present was stunned. If it weren't for seeing Uchiha Chinyu's strength with his own eyes, and some useful information heard from the older generation, I'm afraid that anyone who sees Might Guy praising a teenager like this will definitely doubt how many dishes were there for dinner yesterday to make him drunk like this. However, it is precisely because of Might Guy's honest manly character. It further highlights the strength of Uchiha Chinyu, which is beyond doubt. Claiming to have fought with gods. At the same time, the first generation Hokage of the ninja god, Senju Hashirama, and the strongest Uchiha clan in the past, Uchiha Madara, participated in the battle. This is enough to prove that these words have a certain degree of truth. The originally frustrated Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but tremble. As a Hokage, he knew clearly that the value of Might Guy, who possessed the 8 gates, and Asuma Sarutobi in Konoha Ninja Village was completely different. In the past, both Minato Namikaze and Kakashi had mentioned it. If Might Guy opened 7 gates, he would be one of the strongest in Konoha Ninja Village. Then once the 8th gate was opened, he would definitely be the number 1 in Konoha Ninja Village. No. It should be said that it is not surprising that he is called the number 1 in the huge ninja world. However, now the number 1 in the ninja world has praised a boy who has erased the traces of his existence in history for more than 20 years to the point of fanaticism. I am afraid that if you don't see it with your own eyes, there will definitely not be many people willing to believe that all this is true. It seems that we really need to control that power as soon as possible. I wonder what Sasuke's current situation is. Naruto muttered to himself, quickly dispelling the thoughts in his mind, and interrupted Might Guy's spitting. Teacher Asuma, I asked you to check the disappearance of Uchiha Chinyu. Is there any whereabouts? The Chunin exam will be held in 3 days, and I don't want to cause trouble. For more than 20 years, because the ninja world has entered a peaceful period. So the 5 major countries have always had the habit of joining forces to hold the Chunin exam. Among them, the Chunin exam every year will be held by all parties in turn, and it will be a cycle of 5 years. This time, it was hosted by Konoha Ninja Village. It can be said that the Chunin exam is a means for every ninja village to secretly demonstrate its national strength. Therefore, as the Konoha Ninja Village, which has become the leader among the 5 major countries in the ninja world. In order to continue to hold this position, it is necessary to host this Chunin exam and make it glorious. Only in this way can it be demonstrated that Konoha Ninja Village is still prosperous and glorious after 5 years. For a moment, everyone present obviously thought of the same point, and their eyes fell on Asuma. Asuma Sarutobi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Under normal circumstances, such a scene of public attention would make people feel honored. But facing the glory of Konoha Ninja Village, this situation has become an invisible pressure. 7th generation, after leaving the location of Lord Chinyu's shop yesterday, I have used all the methods that can be used to explore the news, but that Lord and the shop seem to have evaporated out of thin air, and there is no trace at all. I also retrieved the video surveillance that was closest to that place at that time. At that moment, the surveillance only captured that the camera suddenly went black, and when it recovered, the shop had disappeared. Asuma Sarutobi reported helplessly. By the way, I heard that the follow-up Hyuga Hanabi also disappeared. You said Hanabi was the first customer to buy the earthenware pot. Could it be related to the disappearance of the shop this time? Uzumaki Naruto was also the follow-up to everything that happened after returning from the Valley of the End. He only found out when Minato Namikaze came to the door with a rope. At that time, after learning that the shop disappeared, Naruto, who had witnessed the collapse of the Holy Elephant, also felt regretful and puzzled. In Naruto's eyes, even if someone in Konoha village really wanted to target Chinyu. But with the strength that Chinyu showed, which was only the tip of the iceberg, he should definitely be able to fear no danger. Even they, the Hokage, were scolded. Not to mention other ordinary people. Could it be that he encountered an irreversible crisis? An absurd idea flashed through Uzumaki Naruto's mind. However, after thinking hard, he obviously didn't think of what kind of danger would threaten this monster. Faced with these events that emerged one after another, Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his swollen temples and finally let go of his thoughts. This matter may be related. If there is a chance, I will trouble Asuma to go to the Hyuga family in person. By the way, if you see Hinata, tell her that I am very busy during this period and will not visit my father-in-law in the Hyuga family for the time being. I hope she will understand. Looking at Naruto with a lingering fear on his face, even Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but smile helplessly. Facing Minato Namikaze's rope-raising teaching, it has obviously become a psychological shadow for Uzumaki Naruto. Facing his own father, he may still be able to show off his verbal courage. However, once he meets a principled and stubborn father-in-law, this sin is unbearable. Okay, if there is nothing else, let's disperse first. I also have to go to a place for prepare for the Chunin exam in 3 days. Uzumaki Naruto patted Asuma's shoulder and said. After seeing Susanoo being blown up, Naruto knew clearly that he had to improve his strength in a short period of time. The only way was to use external forces. Among them, the external force that can make people stronger quickly. Looking at the entire ninja world, I am afraid that only the mad scientist, Orochimaru, can do it. And half a day ago, Sasuke, who was defeated to pieces, obviously went to find Orochimaru. 7th generation, I remembered something very important. Might Guy suddenly said. When I fought with Escanor just now, he seemed to be getting stronger with the passage of time. At the same time, the thin appearance that seemed to be middle-aged has also changed. I speculate that these changes are probably related to the physical skills he practiced, and from the clues, it may also be related to time or the sun. According to my guess, Escanor said that he was getting stronger all the time. If we assume that it is related to the dawn or the Sunday. It is early morning now. If his strength is really related to the height of the rising sun, then when the sun reaches noon, will his strength also reach the strongest level? A deep voice echoed on the battlefield. Facing Might Guy's words, the faces of everyone present changed suddenly. If this is true, I'm afraid it will be a terrifying deduction. Chapter 1343. Are you using chastity to make a fool of yourself? The huge open space fell into a dead silence. Looking at Might Guy, who was serious and seemed to be talking nonsense. The people present were obviously unable to react for a moment. In particular, Sai, who had just participated in the battle, looked even uglier. As an Anbu ninja, the monitoring of details should be more detailed than anyone else. It's just that the Waterloo he just encountered made this little genius fall so painful. It was precisely because of this reason that he ignored these details. However, now that the details just now have been gradually filtered out, it seems that the scenes in his eyes are all confirming what Might Guy said. Haha, Mr. Kai, you really know how to joke. Naruto Uzumaki was the first to laugh dryly. Where in this world is there anyone who can become stronger as the sun rises higher? I think that the changes that happened to Escanor over time were deliberately directed by him, mainly to paralyze the enemy and give us a terrifying illusion so that we can gain the upper hand in the next encounter. At first, Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but put the matter in context when Might Guy said this. However, he soon discovered that he, the 7th Hokage, if he also made such a judgment. It was not long after dawn, and there were still 5 or 6 hours before the center of the sun at noon. If Escanor was really getting stronger every minute and every second as time went by, then when it reached noon, wouldn't his strength be invincible? This scene immediately made Naruto Uzumaki stand firm in the opposing camp. Might Guy also suddenly came to his senses. As a strong man in Konoha village, second only to the cage, he was not a stupid person. Otherwise, he would not have deduced such an absurd speculation. However, as a member of Konoha village, Might Guy knew better what it meant to stabilize the morale of the army. Otherwise, he would only lose 3 or 4 points before the battle. Haha, you all see, I am just a string in Kakashi's mouth, how can I know any guessing and calculation? Things that don't require muscle brain thinking should be left to Kakashi to deduce. The nonsense just now consumed a lot of my brain cells, so don't believe it. Now I think of Escanor's arrogance, which may also be to divert our attention and make us not know his details. Uzumaki Naruto also showed a little satisfaction with Might Guy's timely explanation. After all, when he saw Might Guy, he kept talking about Chinyu and kept talking about a teacher. He felt uncomfortable. Now he also deified the people under Uchiha Chinyu. For Uzumaki Naruto, this is simply a hidden intention. As for the saying that as time goes by and the height of the sun changes, the strength will continue to increase. In the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto, this is even more nonsense. Well, it's getting late, everyone should disperse quickly. In order to welcome the Chunin exam in 3 days, I hope everyone will pay more attention. Uzumaki Naruto came back to his senses. At this time, we should not only pay attention to the movements of Uchiha Chinyu, but also the whereabouts of the dark attacker. Eden trademark T forget the attack a day ago. After saying this, Uzumaki Naruto disappeared like a ghost. Facing these potential dangers that came out of his mouth, he obviously wanted to improve his own strength urgently. Watching Naruto leave, the people present looked at each other and turned away. The world of fairy tale. The sky was getting light, and Chinyu opened his eyes while resting his eyes. The main consciousness also quickly passed through the system and transferred back to the main body. He left halfway through the battle just now. The main purpose was to prevent someone from discovering Escanor trademark's weakness and deliberately taking advantage of the opportunity to attack. So he summoned the Divine Axe Rita, intending to inject the power into the Divine Axe Rita when Escanor reached his strongest at noon and temporarily seal it. This is the artifact created by the magician Marin, who is also one of the 7 deadly sins, to restrain Escanor's weakness. With it, even at midnight when Escanor is the weakest, it can also transform into the most dazzling sun in the dark night. It can be said that Jinyu now wants to see which genius can first calculate Escanor's weakness. Then, full of hope and excitement, he will come to Escanor's door and be chopped by an axe. At that time, I am afraid that this surprise will scare a group of people directly. What did I do last night? I seemed to dream that I tore my clothes and then teased a young man, no. A black shop owner. Lucy's scream broke the silence of the shop. Thinking of what happened last night, Jinyu touched his nose helplessly. For the benefit given to people since he came to the fairy tale world. Jinyu still remembers this favor in his heart. Of course, it is in his heart. As soon as he thought of the strange effect of the inverted hammer and Lucy, last night's crazy behavior, Jinyu's heart was rarely restless. Hey! Manager, did you drug me last night to make me lose my composure? Don't tell me it was a dream, my clothes were torn. Looking at the door being pushed open, Lucy rushed out in a thin sweatshirt, and the sweatshirt in her hand that had been torn and had very little cloth. Jinyu coughed dryly and said, "Ahem, it was all a misunderstanding. However, I didn't expect that the ice-clear girl had an ambitious heart. In total, you still have to thank me. If I hadn't rescued you in time, I'm afraid your wildness would be out of control, and I would still be a victim." You. Lucy was suddenly choked with anger. Faced with this speech, she couldn't spit out the thousands of cruel words that came to her mouth. Finally, after blushing, she gritted her teeth and spit out the only cruel words she could think of. I don't care, you have to be responsible for me. Responsible for me? As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Lucy was stunned. This harsh word seemed a bit strange. No. It should be said that this sentence sounded like the lines that a little woman who was frivolous should say. It didn't fit her current personality at all. Most importantly, this sentence sounded like she was sending herself out for nothing. This made Lucy suddenly wake up and hurriedly tried to change her words. Unfortunately, before she could finish her words, Hinata Hanabi's voice suddenly sounded in the back. "Sister Lucy, are you using your chastity to touch Jinyu?" The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment. Even though Jinyu had been mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Looking at Hinata Hanabi who spoke out of her mind, he raised his thumb with a satisfied look. "Hanabi, you are right. The innocent are the most innocent. The public has a sharp eye. Your fraud cannot defeat the truth." Chapter 1344 Selection of the Magic Council. Lucy was stunned. She had never thought that she, as a victim, would become the perpetrator. Looking at the only audience in the field, the cry of injustice on the tip of her tongue was swallowed back in an instant. Okay, I lost today. Next time, I will make you pay the price." Lucy gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. However, under the thin sweatshirt, the huge southern hemisphere was obviously still giving benefits with the rise and fall of the chest. Facing the characters in the world of fairy tale. In fact, Jinyu really doubted that except for Wendy, the little kid who was always growing in a wretched way, the other characters seemed to be broad-minded. For example, Lucy, Urza, Myra Jane and so on in front of him were no exception. However, Jinyu quickly put aside these thoughts. As a reincarnated person, he had seen all kinds of big scenes. Now he had to make Hyuga Hanabi an S-level magician in this world, so that he would have the right to travel back to the Naruto world on his own initiative. By the way, Lucy, where are you going next? I don't think I have seen your qualifications as a magician yet. In the world of fairy tale, all the magicians in the Asia continent are controlled by the 10 Holy Ones and managed by the Magic Council. Among them, the most basic thing to become a magician is to obtain the qualifications of a magician. However, Jinyu recalled the situation when they met yesterday, and it seemed that there was no such thing. "Sir Jinyu, is this magician qualification similar to the ninja forehead protector? Didn't Sister Lucy say that she is a magician?" Hyuga Hanabi hesitated for a moment. After a night of buffering, she seemed to have discovered the secret of Jinyu's disappearance for more than 20 years. Facing the different world she was in, she went from the initial shock to the current excitement and interest. After all, it was the first time for Hinata Hanabi, who grew up in the ninja world in the peaceful years, to come into contact with such an adventurous and unknown experience. You can say that. Chinyu looked at Lucy. After a brief contact, Chinyu found that Lucy not only did not become a member of Fairy Tail. At the same time, she also had very few star spirit keys. This shows that Lucy at this stage may have just run away from home and has not yet reached the port where she met Natsu. In fact, I came to the town of Hells to participate in the council held by the Magic Council here. Lucy spoke with a little embarrassment. After all, she boasted too much last night. Now she doesn't even have the qualifications of a magician. This is hard to be convincing. You mean, the council can obtain the qualification of a mage? Chinyu raised his eyebrows. This is a good start. No need to look for a place to certify Hinata Hanabi as a mage. You can say that. Lucy hesitated for a moment and said. However, the qualification of a mage approved by the council is more authoritative than the certification of the local mage guild. I came to Hell's Town this time to obtain the qualification of a mage and then join Fairy Tail. I heard that it is a very loving guild. Looking at Lucy with a longing face. Chinyu really wanted to tell Lucy that the love he mentioned would come after joining Fairy Tail. The compensation for executing the mission might make her face green, and she would definitely regret joining Fairy Tail. However, at this stage, Chinyu did not want to change the plot of the original world too early. After all, interesting things cannot be less. By the way, you asked so many questions. You don't want to join the Magic Council and get the qualification of a magician, right? Lucy suddenly came back to her senses and couldn't help asking. After all, in Lucy's eyes, Chinyu is not only a black businessman, but also a country bumpkin. Although he has hateful magic props in his hands. Yes, Hanabi and I also want to see the world, and we also want to certify the qualification of a magician, and then travel around to broaden our horizons. Chinyu said with a smile. If there is a chance, it would be nice to go and see the Fairy Tail Guild you mentioned. Chinyu also knows about the method of magician promotion. In addition to regular assessments, you also need to accept tasks that have been rated by the Magic Council. Only after successfully completing them can you be promoted. As for the window for accepting tasks, in addition to the mercenary guilds under the Magic Council. More often, tasks are accepted through major magic guilds. Among them, on the Asia continent, the more famous the Magic Guild is, the more commissions it will receive. Moreover, accepting tasks through the Magic Guild can also reduce the commissions taken by the Magic Council, and can accept more high-level tasks. It is also easier. For Hyuga Hanabi who wants to quickly upgrade to an S-level magician, this is undoubtedly the best solution. Didn't you just open a shop? Don't you think it's too difficult to run a black shop and want to be a magician? Lucy was stunned for a moment and said anxiously. However, you underestimate the magician too much, especially the profound magician assessment personally conducted by the Magic Council, which makes many people discouraged. I also trained at home for a long time before I had the confidence to come. At the end, Lucy's confidence was obviously a little insufficient. The star spirit key in her hand, except for Aquarius, who often betrayed among the 12 zodiac signs. There is no real combat power at all. If Aquarius is really summoned, it is probably killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of its own. What if Chinyu and Hyuga Hanabi know about this? As a magician, she doesn't know where her face is. Sister Lucy, don't worry. Lord Chinyu is very powerful. He is the strongest in our place. Hyuga Hanabi couldn't help but say. Facing this unknown world, she was more curious and eager, like a curious baby. At the same time, because of the holy elephant collapsing the sky, she respected Chinyu from the bottom of her heart. Hanabi, the selection of the Magic Council is not comparable to your small place. Lucy was helpless. She obviously had a preconceived idea about the place mentioned by Hyuga Hanabi, and she put it in the countryside. Haha, Lucy, don't worry, we will go to open our eyes. If we can pass, it will be great. If we can't pass, we won't force it. Chinyu laughed dryly. However, I still remind you that Hanabi is very strong. No, Lord Chinyu is very strong. Looking at Chinyu and Hyuga Hanabi who were praising each other all of a sudden. Lucy looked helpless, and finally sighed faintly. Okay, you guys can go with me to join in the fun, but when you get there, you must not mess around, otherwise if you provoke someone you shouldn't, it will be difficult for me to protect you. Facing this world dominated by magicians, Lucy's strength is not enough and her beauty is not enough. Now she has to bring two burdens with her, which is simply Alexander. Chapter 1345 Being Targeted. Okay then. Lucy finally gave in. I agreed to take you there for the sake of fireworks. But it would be nice to show you the powerful magic I have at that time, because you just wanted to join forces to bully me. At this point, Lucy couldn't help but look down at herself. Short shorts, semi-transparent sweatshirt. This posture is a bit revealing. You pervert, you've been looking for so long. Lucy covered her important parts with a hand, blushed, and turned away. Looking at this scene, Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly and said, Huahuo, you should also prepare. We are leaving this town. Traveling will be very helpful for you to control the holy elephant collapse. Besides, you can earn bounties through tasks and then buy jars. I don't have many jars. As he spoke, Qin Yu also looked at the two jars. I am still looking forward to what new products I can get after the two jars are sold out. Master Qin Yu, don't worry, Huahuo will never let you down. I will go and prepare first for a moment. Hanabi responded in a hurry, especially when she looked at the two earthen jars, she had a little more heat in her eyes. In her eyes, Qin Yu could choose her among so many people. This alone was enough to show that her luck was much better than many people. This was a legend in the ninja world, and being able to practice with him. That was the greatest opportunity. Looking at Hanabi who turned and left, Qin Yu still gave up the idea of telling his secret. After all, keeping a hand in everything is the way to live longer. Well, it's getting late, and I should clean up. Qin Yu patted the dust off his body and looked around. In addition to basic daily necessities, there was obviously nothing valuable here that he needed to clean up. It can be said that looking at this empty room, the most valuable thing is probably the two broken earthen jars. However, if Qin Yu gave up this shop and went to a new place to rebuild it, it would obviously be more inconvenient, right? By the way, system, can you put the shop away? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and asked subconsciously. Now the system has transformed for the third time. If there is no evolution, more useful and convenient functions, he doesn't believe it. Host, please wait. Congratulations, host, you have activated the temporary store closing function, do you want to enable it immediately? Qin Yu couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard it. According to the system, the store closing function may not be turned on unless you ask it in person. However, Qin Yu obviously didn't want to waste his expression on a cold machine. After ignoring the system's inquiry, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and walked out of the door. As soon as he walked out of the door, the first thing that caught his eye was a magic carriage passing by quickly. This is a carriage driven by magic power, which can increase and slow down the speed depending on the strength of the magic power input. It is a very common means of transportation in the Uxia continent. However, this time, the carriage passing in front of the store clearly had the red bud flower logo of the Magic Council on it. It seems that there are interesting people this time, and it seems that someone is squatting at the door. Qin Yu smiled warmly, and after taking another look at the carriage, he turned around and returned to the store. According to Qin Yu's understanding, his store was under surveillance. However, the person who was really targeted was Lucy, who possessed extremely rare star spirit magic. After all, the use of star spirit magic is too great. It has always been involved in the driving force of changing the trajectory of history. Of course, Qin Yu was a little looking forward to this situation of being implicated and targeted. Looking forward to fighting with the so-called strong people in this world. At least it can pass this boring life. Jalal, it seems that the man discovered us just now. In the carriage, a figure shrouded in darkness quickly lit up, and finally revealed a figure that Qin Yu thought was broad-minded. Yerusha, didn't I say that the plan is at a critical moment now, and I don't want to fall behind at this juncture? Sitting in the carriage, resting with his eyes closed, Jalal, wearing a white dress and with tattoos on his face, suddenly spoke. Please remember to call me Zikrane outside. I am now one of the 10 saints of the Magic Council, and you are no exception. As for that young man, he might have just happened to come out and was attracted by our carriage. After all, who doesn't have a dream of being a magician in their heart? We, the Magic Council, came here to give these people hope, and at the same time to see if there are more interesting guys born in the Isha continent. Chang's voice echoed in the carriage. Yurusha was silent for a while, and then smiled. Zikrane, you are right. We are all members of the Magic Council, and you are one of the 10 saints. A mere little devil, unless he is stronger than you, how could he find us peeping into this small shop? However, I didn't expect that I would meet 2 interesting experimental subjects on a rare trip. The Celestial Mage, I think, will provide a lot of interesting entertainment for someone. As one of the people lurking in the Magic Council, Yurusha is a believer in black magic and Ziref. The so-called fun is actually the possibility of summoning the legendary black magician Ziref. You are right, our plan has come to an end. In just 1 or 2 months, through the Magic Paradise Tower, we will be able to destroy a small town or even the entire Fiori Kingdom. Jalal said with a cruel smile. At that time, a large number of death sacrifices will be able to summon the legendary black magician Ziref. At that time, we will have the invincible power of immortality, and this Isha continent, and even the whole world, will be in our pockets. Slightly crazy voices echoed in the carriage. However, these voices did not pass through the carriage and reach the outside. Well, it's almost time, let's hurry to the selection site and see what good seedlings there are this year for us to play with. Gerald put away his smile and looked at the huge building at the end of the street. The magic device connected to his wrist suddenly lit up, and the magic carriage suddenly accelerated and rushed to the selection venue. If Qin knew that he was treated as a weak chicken and was not targeted, I'm afraid he would be disappointed. However, this treatment is also in line with Qin concept of playing the pig to eat the tiger. Well, it's getting late, and we should go out. If we are late, we will not be able to get in line. Assessment. Qin urging words came from the small shop. He obviously couldn't praise the degree of a woman's dawdling before going out. Chapter 1346. It's impossible to keep a low profile. The town of Hells is located near the coast of the Kingdom of Fiori. Although it is called a town. However, due to the developed shipbuilding industry, dock transportation, etc. Therefore, the scale of the town here is not much inferior to that of the city. At least the name of the town of Hells has been maintained until now, and no application for change has been made, so it has been retained. Since today is the annual Magic Council Mage Selection and Evaluation Conference, the town of Hells has obviously gathered many ambitious people from the entire Ixu continent. At least, Qin can see many mages who hold their heads high and do not get 100 points in the exam, but get 30 points in the exam. After all, although the Ixu continent is called the Mages, it is much weaker than the real magic empire, Albaraz. In the original work, if there were no group of fairy tale cheaters, I'm afraid that the Kingdom of Fiori and the Ixu continent will be directly defeated. Therefore, the level of magicians in the Ixu continent is generally weaker than that of Albaraz. The so-called 10 saints are just a soy sauce in front of the 12 shields of the Holy Guard. This line is too long. Lucy looked at the long line outside, and her face suddenly became depressed. Originally, she was full of enthusiasm and planned to show off her skills in front of Qin and Huahuo. Now the long wait is obviously like a bucket of cold water poured on her head. Okay, who told you not to come earlier? Qin rolled his eyes, and he obviously had a new understanding of the degree of women's procrastination. However, before he could continue to complain, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded without warning. Make way, I can't stop. Hey, how can you be so rude? You bumped into someone and didn't even say sorry. You stepped on my foot. You girl, you actually broke my magic weapon. If I wait for a while and fail to pass the test, you will be the one to blame. OE. A series of noisy roars sounded behind Qin one after another. For this girl who caused great indignation, Qin still wanted to see who had the ability to cause trouble. However, compared with his reaction, there was obviously a pile of meat mountain who took the lead to block Qin behind. The loose fat all over the body, coupled with a height of more than 2 meters, was like an iron tower, giving people a sense of oppression. However, facing this meat mountain who volunteered to be an iron shield, with an excited smile on his face, Qin instantly understood that this guy might have bad intentions. A little sister, I, Gishan, am here to save you. Don't trademark T be afraid. My meat is very soft and comfortable. The meat mountain opened his hands. The body fragrance like stinky durian dissipated with the wind. Let the people around him retreat voluntarily. Faced with this invisible poisonous gas, Qin frowned and subconsciously took a half step back. However, he wanted to see who the girl who was about to receive the first embrace of the meat mountain was. Surely a brandy. Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He remembered that this girl with light red hair was from the Snake Princess scale where Jura was. However, her personality was the same as Wendy's, and she was also a reckless existence. She was good at the sky destruction method. It was not much different from Wendy's sky dragon destruction magic. They also formed a sister group in the original work. However, the magic power was very strong, but the ability to control magic was not commendable. Especially looking at the huge meat mountain in front of him, the extremely obscene posture. Shirley's pretty face turned pale, her hands flew randomly, and she cried out hysterically. No! Don't touch me! Sky destruction method God's roar! A shout sounded, and the air circulating around was quickly swallowed up as Shuelia opened her mouth. The next moment, the magic circle bloomed, bringing with it a powerful magic wave, swallowing and spitting out towards the meat mountain. Bang! The hurricane was like a tide, as if it had turned into a streak of silk, directly piercing through the void, and in the blink of an eye, it chased the meat mountain. The sudden scene made Gishin, who had intended to take advantage, suddenly shrink his pupils. It was too late to turn around and run away. After all, the tonnage was here, and he could only watch the attack magnify in his pupils. Boom! A layer of green turtle shell appeared on Gishin's body, and it collided with the method of destruction in an instant. The huge impact force was released like a frenzy, and the turtle shell cracked open. The huge figure of the meat mountain was directly overturned. The onlookers passing by along the way were directly swept away. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu had already dragged Lucy and Hinata Hanabi to the side. Just as he was about to continue watching the show, his eyebrows could not help but raise. Xiaolulu, be careful! A childish voice suddenly sounded. Qin Yu's eyes turned and instantly locked on the two small figures in the crowd. He never thought that he would meet three familiar faces when he came to participate in the Magic Council selection. However, although Wendy has dragon-slaying magic. But now, she seems to have no attack and defense magic except for some simple enchantment amplification magic. Wendy Don T, come over here. Xiaolulu responded in a hurry. However, facing this playmate who had been dependent on each other since childhood, Wendy was obviously driven by the subconscious embrace to save him. Alas, I wanted to play the pig and eat the tiger. Qin Yu sighed helplessly. The whole person disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of Wendy. Looking at the oncoming meat mountain, a trace of disgust flashed across his face. His right hand slowly raised, as if passing through time, and gently pressed on the void. Flowing Sakura impact. Boom! The violent air wave burst out from Qin Yu's palm without any warning. The huge meat mountain that was crushing across the sky was stagnant at first. The next moment, it seemed to be attacked by an invisible heavy hammer. It let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered and flew backwards. It was so fast that it flew dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a thunderous crash, and smashed heavily on the statue in the distance. Under the huge force, the 7 or 8 meter high sculpture was also broken in half. Seeing this move, the meat mountain with a lot of tonnage was directly knocked away, and everyone present was stunned. The atmosphere also became quiet, and the eyes looking at Qin Yu were like looking at a monster. What's going on? Lucy glanced around. After confirming again and again that the person who knocked the meat mountain away was Qin Yu, the manager of the black shop who had just stood beside her, Lucy was stunned. She suddenly remembered Qin Yu's boastful words and Hinata Hanabi's extremely admiring eyes. Ahem, I accidentally lost control of my strength. It seems that I can't keep a low profile this time. Chapter 1347. This name will sooner or later resound throughout the Ixu continent. Bang! The thunder-like collision sound echoed between heaven and earth and could not dissipate for a long time. The earth was also shaking violently under the release of huge power. Looking at the sculpture that was broken in half, the people present turned pale. Their expressions also became a little stiff. They never thought that the tortoise mountain was as heavy as a meat mountain. After casting the tortoise magic, both the defense and weight should have skyrocketed. However, now it was smashed away by someone. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that it was true. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked onto Qin Yu. Their faces were full of disbelief. Even in the hall, Jalal and Ultia, who were watching the assessment, were also shocked by what happened here. It was the store manager who punched the meat mountain away. This power is not something that ordinary people can possess. Jalal raised his eyebrows and said. It seems that this may be a power-type magician. In the world of fairy tale, there are all kinds of magicians. Among them, the vast majority of magicians have natural magic. But there are also a large number of magicians with special magic. For example, magic means such as strength and speed. Facing Qin Yu's shocking punch just now, he was able to exert such a powerful force. Undoubtedly, Jalal put him in the special system. Power magic? If this thing is used well, it is still somewhat useful, but if it is not used well, it may be a bit useless. Urusha said after taking a sip of red wine. According to my inference, he should be able to reach the level of a C-level magician. With a little more effort, he may be able to reach the level of C+. However, if you are interested in him and want to recruit him to join the Magic Council Trademark's law enforcement team, I think he will agree with joy. In Urusha Trademark's eyes, this kind of pure power magic, no matter how many times it can increase itself, is useless in terms of absolute strength. No. It should be said that in a sense, except for her time magic, which is the strongest, all other magic is garbage. Oh Urusha, your suggestion is good. If he really has the strength of C+, then looking at today Trademark's test, he is also good and is indeed qualified to join the Council Trademark's law enforcement team. Jalal nodded and said with a playful smile. Our plan has just reached a critical moment, so it is not bad to let him join as a scapegoat. The two of them talked with the help of mental power. For the outside world, who were also attracted to the attention and participated in the assessment, there was no way to know what happened. Xiaolulu, are we okay? Wendy opened her eyes hesitantly, revealing a face full of disbelief. When her eyes fell on Qin Yu, she couldn't help but be stunned. Wendy, thank your savior quickly. It was this young man who saved you just now. An old figure walked out of the crowd with a cane. Looking at this person, Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Soon he thought of the demon cat in the Light Guild in the fairy tale world. Thank you, big brother. Wendy stuttered and bowed to express her gratitude. Xiaolulu, who was standing by, also came to her senses and quickly followed suit. Compared to Wendy, a little brat who was going out for the first time, Xiaolulu was obviously calmer. She also looked Qin Yu up and down. There was also a hint of astonishment in her pupils. At least, in Xiaolulu's cat eyes, Qin Yu was able to cross such a distance in an instant and knock the meat mountain away with one punch. This kind of means is not comparable to ordinary people. Young man, I don't know your name yet. You just saved Wendy, and we don't know how to repay you. The old man spoke in a hurry. Grandpa Loyal Lubin, this matter was caused by Wendy. Let Wendy do the repayment. Let me see if there is anything valuable on me. Wendy hurriedly searched her body. However, she soon caught a big hand in her pupils, covering her head without any warning. The unscrupulous head patting made Wendy stunned. In her memory, the only people who could rub her head so intimately were the people of the Demon Cat Inn. Apart from that, Wendy had no experience of contacting outsiders. No need to repay, just treat it as making friends. Qin Yu smiled warmly and pulled his hand back. President Loyal Lubin, your health is not very good. If Wendy has anything in the future, you can find me. I am Uchiha Qin Yu. This name will soon resound throughout the Ixu continent. The old man was stunned. Whether it was the first half of the speech or the arrogant words in the second half, it simply gave people a feeling of playing cards out of the ordinary. Looking at the boy in front of him, Loyal Lubin was unable to react for a moment. In his eyes, his body was the biggest secret. Even Wendy, who had been living in the Demon Cat Inn, didn't know. Even some people in the Light Guild were no exception. However, now a boy pointed it out in a face-to-face encounter. What special method was used to discover the roots of his thought body? Or his strength was unfathomable. But at this age, Loyal Lubin quickly rejected the initial idea. His existence was special, and the power he possessed was also extremely special. He believed that as long as he didn't take the initiative to show it, even if the 10 saints came, there was no way to figure out his background. Everyone, I'm sorry, we are members of the Snake Princess scale. We were too reckless to cause this to happen. A low voice sounded. Everyone soon saw a bald head walking out of the crowd, followed by Shuelia who had just performed the sky destruction method. However, Shuelaya now gave people the feeling of a defeated rooster, shrugging her head helplessly. It's Jura Regis from the 10 Holy Mages. I heard that he is the strongest person in the Snake Princess scale. Then is the beautiful woman who cast the storm magic just now a newcomer in the Snake Princess scale. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted by Jura, who squeezed out of the crowd. The 10 Holy Mages. They are the 10 strongest people on the Asia continent. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, Gildarts, a Super S-level magician in Fairy Tail, is not among the 10 Holy Mages. In the subsequent Great Demon Fighting Tournament in the original work, Jura Regis was killed by Laxus with one punch. At that time, Jura was ranked 5th among the 10 Holy Mages. He is also known as the strongest human. However, compared with the humans with the title of monsters, he is obviously a bit worse. This is Brother Qin Yu, right? Thank you for your help just now. The words you said just now, the name will sooner or later resound throughout the Yuxia continent, are indeed full of heroic spirit. With Brother Qin Yu's spirit, he will definitely be able to do it. Chapter 1348, The Gamble of the Assessment. Sooner or later resound throughout the Yuxia continent. The expressions of the magicians who participated in the assessment could not help but stagnate. If those words just now came from Qin Yu's mouth, they would definitely sneer and think that it was the arrogant words of a young man. But now these words are spoken by the 10 great magicians of the saints, Jura Regis. If they had not heard it with their own ears, no one would be willing to believe it. Humph, this is just Lord Jura's polite words. What is the reputation that resounds throughout the Ixu continent? That can only be achieved by becoming a Saint 10-like existence. Does this kid think that he is stronger than Lord Jura? An unexpected voice came out in the crowd. It quickly attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, the people who were still praising Jura also came back to their senses and nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Qin Yu was too young. The punch just now seemed very powerful. But compared with the magic performed by the real Saint 10 Magisters, it's just a mosquito and a cow. The gap is too big. Ahem, I'm serious. Jura also noticed that the atmosphere was wrong, and said after a dry cough. Brother Qin Yu, I'm sorry, I didn't expect that my words would bring you bad words, I apologize for you here. As he said, Jura grabbed Shuelaya's shoulders and pressed down. You should also thank Brother Qin Yu quickly. If it weren't for him, you would have gotten into trouble again. Your mother-in-law will definitely punish you when you go back. Thinking of the president who always likes to make people spin around, Shuelaya couldn't help but shudder, and was about to say something nice. Also saw a warm big hand, covering her head. The unscrupulous kneading made Shuelaya and even everyone in the field stunned. This head-touching move, if used on a little kid like Wendy, might not be surprising. But Shuelaya is a girl, and Qin Yu's move makes people think there is something behind it. You actually touched my head. Shuelaya hurriedly avoided Qin Yu, held Qin Yu's hand and said. Only people in the guild can touch my head. And, even if you want to touch it, you must be as strong as Lord Jura. If you do it again, I will beat you up after I have mastered magic. In Shuelaya's eyes, the power of Qin Yu's punch just now seemed to be beyond her expectations. But this special magic is obviously a bit useless. Even if it is at the same level, it is probably not enough to face her destruction method. Do you mean that as long as I am stronger than you, I can touch your head? Qin Yu smiled warmly. I never thought that someone would set up a gambling table for her when she just came to the world of Fairy Tail. Faced with such a sure win bet, how could Qin Yu let it go easily? This. Shuelaya's expression could not help but stagnate. But she never thought that this sarcastic remark, after Qin Yu's mouth, would become a so-called bet. Do you have no confidence in yourself, or do you think my reputation can resound throughout the Yuxu continent like Jura, so you don't dare to bet with me? Qin Yu's warm smile became even more intense. For Shuelaya's gentle bet, he was still willing to kill some boring time. What are you talking about? I don't believe you are better than me. I am willing to bet with you. I am just worried that you will not admit it afterwards. Shuelaya spoke hurriedly. Looking at this scene, Jura Regis on the side opened his mouth, but finally swallowed his words back into his stomach. This time, he came to the town of Hears to give Shuelaya enough experience, so he ran here. Now Qin Yu gave her a bet, which was also an additional test. However, Jura looked at Qin Yu with a smile on his face, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. As for the magic that Shuelaya practiced, Jura knew clearly that it was a long-lost ancient magic, the destroying magic. Ordinary people simply cannot resist it in advance. Above the innate, she can suppress any opponent. According to Jura's calculation, if Shuelaya had not had much combat experience and training, based on the destruction of the law alone, her strength can be ranked at the level of a B-level magician. Compared with Qin Yu's power magic, it should be several levels stronger. Now Qin Yu boasted that he would suppress Shuelaya. This is a bit arrogant. Okay, thank you for agreeing to it. Qin Yu smiled and patted the dust on his body. But it seems not good to bet without a bet. If I win the next assessment, you will have to let me pat your head and kill you when you meet me in the future. If you win, I can agree to any of your requests, including killing the 10 saints. Kill the 10 saints? The scene was in an uproar. The moment before, Qin Yu threatened to become a Saint 10, a famous existence in the Yuxia continent. They were already dissatisfied. Now he is still talking nonsense, which is even more disregarding of the strong men in the Yuxia continent. Even Jura frowned and said, Brother Qin Yu, you should have a sense of propriety when joking. The abilities of the 10 great saints are beyond your imagination. I, Jurarikis, am also at the bottom of the 10 great saints. Everyone above is stronger than me. What's more, I know that this time, one of the 10 great saint magisters, Qi Klein, is present. If he hears you talking like this, it might be inappropriate. As soon as this was said, it was obviously echoed by many people. However, more people echoed that they wanted Gerald to find trouble with Qin Yu. At least it can let this country bumpkin know that there are always people who are better than you. Brother Jura, don't worry. I have always been very sensible in doing things. It's getting late. Let's continue the exam. After all, the team is too long. Qin Yu smiled and looked at the team behind him. Because of the farce just now, the situation has already become a mess. However, when he saw this, Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He still underestimated the influence of the 10 holy mages in the Ixu continent. The hundreds of meters long human line was suddenly separated into a path. Those mages who were waiting also stood on both sides, with flattering smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they were trying to get close to the 10 holy mages. After all, there were only 10 of the 10 holy mages in the huge Ixu continent. It was difficult for ordinary people to meet one. Now they could meet in the mages' assessment. If they made good use of this opportunity, who knows, they could also add some impression points in the next assessment. Once they got the qualification of mages, they could also join the Snake Princess Scale, one of the top 10 guilds in the Ixu continent. This was a high starting point. Chapter 1349 The Magic Council's Favorite. Lord Jura, you have a lot of tasks to do. You should accept the assessment first. We can wait a little longer. I believe everyone has no objection, right? Of course no objection. Lord Jura is one of the 10 saints, but he is our role model. Miss Swalia can become a member of the Snake Princess Scale and be valued by Lord Jura. We also want to see her style. No, what we want to see most is Miss Swalia being able to overpower this country bumpkin. The scene suddenly became noisy. Looking at the people who suddenly appeared, Jurarikis was at a loss for words for a moment. Qin Yu smiled and looked around. Since although you are all so kind, if I refuse, I am afraid I will still not give you face, but I hope you will not regret it afterwards. Lucy, Hanabi, Wendy, Shirlea, let's go. If they want to watch the show, let them watch enough. After saying this, Qin Yu took the lead and walked towards the hall. Looking at this chic move of turning the tables, the people present were stunned. They were originally going to flatter Jurarikis. They never thought that Qin Yu would flatter them. However, in this situation, they obviously couldn't refuse. Sister Lucy, let's go quickly, otherwise it will be too late, you will really regret it, Lord Qin Yu is very powerful. Hinata Hanabi took the lead and grabbed Lucy's wrist, and quickly followed. Seeing this scene, Lucy was stunned, and she opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. She thought about refusing. But in this situation, can she refuse? Especially feeling the eyes from all around, it is obvious that she is on the same boat with Qin Yu. When she thought about it, she could have been low-key and embarrassed when she was planning to summon the Zodiac. Now she has become the focus of the audience. Once the situation of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of her own is staged, I am afraid that she will be the laughing point for the next year. Grandpa Loyal Lubin. Wendy couldn't help but glance at the old man next to her. Let's go, since it is everyone's good intention, let's go and see, this kid is very interesting. Loyal Lubin laughed dryly. Compared with Jura, he is a thought body that has lived for 400 years. His eyesight is not comparable to Jura. At least, Qin Yu can point out his identity as a thought body in one sentence. This alone is not simple. The president is right, Wendy, let's go too. The sooner the selection is completed, the sooner we can go back. Xiaolulu also nodded in agreement. Soon, everyone present looked at Jurikis, even Shuelai was no exception. Feeling those urgent eyes, Jurikis sighed helplessly. Forget it, just treat it as a lesson for everyone, and it can also be regarded as a sharpening of Shuelaya and Qin Yu brother. Shuelaya, let's go too. Don't lose the face of the Snake Queen scale in the next assessment. For Jura, who was born in the Snake scale. Swalia, who possesses the power of destruction, came to participate in the assessment with the aura of a newcomer of the Snake scale. She is totally incomparable to Qin Yu, who has no background at all. If she fails with this status, it will be a great shame for the Snake scale. Lord Jura, don't worry, Swalia will be able to complete the assessment successfully. I have been preparing for today for a long time. Shuelaya nodded heavily in agreement. Seeing that Qin Yu and others had already stepped into the hall, she did not stop at all and quickly followed. For a moment, Qin Yu and his party became the focus of everyone's attention. Even Jalal and Arusha, who were in the selection, were attracted. Zikaline, Arusha, long time no see, a little thing happened just now, so. Jurikis spoke first. Compared with the Jalal thought body in front of him. Although both parties are among the 10 holy ones. But Jalal's strength is obviously stronger. At the same time, he also has the magic counselor, the youngest member. In the Isha continent, it is said that his future is limitless. Haha, Jolare, you are too polite. Jalal laughed dryly. In fact, I saw what happened just now. Although this kind of bet is a bit absurd and impractical, since everyone agrees and wants to see the final result, it can be regarded as adding some color to this boring assessment. I don't think Arusha will have any objections. Jalal certainly believed that the other party had no objection to this partner, but he still asked in public. Haha, Zikline, you are right. This assessment has been boring over the years. Today we are here to look for new people for the executive team of the Magic Council. Arusha smiled and looked around. If we can find more outstanding newcomers through the bet this time, it may not be a bad start. If everyone has no objection, then we should start quickly. There are still many people behind. Jurikis secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, I thought that this pedantic Magic Council would have some opinions about their public bet, but now it seems that I thought too much. However, facing the fact that the Magic Council's law enforcement team publicly selected new members, Jura was also surprised. The status of those law enforcement teams is superior to that of the magicians of ordinary guilds. Once they are targeted by them, they are like blood-sucking insects and very difficult to deal with. Even Jura does not want to deal with them. However, it is precisely for this reason. Many magicians have tried their best to join the Magic Council's law enforcement team. But in the end, there are not many places for people to be recruited every year. Unless there are a large number of victims, they will look for new replacements. But as the Magic Council's law enforcement team, who dares to trouble them? Therefore, there have been few casualties in the law enforcement team. There are very few positions that can be vacated. Like now, open recruitment is like a hot commodity. Feeling the heated gazes around him, Arusha said with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Don't worry, this time, whether you are the one who made the bet or the one present, as long as you work hard to show your talent, you will have the opportunity to become a member of the law enforcement team. If there are no other opinions, then please come up to take the test. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's fiery eyes turned and fell on Qin Yu and Shuelaya. They were eager to know whether Arusha's words were true or not. To verify this promise, the most effective way is to confirm whether Arusha will extend the olive branch of the law enforcement team through other people. Recruit qualified magicians. Chapter 1350. The finale is of course saved for the last. The huge examination hall was already crowded with people. All eyes turned and locked on Uchiha Qin Yu, with a little more urgency. They were eager to know what this arrogant man who was full of nonsense and claimed to be able to make his name resound throughout the Ixu continent was capable of. However, seeing Qin Yu's indifference, the onlookers present were obviously shocked. Why, don't you want to embarrass yourself too early? Don't worry, you will embarrass yourself sooner or later. If you are afraid of embarrassment, you shouldn't have spoken so much in public and in front of Lord Jura. Yes, if you apologize to Lord Jura in public now, we will all forgive you. Young man, this incident is teaching you what to say and what not to say, otherwise it will be too late to regret it now. The scene suddenly became noisy. Looking at the situation where everyone was defeated, Lucy's cheeks couldn't help but blush, and she subconsciously clenched Hinata Hanabi's hand. Sister Lucy, don't worry, Lord Chinyu said that facts speak louder than words, and they will definitely be shocked in a while. Hinata Hanabi took the lead in patting the back of Lucy's hand and said with a smile. Looking at Hinata Hanabi, who looked like a mysterious trust, Lucy was stunned. Is this brainwashing? Now, Hinata Hanabi gives Lucy the feeling that she is omnipotent. Whenever it comes to Uchiha Chinyu, Hinata Hanabi's first words are, "Don't worry. Lord Chinyu can do it. Your name is Uchiha Chinyu, why don't you take the trial? Are you worried about being embarrassed in public?" Urusha frowned and couldn't help but speak. We in the Magic Council value talents, but we don't have much time for you to waste. If you really don't have the confidence, just give up and go to other councils by yourself. Originally, Zekline and I privately thought that you had AC and magician level. It seems that we missed it this time. C+. The scene fell into a brief silence at first, and then there was an uproar the next moment. The moment before, they thought Chinyu was a notorious dog thief. They never thought that Urusha and Zekline, two important members of the Magic Council, would give such a high valuation. After all, most of the qualification of the magicians in the previous assessments were at the E and F levels. Being able to produce a C-level magician is enough for the major guilds to compete and throw out olive branches. It can be said that if Uchiha Chinyu can really show the strength of C and in the assessment, afterwards, he will definitely be favored by the Magic Council and become a member of the law enforcement team. Miss Urusha, you misunderstood. Chinyu smiled and looked around the field, saying, I remember that the test machines here were temporarily transferred here. I am just worried that if I am the first to test, I will destroy the test machines here, and then the people who come with me will not have the opportunity to be assessed. This will make me very upset. I don't want to go there again and waste my time. Crazy. Arrogant. Facing this, the words that echoed in the assessment hall and could not be dispersed for a long time. Everyone present had only this thought in their minds. In their eyes, the assessment machines here are all made by the Magic Review Institute, which uses precious materials and various advanced magic weapon techniques to better manage the magicians of the Ixu continent. Ordinary people can't even damage them, let alone destroy them. Now a newcomer just opened his mouth and said such arrogant words. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, no one would believe that this scene was true. Little ghost, you are too arrogant. The magic assessment machines here are all specially made by the Magic Review Institute. Even if you are an A-level magician, it takes a lot of effort and means to destroy them. You are just a newcomer who hasn't even passed the magic assessment. Now you say such arrogant words. Is this appropriate? Urusha's face sank and she said coldly. In her eyes, if it wasn't for the next plan to start the war better. Facing an arrogant and unknown person like Chinyu, she would have blasted the little ghost in front of her. Haha, arrogance is of course unpopular, Miss Urusha, you are right to be angry. Chinyu laughed dryly and said. But if I am telling the truth, that is another matter. I am just worried that I am too strong and will blow them up with one punch. Since the truth will be revealed sooner or later, why not put the finale behind? Or you can't afford the gamble. You. Urusha was suddenly furious. As a Black the Dark Guild, the people who infiltrated the Magic Council, if it was under normal circumstances, she would have killed the arrogant person in front of her without saying a word. However, facing this situation in the public eye, it was obviously impossible to do it for a while. Haha, what an interesting kid, it's a good thing for young people to be motivated. Jalal, who had been silent, smiled and said. Urusha, anyway, we still have some time, and other people also need to be selected, so let him line up first and see who can laugh last. This kid is right, the finale is of course the best to be revealed at the end. If he embarrasses him at the beginning, there will be no fun later. Seeing that Chi Klein, the youngest of the 10 saints of the Magic Council, also spoke. The atmosphere and momentum at the scene suddenly changed. Urusha snorted disdainfully and said, Okay, since you want to play, I'll see how long you can play. Don't back down and give up at the end when it's your turn to take the test. Don't blame me for that. I'm rude to you. It's a serious crime to disrupt the wizard selection test meeting and deceive and despise the judges. The stern words echoed in the hall. Looking at Yerusha with a cold face, Chin-yu smiled and looked at Wendy beside him and said, "You and Shirley are both guests, go up and take the test first. Next is Lucy, Hanabi, and finally mine. I don't think everyone has any objections to this arrangement, and the waiting time won't be too long." Many people present were stunned for a moment. I thought that in the face of Yerusha's aggressive pressure, Uchiha Chin-yu would buy enough time for himself and put more people in front to delay time. I never thought that it would be his turn just to arrange the people he knew. Thinking of the arrogant words just now, many people's hearts skipped a beat, and a ridiculous idea flashed through their minds.